real estate fund and started one. He told me.
Hello, hello. What's going on, everybody? My name is Jared Glant. I'm the president of Grant Cardone Enterprises, and I'm super excited to have you guys all here and a part of our real estate interactive event. This is an amazing two-day event where we are going to be covering the fundamentals of investing in multifamily real estate. We have a ton of incredible information over the next 2 days that you're going to be learning directly from an expert, a professional in every sense of the word in this area. Grant has been investing in real estate for about 40 years now, and he has bought, I think he's done 56 transactions in his career. He's never lost money on a single deal. And he's going to dispel a lot of the things that you guys think that you may need to have in order to get started buying this type of real estate. More importantly, he's going to be sharing with you what to look for, how to find it, how to determine the criteria in the markets you want to go into, how to underwrite deals, how to talk to brokers. He's going to go through the sequence of the deal. You are going to get unloaded on with so much information over the next 2 days. So I want to make sure that you guys are ready and prepared to be taking a lot of notes. There's a workbook that you all should have in your email. Our team will actually put it in the chat as well. We're going to get started in a few minutes here, but I just want to kind of give you a little bit of housekeeping before we get started. They'll put the link in the chat to the workbook. Make sure that you download that workbook to your computer. If you open it on a web page, which is how it will open, and you fill all your notes in on the web page, when you go to save that at the end of the event, you're going to lose all of your notes. It's brutal. Don't do it. Make sure that you click the link, you download it, save it to your desktop, and then open it from your desktop, and you will be good to go. We are super excited to be sharing with you guys over the next 2 days all of the secrets that Grant has discovered in his career that makes him an incredibly successful real estate investor. He's got $5 billion of real estate under management right now. We've raised about $1.7 billion from everyday investors, no big banks, no institutions, no private equity companies, no family offices, literally everyday people just like you and me who are looking to get access to Wall Street quality assets, institutional quality assets. And Grant's given everybody in America the opportunity to invest in deals like this. So make sure you're taking notes all throughout the event. There's a lot of information. If you don't understand words, write them down. Throughout the event, we're going to have time to do some Q&A in between. So make sure if you have questions, you write them down. Especially the VIP room. That's where we're going first for questions. That's part of your VIP experience. So make sure that you're writing questions down that you have so that we can answer them. And we promise that we're going to deliver for you guys over the next 2 days. Again, there's a lot of information. You're going to probably be hearing about words and phrases and terminology that you don't understand. Write it down and circle it so that you can go back to it. If you guys were here as part of the webinar that we did, the live training we did a few weeks back, you actually have a dictionary of multifamily investing terms that you can refer back to. But we're going to get started in probably about 5 to 7 minutes here. So I'm going to let the music pick back up and Grant get mic'd up, and then we will be ready to rock. We'll see you guys back here in just a few minutes.
He made much more money in real estate in 5 years than he made in totality playing in the NBA.
I don't want to be comfortable. I don't want to live with the mindset of nothing's going to change. It's going to be like this forever.
What do you do with your money to prepare for that?
Do smart things. I'm heavy investment, real estate. We just started a VC.
Who loves real estate?
Real estate.
Why do you like real estate?
I love real estate. And, real estate is just one thing that you know where your money is. That money's in the ground. So regardless of what's going on in the world, people are always going to need places to do business, places to live. They're always going to need places. So the more that you can achieve the buy or the ownership of these places, the more that you're always going to have revenue coming back to you. You're also putting yourself in a position to always go out and borrow or get, because I have these things to leverage. So the more that you, I guess you can say, the more that you get, the more that you can do. And, sometimes I think people think that it's a far-fetched goal to get. And it's not really. It's not that hard when you gain the understanding of it. The game of Monopoly is a real game.
Yeah.
It's a real fucking game. And when you play
Can
Monopoly,
you repeat that? I don't know that everybody
the
understands.
game of Monopoly is a real game. When you play Monopoly, the goal is to buy up as much property as you can and get people to pay you for that property when they land on it. Rent. That's the
Pay me
fucking
the
real
rent.
game. So when I look at now my success, I'll tell you, here's something that I do. And this
Tell
information.
us something
I'm
that
gonna give you
only
something
the
that nobody
IRS knows.
This is something that you guys don't know. Let's say I do a movie, right? That movie is whatever the fuck it is. I make a nice amount of money to do a movie. Take that number, split that number in half. Half of that number goes to the government. That's the IRS's, no matter what.
So we're talking about 25 million becomes 12.
We can just call it a number. I don't want people to knock me in the head when I leave here. Let's just call it a number, okay? Let's say that number is a number. No matter what, when you make money, split it in half.
Yeah.
Split it in half right away. Don't put the money in your bank account and look at it as you got all that money, because you don't. Half of that money is not yours. So right away, put it over here. Create a fucking account, call it the tax account. Put half of that there, so as you make money, you always put this money in the tax account. I never got to worry of giving the government their money, because that money's over there, and I don't look at that like it's my fucking money. I'm never gonna touch that money, because it's not mine, it's the government. So now off of my half, what do I wanna do? I'm gonna take another half. This half is going over here. This half is for my next real estate investment. I don't know what it is, I haven't figured it out yet, but I'm putting it over here, so when I do figure it out, I got it there to buy. So now
This is so ridiculous.
I'm only living off a quarter of my financial gain. I split it in half and I took a quarter.
This is the reason why money matters, okay? Without money, you can't buy food to live, to be alive. So money, you have to have money to be alive. But I believe in creating generational wealth, you know? Yes.
When you look at investments today, Floyd, what do you look at? For is it a feeling? Is it have to make sense to you? Is it something you like?
If it's something that I know is paying off, lucrative and heavy, I got to go with it. I have to go with it.
How much do you like real estate? I know you own some real estate. I got $2 billion worth of real estate. I'm going to 10, so they're like, hey, maybe you partner with Floyd, you know? Create a new fund. Mayweather Cardone fund.
Well, you know, well, that's what I invested in from the beginning. The first time I invested, my first investment was real estate.
Wow.
I went from commercial real estate, huge, skyscrapers actually. So I own, actually what I own.
You're bragging now.
No, I'm not
now
bragging.
You're bragging.
No.
You can brag, man. Shit.
No. Actually, what I own right now is 9 skyscrapers, and I'm building my 10th skyscraper right now. So I own 9 skyscrapers, and I'm building my 10th skyscraper.
Remember one thing, and here's the important thing, that I was a millionaire before I ever did that movie, before I did Conan or Terminator, because I became a millionaire because of real estate, the business that you are in, or one of the businesses that you're in.
I didn't want you to bring that up.
No, but it's true. I saved every penny. Imagine that I did not have a blazer to go out in with the age of 24 or 25. I had nothing. I was just training and working and training and working and training and working and going to school, getting my degree, my business degree. And I was going around and doing seminars and exhibitions, and every time I made some money, I took the money and I stuffed them right here. my cash into my boots. Because sometimes I was in England, sometimes in South Africa, sometimes in France, Canada. So I always was flying home. So I didn't want to go to sleep and have someone steal my money. So I was smart. So I stuffed my cash into my boots. Then I took them home, and then I put them in the bank. And that's how I saved up until I had $27,500. And then I put down money for a 6-unit apartment building. And then
You didn't buy a house.
No.
You bought.
No, because I tell you, there was a real estate woman by the name of Olga. Olga. She was from Lebanon, and she was Danny DeVito's height. She was like this, and actually pretty old already. I would say she was in her 60s. It's very unusual to work at that age. And she said to me, she says, Arnold, listen to me. You need income property. When you have a house or when you have a condominium, then you...
Hey, welcome everybody. Great to have you at the Real Estate Interactive. Thank you so much for taking the time today to show up with us and come here with an open mind, hopefully, to learn a way for you and your family to create tremendous amounts of wealth by investing in real estate. We're going to be covering a lot of information today. Jared's pulling up some real-time data for you so that we can actually show you deals are available. They're out there. We're in a correction market. You can steal stuff right now. I'm telling you, this is the most exciting time that I've been in real estate in 35 years. There was another cycle like this late 1995 actually to 2000. Very, very exciting time where you could steal real estate. That's when I got started. And then again in 2009 and 10 and 11, after the global recession, what was that called? The housing debacle, mortgage crisis. Great financial crisis. And there was tremendous opportunity there, but I was too scared. The first cycle, I didn't know what I was doing, but I did some stuff. The second cycle, it was so terrifying that I wasn't certain that I could really lean into it. I missed a tremendous opportunity I took advantage of it, but not to the degree that I could have. And now we're in another cycle right now. COVID actually was a very short cycle that I did take advantage of. And now we're in another cycle. And I want to make sure you and your families this time take advantage of the cycle. I've done extremely well accumulating almost 15,000 units that we still own and manage today. I think it's 14,200 units. It's about plus a half a million square feet of office. I've had some success buying single family homes. I don't recommend them, but I have had some success doing it. But mostly, the biggest success I've had in my life is educating other people how to do what I've done. Okay, like we're not here to sell you anything. I'm not here to convince you to like spend your last dollars to do something. I can't promise that that what I'm going to show you is going to work out. I think it's going to work out. I'm investing in it right now. I'm actively investing in very large real estate portfolios for me and my family and our investors. And while I can tell you this is what we're doing, I can share it with you, I can be transparent. I can't promise it's going to work out. I can promise you I'm doing it. And it's a public data that we're literally just acquiring. We just finished acquiring almost $700 million worth of real estate. Now I'm going to back that off for you today and show you.
When you're ready, just click over here and go there.
Okay.
And then the
okay.
folders.
Yeah, just back me up then. And so I'm going to back it up today though to where you could get started right now. It could be 4 units, it could be 14 units, it could be 44 units. If you're concerned about, I don't have any money or I don't have any credit, don't worry about that. That's not a reason for not doing this. You can do this with no money. In fact, I started with $3,000. Jared's going to move away here in a second so I can get to my computer. I started with $3,000. My second deal was no money. Okay, so like once you learn the game, you start figuring out how to play it, and you learn some of this nomenclature, the terminology, who to go to, who to talk to, how to talk to them, where to look, how to find a deal, what kind of deal you're looking for. So my goal today is to kind of sort some of that out and get you clear so you can start where you're at, where you're comfortable, and start investing with you and your family. I can tell you this on guarantees. If you leave your money in cash, and or if you don't do any of this right now, you're going to get waylaid in the marketplace. You have to learn how to invest your money, folks. Okay, and I think if you're taking notes, if you have a notepad or a legal pad and you want to collect some data today, Jared, what's that saying you got about it's not what you in the notes. A professor told him this.
Yeah, he said it's if you want to get.
Yeah.
Are we on?
You ought to just tag him with a laugh,
Yeah.
guys.
So if you want to pass the test, then study what's in the book. If you want to learn how to do this, then take notes during the lectures.
So strongly encourage you guys to take notes. Speaking of that, you can download the workbook. There should have been a workbook sent to you in your email. Please do not text my office. Give me, where's my workbook? Oh my God, my workbook. Guys, we emailed it to you. Go to your trash. Go to your junk. We sent it to you. You have it. Download it, okay? And that way you can keep your notes there while you're on your computer. Otherwise, you can do what we did back in the day, which is grab a legal pad and simply take notes, okay? Now, look, there's 7 ways to get rich, and working is not one of them. Also, big heads up, tomorrow we're starting at 9 a.m., okay? Today we started at 11 a.m. Tomorrow we're going to start at 9 a.m. So make a note. Tomorrow we will move it up 2 hours and start at 9 a.m. And I'll tell you why tomorrow, okay? All right, 7 ways to get rich. Work is not one of them. You can work, you can save. By the way, saving is not one of them. You can save till you're blue in the face. You understand, guys, when you save money, I forgot how to use this thing. Just move it over. Oh, you just like to hit that little thing, huh, Johnny? Just right here. Just why, I wonder why they put it over there, though, so far out of the way. They should have put it right in the middle of the screen. Just like the iPhone, by the way. The iPhone, the camera should be in the middle. It should not be up at the top. They got to figure out how to put it in the middle so you're not looking at the top all the time or looking down, okay? So that's a recommendation to the people at Apple. I don't know why you guys have all the money in the universe and you can't figure out how to freaking embed the camera in the middle of the phone. Okay, when you take cash that you earn, and today's about money, investing, and how to create wealth.
Do you want a little bit more volume in the room on your mic?
No, why?
Okay, just making sure so you don't feel like so you can hear yourself, so you're not trying to overtalk.
Yeah, do I sound loud?
No.
Okay. When you go to work and you earn cash, okay? And then you take and drop that off at the bank. This is Wells Fargo. You guys understand they do not keep that money at Wells Fargo, right? So you're trading time for money. Well, let me draw this out a little different because it's even worse than this, okay? Let me just get rid of this. See if I can get rid of all this. All right, now, okay, watch it. You take time. We should do a graphic of this and clip this audio. You take your time, you trade it for money. You take the money, you bring it to the bank, okay? This is Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Morgan, Goldman, whatever bullshit bank it is, okay? This is one of the most criminal operations on planet Earth, okay? And I'll prove to you why. When you guys take that money, your money, in between here, by the way, when you got your money, right here, when you got your money and right here, when you got your money, going different. Okay, when you got your money right here, the IRS actually withheld portion of this money. They robbed you a portion of that money. That needs to stop, by the way. It shouldn't happen. There should be no in America at all. 100% of your money should go in here. None of it be pulled from the IRS. Different conversation. Maybe we'll do that at our wealth conference. How wealthy people actually drop this. This is about 6.5% of your check every month goes to the IRS, okay? And there's actually ways people know how to prevent this from happening so that they have more money to drop into the bank. This is Wells Fargo now. This is a bank. We drop the money at the bank. Now, you guys understand the bank does not keep that money. The bank then loans that money out 10 times, okay? So let's say you dropped off $5,000 at the bank. They then lend out $50,000 10 times, $5,000 to 10 different people. Your money's not there at that bank anymore, okay? They're paying you, by the way, 0.05%. They're lending out to these people at 7 and 10%. They're making fortunes, okay, and doing nothing. So I'm going to show you how to interrupt this cycle today, because no matter how much time you spend at work, and you only have so much time, and no matter how hard you work or how good you get, controls how much money you get, then you drop it off here. This is the great deception right here. The great deception is you're going to drop it off the bank, you're saving money, and that over time, you're going to create wealth, okay? Now, the reason I want to tell you that won't work is this. Do you guys know anybody that's doing this that owns a bank? Do you know any workers that end up with banks? See, the banks end up taking money and pushing out into the marketplace. They're investing your money. Today, what we're going to show you how to do is invest your money and bypass this bank. Now, temporarily, you will need to keep some money at the bank. I'll tell you why today. Money comes in. I don't want to keep it in my mattress. I got to go drop it off somewhere. I'm going to have a local bank that I need to drop it off in. But what we want to do, basically, is we want to take this money and multiply it right here the way they are. Okay?
Well, you know, one interesting point about this graphic that Grant just drew out is that when the bank lends the money out, they're trying to find stable, secure bets so that they can make that spread going from 0.5% to 7 to 10% on the loan that they make. So they basically, what they do is they actually take your money, they multiply it by 10, and then they go find guys like Grant who are going to go do what we're going to teach you over the next 2 days, and they give the money to him. So rather than you guys participating directly in doing what Grant is going to be talking about over the next 2 days, the bank just goes and finds those people and does it on your behalf. By learning what you're going to learn over the next 2 days, you're going to learn how to mitigate your tax so you pay less in tax, and you're going to bypass the bank's profit machine that they make printing billions and billions of dollars, and you're going to be able to participate in that instead of the banks.
Yeah, so just multiply.
I wasn't trusting your 6.5%.
It's withholding. They withhold 6.5. Oh, we're going to give you Social Security. I'm going to show you how you would never need Social Security in the future. You wouldn't need Social Security, you wouldn't need Medicare, and you would never need an IRA or a 401k. You would never need a retirement account, okay? You're like, what are you talking about? You would never need a retirement account. By the way, that just made more banks and institutions, okay? You would never need, you wouldn't even need insurance. You wouldn't need life insurance. You wouldn't need an IRA. You wouldn't need savings. You wouldn't need an emergency account. I want you to take that example I just did. 10 million people, 10 million. We really ought to take it to like 100 million. Because this happened to 10 million people every week, times 40 hours. Somebody do the math for me in this. 10 million times 40 hours. This is what the banks are actually doing and why banks are so massive, okay? And you see them everywhere. Times $25 an hour. Is that 10 billion? Yeah. Okay, that's $10 billion every week. Going into banks. 10 billion, okay? Every week, you can multiply that times 52 weeks. I didn't do the withholding, but somebody's got to withhold the money, by the way. Somebody's got to store that money. So what's 10 billion times 52? Is that 5 trillion? 5.2 trillion. That's $5 trillion. You want to know why we have inflation? I'm going to show it to you right now. You understand it doesn't stop here, right? Because they're going to take this 500 trillion, these are deposits in the bank that they're holding for you. And they are going to, before you even spend any of this money, before you use it for rent, before you buy a car with it, they're going to lend it out at least 10 times. That's $50 trillion. The money being pushed out into the marketplace. Now, who are they going to call? You think they're going to call you and say, hey, I got some money, Sam. You want to borrow it? No, they're going to call people like me that want to dump this money into investments, not into buying shoes and bikes. Okay? They're looking for guys that can take this and reinvest the money into the marketplace so they can make a percentage over what they're paying you. They're paying you nothing, by the way. I don't care what account you have. Most of you are being paid less than 0.25%. You'd have to be a high net worth individual to earn 4 or 5. Okay, and the reason I'm telling you this, you're like, what? Why are you telling me this right now? Because I'm telling you, 2 myths. You cannot create wealth. You want to write this down, it's not in your book. You cannot create wealth working or saving. There's 7 ways to create wealth, and most of them do not work for most of you. Number 1, inheritance. If you haven't inherited it yet, can somebody look up how much money is going to be passed on from boomers? I think it's going to be like the biggest wealth transfer in the history of the world is going to take place between now and the next 25 years. Massive amounts. Trillions of dollars is going to move. Huh? $84 trillion is going to be transferred. Women will end up with most of it first, and then their kids, okay? Women are gonna end up being the biggest beneficiaries because they had to put up with bullshit from their husbands for so long in most cases. What is that? Okay, got it. So, tremendous opportunity. Number 1, way to get rich is inheriting. Johnny, did you inherit money? Ain't gonna happen for you, okay? Number 2, marriage, okay? Excellent way to get rich. It does require some compromises, but it is an excellent way. I highly recommend it, by the way. Find somebody that's super wealthy. You got to put up with bullshit either way. You may as well fall in love with somebody super rich with a yacht and a couple planes and freaking boatloads of money. There will be compromises along the way, but hey, you know, in every marriage, there's going to be points in time where you're not as happy as you were maybe when you got married, and you got to work it out. Number 3, start a business, okay? Now, the problem with starting a business is what? Dude, the failure rate is like...
2/3 fail within 5 years.
Yeah, 2/3 fail within 5 years, but what they don't tell you is those ended up probably should have tapped out in 1 year. 95% fail in 10 years, and the average life of a company in America today, contrary to when I was growing up, is only 7 years. If you take all the publicly traded companies and take all the privately held startups, you have an average shelf life of 7 years, okay? Now, keep this in mind. The S&P 500, if you take the 500 stocks, 7 of them made money, 493 of them, 493 companies out of 500 didn't do anything. If you took the 7 out of the S&P 500, you would have a negative gain on your investment. Only 7 stocks contributed to almost 100% of all the gains in the S&P 500. Okay, number 4 thing you could do is you could buy a business. I could start a business, very difficult. Come up with an idea, start a business, go out and, build a business, have employees, get an office, get the branding, get the business cards, sell products and services. 4th thing you could do is buy a business. Much easier than number 3. Number 5, you could make investments, okay, like the S&P 500. You better be in these 7 stocks, though. I just saw something yesterday. Since 2005, the S&P 500 has only done 6%. You could have been in gold the whole time and done better than that. Gold is now doing better than the S&P 500. The investment class I'm going to show you today averages 15 to 22% annually with almost no risk of a loss, okay? Number 6, you could get lucky. Getting lucky, that's a great thing. It's just hard to do it consistently. Lottery tickets. How else could I get lucky?
Stock, gambling on a stock.
Yeah, gamble on a stock. The problem with luck is this. It happens once. It doesn't build confidence. You know you can't repeat it. Number 7, you could invest in real estate, which is what we're talking about today, okay? Now, in real estate, there's math. Okay, there's simple math. Before you learn about what kind of real estate to invest in, the most important number in all of real estate is, just the wrong place. They built it, some engineer built this and didn't use it, okay? The most important number in real estate is the number of units. Actually, in any business, this is the scale. It's the number of units, the number of buildings, the number of acquisitions, okay? Because if you have 1, okay, or you have 10, This is the 10X rule. The premise of the 10X rule was if you have one of something and it grows by 2 times, you end up with 2. And if this grows by 2 times, you end up with 20. See how I can scale faster? If I have 1 bar of soap and I sell it twice, I have 2 sales. If I had 10 bundles or 10 soaps and sold it twice, I have 20 sales. If I had 10 bundles of 10 times 2, I did the same work. All I did was expand the first number. And we're going to show you how to do that and why single family homes does not fit this equation and why it has not performed well.
Yeah, and so what Grant's going to show you right now, this is, when you're getting started and you're trying to figure all this stuff out, this is the most important formula that you have to understand about real estate, because this is how you get rich. He calls it the $1 million real estate math, because this is how you can literally go out and when you start looking for deals, you can find deals that fit one of Grant's main criteria, which is your first deal should make you $1 million. And then this equation is going to show you how to do it.
Yeah, and so that's our goal today. And I should great point, Jared. This is our goal. I want you to find one deal today. Look, if you want to be less than this, you can be. I'm just going to tell you what my goal is for you. One deal, $1 million, okay? Now throw in the chat, if you're interested in that, one deal, $1 million. You find one deal between now and the end of the year. We have what, 7 months left before the end of the year? 7, 8 months? One deal before the end of the year that makes you $1 million. You would give me your full attention today. I can't see the chat. One deal makes you $1 million, or you and your investors $1 million. Could be your uncle, your mom, your dad, brother, sister, your employer, whatever. One deal makes you $1 million, and then, yeah.
They're
Moving it to where?
Yeah, they're moving it so you can see.
On the left side of the screen.
Okay, thank you. Let's go, let's go. Is that 10X? Wonderful, I'm in. Okay, one deal, 1 million. Now what I need for you guys to do is I need you, number one, to drop everything you know that you think you know. I need you to drop it today. I need you to just get rid of everything you think you know. Let's start with a blank slate. And number 2, have an open mind. We're gonna do a Q&A like every 30 or 45 minutes today. So you guys can pop in and ask your question. You can always throw your questions in the chat. Also, for those of you, those of you who have any questions about anything, is there somebody on the phones?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
310-777.
Now, they're not there to educate you, but if you have any questions, like we do this big real estate, when's our next real estate summit? July, we're doing a real estate summit, 2 days, full 2 days of this, but we spend 2 full days doing it, where I'm instructing a group of people that are very serious about real estate. So if you're interested in anything else we're doing or you got questions today, you can always call that number. Those are not educators, but they're there to help you. We have coaches that help people find real estate, buy real estate, fund it, underwrite it, et cetera. But the goal of this is if you have questions today about anything, we can help you with getting started right now. Yeah, good. Okay, so back to the math, okay? We're looking for $1 million deal. So there's a calculation to $1 million deals. The first most important thing is you set your target. Like my target is not to buy real estate, because a lot of people get in the real estate game and they're like, I'm gonna go buy some real estate. I'm gonna become a landlord. I wanna own some real estate. Okay, but you kind of missed the big point. The reason to buy real estate is to make money. It's to take money and move it into something that makes more money, okay? I'm gonna give you a target. I did not know this when I bought my first real estate, so I made two bad choices when I first got started because I did not have a financial target when I started the game. Any game that you play should have a target. If you're playing Monopoly, dude, I want to wipe everybody out and I want to win the board and I want to monopolize the real estate. Monopoly means I monopolize. I own and control the board, and every time you move, I penalize you because you got to pay me rent. Okay? In football, the goal is to score more points than the other side. Same thing with basketball. So in business, investing, you should have a financial target. We're going to set our target at $1 million, and then I'm going to show you the math on how to figure out how to get to that number. Number of units. Okay, there you go. Number of units. Johnny, you changed my little goober though. Number of units, could be 1, but that's not units. Okay, times the rent. I'm surprised we put this soon.
You wanted to get the $1 million math out.
Okay, times the rent increase. Okay, we're looking at rentals. Okay, just let me, so that everybody understands. We're looking at somebody, I'm gonna buy something and somebody's gonna rent it from me. This is the rent increase. This is the simple math, okay? Times the occupancy, yes, too soon. Times the 12 months that you're gonna own it. I'm gonna be using this later, referring to it, so don't worry if you don't understand it. Divided by, I'm gonna take this long line, divided by what's called a cap rate. Okay, now don't worry if you don't understand all this. I'll explain it to you. I'm gonna make this so simple for you. Let's say the number of units is 4 units. And let's say you did enough research to know that those 4 units, you could raise the rents $1,000. You found something, George owned it, he'd owned it since 1986. It's 40 years old. He's like, I'm done with this place. The rents are $800, and you know, because of where they're located, they should be $1,800. You're gonna find these 4 units, and you know it's 100% occupied 100% of the time. One, because the rents are too low, and because it's located in this beautiful little quaint neighborhood close to the beach, and you could walk there 4 or 5 blocks, and this place is a little cottage looking place, and it's beautiful, and it's been taken care of, and you're gonna multiply that times 12 months. Okay, how much is that? That's $48,000. You guys are gonna take your phone out or grab a calculator. You're gonna be doing this all day today. My dad, I can do a lot of this in my head because my dad never let me use a calculator while he was alive. He's like, yeah, don't use a calculator, son. They were just coming out. No, don't use that. You won't be able to bring it with you everywhere. You can't expect to be able to travel the world and have a calculator with you.
Oh my gosh, I never knew that.
You didn't know that?
Never said that.
No, never would let me. It was banned in the house. Nobody could use a calculator. That's why I'm good at math. So like I can do this in my head, in my head. So the cap rate, I need to explain to you. Everybody knows what the number of units are. 4, 14, 44, 104, times the rent increase, not the rent raise. What you could raise the rents, hint, hint, we're gonna be looking for something where we can raise the rents because it's underpriced right now. There's a lot of this around the country. I'm gonna show you 6 or 7 deals this morning. Times the occupancy. Hey, it's occupied 100% of the time. Okay, now keep in mind on 4 units, it's either going to be 75%, 50%. It's either going to be 100%, 75%, 50%, or 25%. There is going to be no 90, 95. It's going to go 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, this is going to be very important later when you're telling me you're looking at something that says, oh, there's 95% occupancy and there's only 7 units. You cannot have 95% occupancy with 7 units, ever. It's impossible because of the math, okay? Look, the math doesn't lie. The cap rate, let's say the cap rate on this is a 6, and that's 6%. So you're gonna divide that. You're gonna take 4 times 1,000. How much?
800,000.
Okay, so basically this is telling me, this model's telling me, okay, you're gonna take, everybody's gonna do the math. What number did you guys come up with? Throw it in the chat. 4 times 1,000. You guys that are watching this, you're on right now. I'm talking to you, not my team. Yes, 800,000. Arthur said he came up with 800,000. Okay, Robin came up with 800,000. Arthur, Bill Lee came up with 800,000. Everybody do the math. Do it and then put in the number you got. No, it's the rent increase. I'm talking to you. Okay, the rent increase. So the number's 800,000. I mean, I'm seeing the whole room come up with the same number, which is phenomenal. It's unbelievable how many of you guys are so good at math. Okay, now the reason you're good at math, and you will always be good at math with me, is I give you the formula first, the answer second, and then I get you to do it. Listen to what I'm telling you, and this is how your kids should be taught. Tell me the formula, tell me the answer, and tell me and get me to do it. Okay, so you guys have to do this. I've done this millions of times with a phone, a tablet, a computer, wherever I'm at. I'm trying to do the math. What's going to be the increase? Okay, now we didn't hit our million, but man, that's pretty cool. 4 units. I went and found the 4 units. All I got to do now is go find 4 units that are rented below market, bring them back up to a market rent, and on this case, 4 units would make me $800,000. You're like, yeah, but how do I buy those 4 units? Okay, let's say that those 400 units were $320,000. Oops, y'all should have never taught me that first part. Okay, let's say the 4 units were $320,000 for 4 units in South Carolina, 3 or 4, 5, 6 blocks from the ocean. You found them, man. You're like, wow. I'm gonna show them to you. They're all over the place. Can you just go to my computer? Okay. This is just one dumb source, a terrible source of where you would look. This is a terrible source. I'm just showing you the worst source. And this is the number of 4 unit. Did we do 4 on this, Annie? Yeah, those are just 4 units around America that you could go buy right now. Okay, let's say these were $320,000. I could buy this deal right here with $16,000. Oh my God, where am I going to find $16,000? It's going to make you 800 grand. Now, can you find it? You're like, I can't. I don't have 16,000. If you knew it was going to make 800 grand, would you find it? Bro, you'd be selling bicycles, watches, cars. You'd be like, I can find it now. See, you got to know the target, not the problem. Okay? The problem is never your solution, ever. It is always the target. When the target's big enough, okay, and awesome enough, protected with downside, meaning how am I going to lose? Let's say you don't get the 1,000 and you only get 400. You make 400,000. If you could make 400,000 on a $16,000 investment, could you find the 16? Probably. Okay. How many of you agree you could find it? So today and tomorrow starts at 9 a.m. Nobody's going to say they don't have any money. What you're going to do, rather than saying, I don't have the money, I don't have the know-how, I don't have the credit, I'm not sure about what I'm doing, you're going to be like, hey, if the target's big enough, I'll figure it out. Oh, if you did this 10 times in your career, you'd have $8 million, okay? I don't have time to do it. No, you don't have a target big enough. So you have an excuse that you don't have time or money or you don't know it, okay? Now me, I'm motivated. I don't know about you guys, but I'm motivated. I want to change the quality of my life, the quality of my family's life, and the quality of the people around me. And I want to win. I like winning. So remember, there's only 7 ways to get rich. The 7 ways to get rich if you just got here, most of which will never happen to you. And if they do happen to you, you'll probably hate it. Inheriting money would be probably the most awful thing that anybody could do to actually earn money. Okay, oh man, I got rich. Yeah, but you don't know anything. You don't know anything. You have no competence. You have no confidence. You have no certainty about money. You probably feel like some kind of PTS syndrome, like, why did I get it and other people are poor? Okay, you could marry money. Okay, that's going to be freaking awful. I'd do it. I'll be honest with you right now. I should have found some rich woman to marry, richer than me. I knew one of them. I should have married Trish. Boom, $2 billion. Put up with her bullshit every day, and bang, bang, $2.2 billion, and I got in control and figured out some way to kill her. Okay, number 3. Start a business, okay? Starting a business is the most awful thing you will do in your lifetime. It is a pain in the ass. Most of them fail. They only last 7 years. Most people never create wealth doing this. Number 4, buy a business, okay? Yeah, cool. Now you got to have a lot more strategy than what I'm showing you today. Buying apartments is way, way easier. Getting a loan on an apartment deal, 4 units, is easier than getting a loan on a business. I promise you, by 50x. You could make investments. A lot of people have gotten rich making investments, okay? And a lot of investment firms have gotten rich offering investments. In fact, the investment firms have done better than the investor.
Regardless of the outcome.
Yeah, regardless. You could get lucky. Problem with getting lucky is it's not repeatable. And number 7, you could do what I'm telling you right now. This is a simple way to create wealth. Now, 8 reasons why real estate has made so many wealthy people. Number 1, we're on page, I don't have a page number. Yeah, 3. We're on page 3 of your workbook. If you download your workbook, your notes will be stored. Number 1 reason the real estate I'm showing you today will work is because passive income. Number 2, long-term appreciation. Over long periods of time, the value of the real estate goes up. Number 3, tax benefits. The tax benefits are tremendous with these assets. This is why wealthy people get rich. Wealthy people get rich because they make investments, and 2, because they know how to avoid the IR and the ESSA. When you buy a, how much did we say that building was going to be? 300,000. That building was going to be $300,000 when we bought it. What did we say it was? 80 times. Yeah, $320,000. This building's probably going to come with a $100,000 tax write-off at purchase. Okay, so this building's also going to probably throw off. What did we say it was going to throw off in that example? Was it a 6? $18,000 of cash flow a year. This is how the tax write-off works. This $18,000 of passive income is not taxable until you get back to the 100. So you bought it for 300. You got this weird little tax loophole called a depreciation or a write-off. Okay.
5.5 years, no tax.
For 5.5 years, you can earn 5.5 years. You can earn $18,000, $1,500 a month, and not pay taxes on that. Now, if you're earning $80,000 or $90,000 a year at your job, and you start earning another $1,500 a month, by the way, $1,500 a month for the rest of your life, that's great money. $1,500 is rents grow. The first 5.5 years is not taxable, and then later it will only be taxed at like 19%. After the 5.5 years, after you recoup or hit your depreciation, that $100,000 number. All right, let's see. I'm on. What was I on? Why real estate makes so many rich people? Okay, passive income. Oh, I'm on passive income. Okay, number 2, long-term appreciation. Okay, if you look at this thing, will just keep going forever. No, there's no way. If you look at the long-term appreciation of this kind of real estate, it just does this over long periods of time. In fact, you can go back from 1945, this is rental income we're talking about today, 1945, and you're going to see the rents in this country kind of just doing this, going up slightly over long periods of time. Let me see what the rents were in 1945.
1950.
When? Yeah, 1950, so this is 50, and the rents were what? $250 a month. Today, those are $2,000. Okay, now you're like, wow, that didn't really go up that much in 75 years. I know everybody complains about this. The average price of a home went up 57 times. Okay, so you could probably buy that building that we just talked about. By the way, it could have been around since 1950. I can show you buildings today that have been around 1950. They were renting for $250 and they're $2,000. Now you're like, yeah, that's not really that much. That doesn't seem like that is that much to me. It's 8.5 times. The rent went up 8.5 times. But what did the value go up? See, this is the rent, not the value. Now I gave you the formula. If you bought this thing 50 years ago, let's say there's 4 units. And you put, I don't know, $1,000 down back in 1950. That's what your grandpa probably got, might have been given the damn thing. Nobody wanted it. I don't want rental property shit. Somebody died, passed it on to the kid. The kid took it, right? So what's the new value? 4 times 1750 times 12 divided by 0.06. What do you got?
I got 160,000.
I have $1.4 million.
Oh, I did the old math.
That's the new value of the increased rents. Just the increase in the rents, okay, this rental increase that I had nothing to do with, by the way, it was the marketplace, inflation, things changing, dollars being printed and going down in value, it just naturally swung me into the wealth class. Okay, I made $1.4 million of new value. That's not the original value. Okay, you're like, well, why are you separating the two? Because the original value you paid for 70 years ago. Who cares? This thing's been making you money for years, or your family money for years. Now, I want to ask you guys, how many of you know some older person, grandpa, an uncle, somebody in your neighborhood who has something like this? You've known them for years, some acquaintance. My uncle had 80 units, Section 8, 80 units. He owned them for 70 years. Okay? Section 8. Section 8 means he would pick the government basically collected the money and gave it to him. He had 80 units times $250 a month times 70 years. Do the math. If the rents never went up. He bought all these almost with no money. I'm talking about nickels. Here, man, here's $200, you can have it. These are still available today, by the way. I got $19,200,000 in cash flow. How many of you got that number? That's just the cash flow. 80 years, he was paid $19 million from 1950 to 2025. Him and his family were paid on 250 rents. What'd y'all get? Just the cash flow. Okay, I'm going to take 80 units. Remember, what's the most important number in real estate? The number of units. 80 units times 250. See, you guys aren't sure how to do your math, so you got to think longer than I do. Times 12.
Times 70 years or 80 years?
Yeah, 250. 250 times, it's 80 units times 70 years.
Okay, so
250 times 80 units times 12 times 70.
16.8.
I'm sorry, I did it wrong. $16.8 million in cash flow. That collected rents from the government. But what you didn't remember is that this rent in 1950 didn't stay 250. Okay? Now the government's paying. I know government paying Section 8 housing in Los Angeles, California today, $3,600. Guy collects a check for $3,600 from the government, not from the renter. Okay, do I have your full attention? Why do you want to invest in real estate? Why do you want to pay attention to this? 1, passive income. 2, long-term appreciation that you really don't have anything to do with. You need to circle the word long there. Long is not 3 years. Long-term appreciation, okay? I'm not talking about the next 3 years. You could have flat rents. You could have 3 years of flat rents in America where no rent increase, no rent increase. 25, no rent increase. 26, no rent increase. 27, boom, 10%. That's how it really works. It doesn't work that every year we get a rent increase. Number 3, the tax benefits are enormous, okay? Number 4, leverage. When he bought these 80 units, he probably put nothing down and financed most of the asset, okay? The first deal that I ever bought, I bought a deal. It was $78,000. This is called leverage. I'm just explaining to you. I put $3,000 down, okay, and I financed $75,000. That's leverage. I used $3,000 to buy an asset worth $78,000. I took garbage cash, trash, cash, fiat, made up, infinite amounts of it, infinite. They can keep printing it forever and ever and ever. When they're done printing it, they're just going to destroy it and go print some other fiat. So it's endless. We've been doing fiat since shells and donkeys, and it's all bullshit made up, okay? But we're buying something real right here that cannot be easily replaced. 21, 22, 22nd Street, there's one of those. Now, the whole neighborhood might look the same, but there's one of that asset. And many of those assets are already owned or occupied, okay? They say that we have 5 million. I don't know that I believe this. You hear the government constantly saying we're short 5 million homes in America, and that's why the price keeps going up. Well, actually, that's not why the price keeps going up, but the reason the price of everything keeps going up is because we keep printing fiat cash. And as you print more money, the value of everything real will go up, okay? Number 5, equity. The reason this real estate creates wealth for families is this house right here, okay? I'm gonna show, damn it. It's the one I took out too. Let me see. That's all right. 1117 Sheffield. Let's see if it comes up. 1117 Sheffield. Yeah. 11. This is the house I was just telling you about. 1117 Sheffield. 17 Sheffield. All I had to do was leave you guys. There it is. Okay. It's even better to see it in real time though, okay? This house, I'm explaining to you right now, leverage. Okay, and equity buildup, right? So watch. And you're gonna do this. Everything I'm telling you guys, you're gonna end up doing yourself. Man, that thing's dark, okay? But watch, I bought a $78,000 house. Oops, 78,000. I put $3,000 down. I financed, this is called debt, $78,000, okay? Now, as I own this asset, I bought this in what was the year, Jared, you remember? 80, 90? No, it was, I'm 30 years old. No, I'm 28 years old, so it's 1983, okay? I put a loan of $75,000. It's a 30-year loan, okay? And I'm gonna collect rents on it of $550 a month. I think the loan was $350. I'm collecting $200 of cash flow a month. And at 30 years, by the year 2013, the loan will be zero. This is called equity buildup, okay? It's gonna go up in value. Today it's the same 1,800 square feet. It's still 3 bedrooms. It's still 2 baths. It's still brick. It's got a black roof on it. The windows are in exactly the same place they were when I bought it. It is exactly the same size as when I bought it. The tree in the front yard is just 30 years bigger than it was. The sidewalk that was on the property is still the sidewalk that's there now. Like, you understand, the lawn is the lawn, outside of them throwing fertilizer on it every year. My point is, it's been there since 1955, not 1981. There's been 2 owners of it, the guy before me and me. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's still there. The cash that I used to buy it, I have no clue where it is. Now, today's estimated value is $684,000. What did I pay for it? Who knows what I paid for this asset? Let me see in the chat, okay? Andy, you've been here too many times. Yes, no, I did not pay $84,000, Michael Lamb. I paid $3,000. I used $3,000 leverage to find $684,000. And 30 years after I put a loan on it, what do I owe? Zero, okay? That is called equity buildup because the renter paid the debt down. The renters basically paid off the bank $75,000. So the next time you guys see Dave Ramsey, say, bro, you say all debt is bad debt, but Grant Cardone's got other people paying his debts off. So how is that bad debt? All right, principal pay down. Number 6, multiple exit. Number 7, I'm gonna explain that later. There's so many different ways to make money in this. One way is to sell it, okay? But that's not the best way. I'll show you some other ways to exit and make money. And the eighth one is it's an inflation hedge. Meaning as they print more money, and I suggested this early, as they print more cash, the value of real assets will normally and naturally, organically go up in value. Okay? Now what you don't need, I just want to crack some myths about real estate. What you don't need, that many of you believe you do need, but don't. What you don't need in real estate is a license. So all you real estate brokers out there that flunk your test 6 times, investing in real estate would be better for you if you have a lower IQ. Okay? I'm just saying, if you flunk that test 3 times, like, come on, you got a study problem. Like, if it took you 9 months to get the test done, you have a study problem. You do not need a license to buy real estate. Number 2, you do not need a permit to buy real estate. Number 3, you do not need a degree to buy real estate. Number 4, you don't need money, you don't need credit, and you don't need experience. Okay, I'll tell you one thing you do need, or actually I'm gonna tell you 3 things you need. No, I'm gonna tell you, 3 things you have to have. 3 things that you must have to buy real estate, okay? Number 1, you gotta have confidence. Probably the most important thing in the game is the confidence. 2, you need an asset, meaning a deal. What is the deal? What is a good deal? What is a bad deal? But I need a deal. I need an asset. So I got to have confidence. I got to have an asset. And 3, okay, the third thing you would have to have is you would have to have some kind of network and knowledge. You don't have to have all the knowledge. I could be your network, by the way. Okay, a mentor program could be a network. A club could be a network where people meet. Like you have a golf club, you have a boating club. My kid was in a rowing club. You could be in a real estate club where you have a network of people that have knowledge of where the assets are and they have confidence about the underwriting. Because let's face it, you're not going to leave here today with complete confidence. You're going to leave here today hopefully with like, okay, dude, I need to learn this. Okay, good. The next thing you need to do is this. Hey, where are the assets? Okay, where are the assets? How do I find the assets? Because without an asset, you're not going to buy anything. So let me just show you, for those of you who think it's impossible to buy anything right now because everything's priced to the stratosphere and you're like, oh my God, I can never afford anything. Okay, stop it. Stop this craziness that you're telling yourself. None of it's true. You're just telling yourself stuff that other people are telling you that aren't buying real estate. I'm buying real estate and I'm telling you it's the greatest correction moment in my lifetime and your lifetime. Pay attention to it. The problem is I'm getting too close. So, okay. Okay, so let's see. I want to go to favorites. I just pulled these up this morning. Okay. Jared, how do I pull the favorite thing up?
It's the next tab over.
Okay. All right. Let's just get underneath this a little bit. No, Johnny. Johnny, just pull this in. Pull this in. Let's just. Okay. All right. Yeah, don't you think that's gonna be better? Okay, so I'm going to show you guys. We got a little operation going on over here. Okay. Something changed on it, but it's fine. Okay, so here's the deal. Now, Jared, why when I'm clicking on this, they're not?
Here, let me see.
Click on that. See. Oh, okay. Okay, here's the deal.
Just gonna have to go back.
Yeah, exactly. Here's the deal in Duluth, Minnesota. This is listed right now, 117th West 3rd Street. 10 units, and it's $400,000. Okay, this is straight up stealing. Now, if I was in Duluth, Minnesota, and I'm 30 years old, 25 years old, bro, I'm trying to figure out how to buy this. Okay, because imagine. I don't even know if this is a good location or not. It almost doesn't matter at this price. Jared, have you ever heard me say that? It literally almost doesn't matter. At this price, it doesn't even matter if it's a good location. 10 units. What are the rents? You guys tell me what you think the rents are of this little deal. I'm not going to even show you the interiors of it. I mean, does it really matter? What if it's shitty, what would the rents be? 1,000? That's a little high. Let's say $600. I saw a 600 down there. That's $60,000 a month. Is that right? 10 times? No, 6,000, right? 6,000. Yeah, $6,000 a month. Shit. $72,000 a year in income. Okay, you could probably operate that thing for 25% of those expenses. That's going to be what, $16,000, $17,000 a year in expenses, and I got $55,000. What? Yeah. What's the expenses? 17 grand?
18,000.
Okay, sorry. Okay. It's producing free cash of $54,000 a month. They want, what do they want for that deal? 300 grand? $400,000. They want $400,000. Okay. Now, on this deal, because it's 100 units, I happen to know you're going to need about 100 grand to buy that deal. You're like, I don't have 100 grand. No, guys. Like, you understand right here? You're making $54,000. 54,000 divided by $300,000 equals an 18% return a year if you pay cash. Okay, this deal is a screamer. Okay, you could literally, I'll show you what I would do with this deal. Because you don't have the 100 grand, I would go to one person that's busy. They need to be busy, but they have 100 grand. They got their dental practice, a chiropractor, doctor, dentist, whatever. And they're like, I have 100 grand, but I don't have the time. And you're going to be like this. Look, give me 100 grand. I'm going to buy the asset. I'm going to guarantee you the first 10%. So your money makes $10,000. Over 5 years, you earn $50,000. 50% of your money. I'm even showing you how to do the pitch right now. You're going to give me 100 grand. I'm going to guarantee you 10% a year on your money. $10,000 times 5 is $50,000. In 5 years, you earn 50% of your money, and you still have your 100. Okay, and you earn 50. And I'm going to do a 50-50 split with you on everything above the 10%. And he's going to be like, okay, I'm going to do everything. I'm going to buy the deal, find the deal, fund the deal, manage the deal, pick up the checks, handle the bullshit, fix the carpets, paint the place, put the gutters on, everything. I do everything, bro. And he's going to be like 50-50. Okay, but I really wanted a 60-40, 60-40 for me, but 60-40 for me, 40 for you because you already got your 10, but I just want, I'll do a 50-50 you want to. And the guy says, no, dude, I want you to make money. We'll do a 60-40 as long as I get my 10, okay? And he got it. Nobody else saw the little pull I did there, okay? I gave him 50 and then said, really, I wanted 60, but I'll do it for 50. And the guy's like, hey, you're already paying me here, dude. If you can do that, because money wants to do this. Money wants you to do well because then you get 60. I want to encourage you to get more. He feels good about it. Now watch. What's this property worth now? What did we say it's paying? It's 300 grand right now. It's 300,000. It's just because the market's bad right now. Okay, it's not going to be worth 300,000 in the future. We said the rents were what, 600? Let's say the rents can go up $200 a month on this deal times 10 times 12, and let's say it's occupied what is it, 10 units? Let's say it's occupied at 90%. Can y'all do that math? 200 times 10 times 12 times 0.90, huh?
21,600. Yeah.
That's 21,600. Same number I got. Jerry, you're so good at math. Sherry's good at it too. Some of you just slow, okay? Divided by 0.0, let's say 8. I'm gonna divide by a 0.08. Okay, we made an extra $270,000. Well, that's not the million you promised. Bruh, we only paid 300. 300, and I just increased the value of it, $270,000. I didn't put any money down, somebody else did. Watch this. I give him his 100 back, I give him his cash flow, and we do a 60-40 on $270,000 because I'm gonna sell this piece of junk and get rid of it. Okay, I make 40% on I make 60% on $270,000, which means I made, that'd be $176,000 or thereabouts. How much is it, Jared? Let's see how close I am. 60% times 270.
62.
Okay, I was wrong. I make 162 grand. I put no money in it, and the part y'all left out is the cash flow increased. Okay, so the $800 a month isn't cash flowing at 10%. 800 times 10 times 12 times 0.90 times 12. Did I do 12? 12. $622,000 a year. 10 times 800 times 12 times 0.90 times $86,000 a year times 0.75 equals, it's cash flowing $64,000. It's got $64,000 of cash flow. I promised him 10%. So I even get a split on the cash flow. You're gonna get positive cash flow every month for your investor, get it for yourself, you get to pay him back, and you get to walk away with a couple $100 grand on your first deal. If you could change the rents more than that, the deal could be worth more money, okay? The problem with this deal is it's just too small. But I'm showing you there's deals out there, okay? Easy deal to do. Let me go back to another deal here. Jefferson Place, Washington, Pennsylvania. Okay, look at this beautiful little deal. 4 units. Gorgeous little deal.
19 units, 500 grand.
This is 19?
Yeah.
Oh man, how do we get to the 19? Where's my 4s at?
They're in that list.
Okay. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, here's 4 units. This is a 16 unit package actually. He's got 4 units right here and 4 more buildings with 4 more units. And this deal is $35,000 a unit. Now there's a thing called the 1% rule. I pulled this up because it's on Grand Avenue. I thought it was appropriate. Okay. The 4 unit deal, $141,000. By the way, you could buy this with $6,000. Here's an old raggedy deal for you guys that like to do fixers, okay? This thing's $78,000 a unit. You could buy this with $15,000. See what the rents are on this little thing. This is up in Syracuse. My kids were up there this weekend. See if there's a package on this. No, there's the lady's name. You can call her. Boston House in Cedar, where is this? Cedar Rapids, Iowa. So you know there's some drug addicts there. This thing's $49,000 a unit. It's probably cash flowing $45,000 a year. With if you paid cash for it, it would pay you $4,000 a month to own this asset. The rents, let me just see the rent roll here. All the data's in here, by the way. Look at this. The rents are $500 a month for this place. Tell me I can't raise the rents on this $150. From $600 to $750. What choice do they have? The people that own this thing or that rent there are not going to have a lot of choices to go somewhere else and rent. So I'm just showing you again all the opportunities available right now in the marketplace. Let me see if I can find a few more for you if you're not convinced. Montgomery, Alabama. Okay, little brick dwelling close to historic downtown Montgomery, beautiful part of the country, fourplex, rare gem, $50,000 a unit. Okay, what would it cost to buy that deal, Jared?
10 grand.
Maybe $6,000, $6,000 to $10,000. Do I have your full attention, folks? Okay. Now, what do you need to do to get that deal to make $1 million? You'd have to raise the rents. Or own it for a long period of time and the rents get raised. Okay, let me see. Let me find another deal for you here. And I said earlier, this is not even a good site to find deals. I'm taking probably one of the worst sites in the world to find deals. This is a cute little deal. Upside opportunity for next investor to bump rents as they currently average below $150. The guy's literally telling me, bro, here's your deal, okay? They're telling me what I can raise the rents. I could buy this deal for $20,000, 7 units, and let's see what the math would be, okay? Help me out here, everybody. Let's see how good you guys are at math, okay? 7 units, and he's saying the rents are $150 too low. I don't know if that's true or not, but let's just find out. 7 times 150 times 88 times 12 times 0.88. 7 times 150 times 0.88 times 12 divided by 0.07. Cap rate 7. I could buy this deal and make $158,400. This is a net profit on the deal. Net profit. Okay? So how much money do I need to buy the deal? I need $20,000. 20K turns into $158,000. Do I have your full attention? Now, where are the deals? What's a good deal? What's the problem with that deal? Why didn't somebody else buy that deal? If it's such a good deal, why didn't somebody else grab it? If it's such a good deal, why did it end up in a bank? These are all the things that are going to go through your head. Oh my God, your uncle's going to tell you, if it's so good a deal, why didn't somebody else grab it? Dumb. Okay? Because there's a lot of dumb people that aren't looking at deals. All they're looking at is their bills. What heals all bills is the deals. Okay? What you want to look for is the meals and then the bills. Okay? Okay, and that comes from knowing what you want to do. You want to get your time to earn money, take the money, and do not drop it off at the bank. Instead, store it at the bank and then get it into these assets. It's the only thing you guys should be studying the rest of the year. Okay, now here's some mistakes that I made early on. I want to get to a Q&A at some point, right? Where do we want to break that?
A couple more.
Okay, good. Mistakes that I made early on that I don't want you guys to make, and I thought we'd put it right here so that you can, so that you guys can like avoid some of the stupidness that comes with being a rookie. Let's face it, when you're brand new at something, you're stupid. Okay, you don't know, you don't have confidence. If you're trying to do a 4-square dance, or you're trying to learn backgammon, okay, or gin, okay, you're slow. Like these are simple games. Like Monopoly, like any of these games can be very, very simple, but if you've never played before, you're going to be slow and you're going to be awkward. Okay, number one biggest mistake, and because you're slow and awkward, you're going to be more careful. And unfortunately, in real estate, you're going to be penalized for that. And these are some of the mistakes that I made. Number one, I started too small. In 1983, I bought 1 unit. 1983, I bought 1 unit. 30 days later, I bought 1 more unit. 3 years later, I bought 48 units. Okay, you're like, why did it take you so long to buy your third deal? Because I needed to learn something. I did not know what I was doing. 1 unit, 1 unit. I'm like, okay, how many times can I do this? 1 unit, 1 unit. Well, I could have done it. My uncle did it. It took him 80 years. 80 years, okay? I did 1 unit, and then I started studying. What am I doing wrong? Because one of these people moved out. If you have 2 units and one person moves out, you're 50% occupied and you're negative cash flow. And you're going to hate yourself and you're going to hate being in real estate. You're gonna be like, oh my God, I can't pay the rents. I gotta evict the lady. I gotta go to the courts. You're gonna hate it. It's terrible. My third deal was 48 units, and I made almost $5 million profit. Okay. I wouldn't have made $5 million of profit if I'd have owned those other 2 units for 30 years. I made $5 million on one deal in 37 months. So I'm just telling you, starting too small is a big mistake. Number 2, wrong location. When you buy the wrong location, you're stuck with the wrong location, and nothing could change the location. You can't paint the location. You cannot fix the location. You can't roof the location. You can't make the location hip and cool. You cannot change a bad location. You're stuck with it forever, and the next buyer will be stuck with it forever, okay? Number 3, I wasted time on single family. I should not have been doing single family, despite the VA loan, despite the FHA loan, despite the HUD loan, despite the Fannie Mae loans. Leave them alone, folks. They're not going to make you money. In fact, if you look at what a single family home has appreciated, single family home, yeah, you can grab it. Home appreciation. Thank you. 30 years adjusted for inflation. Over 30 years, a single family home, you can read this, Johnny? They can see it? Yeah. A single family home's value typically appreciates more than inflation, but the rate of appreciation can vary significantly. Historically, the average annual rate for the U.S. homes has been around 4%, meaning a home purchase for $100,000 in 67 would be worth $1 million in 2024, adjusted for inflation. Okay, you earn 4%, maybe, okay, until you're in a downturn. Okay, ask the people in Santa Monica, California, how they feel about their appreciation. Their appreciation was they bought a house for $500,000. They thought it was worth $5 million. It burnt to the ground. They don't have an appreciation. They got nothing, dude. They have a liability. Okay, most of the homes in this country will not even hit 4%. Adjusted for inflation, which is about 3 to 3.5, you made a half a point owning a single family home that never provided you with income. So this thing right here says this is not a great deal. Now watch this. The average home appreciation over 30 years is probably going to say 1%, 3.8% in 1 year. By the way, they kick out all the data that talks about during the global reset. What's it called again?
GFC.
GFC. Oh my God, he's got those acronyms down. Okay. Millions of people. What's it called again?
GFC.
Global financial crisis.
During the Great Recession. Okay, none of these people tell you what I'm reading right now. Approximately 5 million people were foreclosed on between 2008 and 2013. Foreclosed, you understand what foreclosed means, right? I lost my home and I can't buy anything for 7 years. And I lost all the money I had in it. Okay, that's the fact of single family homes. This has never happened in the asset class that I'm talking about. There's never been 5 million 4-unit, 8 units, 14 units, 40 units go back to banks. The foreclosure rate on these multifamily deals is so much lower than a single family home, and that's why Fannie Mae is so aggressively lending on this asset class. Okay, number 4, using short-term leverage. Short-term leverage is like 1 year, 2 year, 3 years on your loan. Number 5 mistake I made: raising money or not raising money. Not raising money from friends and family and associates and other people. Okay, I made that mistake. Number 6, I treated it like a side hustle rather than a main hustle. I was putting more attention on my main job. It wasn't that I put more attention on my main job. I didn't give this thing the same attention as my main job. And I could have, by the way. I was working 8, 9 hours a day. I could have put 8 or 9 hours into the real estate, and I would still have 7 hours to sleep. I was single, had no kids, no responsibilities. I could have worked at work for 10 hours. I had a job that paid me good money. I was getting good at the job, and so it paid me good money. And then, what is that, 10 hours? Even if I worked there 10 hours, and then I got 7 hours, 17 hours to work on real estate. I still got 7 hours to sleep. So, you know, all you guys that work 10-hour days, yeah, I remember when I was a part-timer. Okay, number 7, I got momentum and I stopped. I bought like 3 or 4 deals and then I stopped. I pulled back because I had this idea that I was going to grow too fast and fall. This is a mistake I made. And number 8, biggest mistake I made, and probably because it just wasn't available then.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, is I didn't get any mentoring. Particularly in the very, very beginning, the first 2 years, I just did what was in front of me, and I should have gone and reached out to some people and said, hey, dude, what am I doing right? What am I doing wrong? What would you do different? I didn't get mentoring. So congratulations to everybody here today that's getting mentoring. These numbers are kind of got some gaps in them, okay? It looks weird, man. Guy had a little, okay? Okay, real estate myths on page 6. All real estate is created equal. It is not. Number 2, real estate is a management problem. Why have real estate in there again? We know we're talking about real estate. Number 3, loans are hard to get. They're not. This is the easiest loan this is easier than getting a car loan. The only thing easier than getting a loan for real estate would be maybe getting a MasterCard.
Can you tell them why?
And you know why they call it MasterCard, right? Because you're a slave. And they're the master. MasterCard. Leave them alone, folks. They're 25%. Okay? This loan is very easy to get. And the reason it's easy to get is because they know the asset is going to produce income to pay the loan. In fact, they won't give you the loan if it doesn't support the loan. They're not actually giving you the loan. They're giving the structure. That deal, that 38 units that I bought, 48 units. I bought 48 units. 48 units. It was, that deal was $1,950,000. I went to the bank and the bank said, we will give you $1,650 loan on this. Huh? $1,650,000 loan. All I had to do was figure out how to come up with $300,000. I didn't need to figure out how to come up with $1.9 million. I knew the asset was a great asset, okay? It's a beautiful building, blue, had 48 units, all full, by the way, all full all the time. The rents were like $650, $700 a month. I knew they were under rented. Vista, California. Property is still there today, 40 years later, still there. And I'm like, I got to come up with 300 grand, okay? Where do I find 300 grand? I started banging cards. I actually got a card so I could put money on it. This deal would end up making me almost $5 million. So the bank, this bank that was willing to give me this loan said, look, you need to have this put in an LLC. Great. Can you tell me what that is? Because I didn't know. They didn't care that I didn't know, by the way. They were happy that I asked, hey, man, I don't know what you're talking about. They didn't care that I didn't know. They just wanted to know that I could manage this asset, not afford the asset. So they said, that's fine, bro. Our legal department will help you with this. And they built the LLC for me. And then they said, you're required now to take what we created for you, and you need to go to a lawyer and get your lawyer to say this is all right for you. I said, no, I trust you. They said, no, you have to go to a lawyer, okay, because that gave separation. Again, I didn't know anything about anything. And I'll show you the property. Let's see, is that it? That's it today, by the way. You could drive by there today, 30 years later. I bought this in 1983. It is what are we in, 2000?
92, I think.
92? That's 33 years ago, 33 years ago. Asset's still there. It's still blue. Still has that stairwell. It still has the white borders. Okay. It's still full. It's still 48 units. It's still in the same location. Now, around the location has changed. The retail is better. There's more cars, bigger population. People earn more money. And one other thing that changed, the value of the property and the rents. But all the other stuff is the same, folks. It's been there 40 years making somebody money. That property's worth $20 million today. And it's probably a good deal today, as good a deal today, right now, as it was then. In fact, let me see what it would be worth today. What are the rents on this little beast? What would the rents be? Let's see.
They're $18.50.
No, I think they're more than that. All the data will be down here somewhere. That's the other beautiful thing about real estate is almost all the data can be found with a little bit of research. Cedarwood. It's not for sale.
Price range.
Where's the rent range? Built in 1989, by the way. I bought it from the builder. The builder paid $5 million. I paid $1.9 million. Okay, that's called under replacement cost. If you can get under replacement cost, you know going in, you only have upside. Now, I can't find it there, so watch what I'm gonna do. Cedarwood. Watch how fast all this is. And this is the kind of things you're gonna be doing in the beginning. Cedarwood Apartments, Vista, California, rental. The rents are $17.95 to $19.25. You get a big gold star. Okay.
That's starting at.
$18.50.
2 and 3 bedrooms are probably more than that, so call it $2,000.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go $2,000. Let's do the math. 2,000 times 48 times 0.9 times 12. Did I do the whole rents? Yeah. Now I'm gonna have to do times 0.75 here. I haven't given you this math yet to figure out the value. Divided by 0.0525. Yeah, property's probably worth $14 million today. Okay. Now I bought it for $1.9 million. I could have just stayed there, got cash flow from it for 40 years, and today it'd be worth $14 million. Now watch what I would do if that happened. This is the wealth multiplier on real estate. Mind-boggling. This is the part Jared loves the most because he's had an experience with it. Let's say I own that property for $1.9 million. I put $350,000 down. I own $1,600,000. Another mistake I made, by the way. I sold assets I shouldn't have sold. That was 19. When did I buy it?
91, I think.
Okay, 91. So I own. Let's say pretend I owned it now for 33 years. So what do I owe on it?
Nothing.
This is zero. I go to the marketplace today. It's worth $14 million. How much is that a door? 14 divided by 48.
291.
Yeah, it'll sell for at least that. Yeah. Let me see. The rents are 2,200. Yeah. How much?
2291.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. It's going to sell for $14 million. Okay. Now, I'm going to go to a lender. I owe nothing. I have earned. What are the rents right now? $1,850? $2,000. You guys got to understand, for the last 10 years, just 10 years, well, it's been paid off what? 30 years, 1991, 2021. It's been paid off for 4 years, right? So for 4 years, I've earned 48 times 4 times 2,000 times 12 times 0.75. I've earned, in the last 4 years, $3.5 million in free cash flow. Cash, 300 grand a month. No, 4 years, so like $30,000 a month. Cash flow, because I have no debt on the deal anymore. So in the last 4 years since it was paid off, I earned $3.5 million in cash. What did I put down? $350,000? I 10x my money in 4 years because I waited. Are you guys getting this? Now watch. The bank comes to me and says, Grant, man, we noticed that you have a property paid for. We would like to give you a loan because you're a great borrower and you invest in great assets. Okay, good. I like the conversation. Where are we going here? Grant, we can give you a loan, a low interest 5% loan today. I could get a 5% loan. I'm thinking I could get a loan here for 2,000. I'm just doing some of my home math right here, okay? I'm brewing in the chem lab, okay? Times 48 times 12, it's $1 million times 0.75. Let me see. What am I thinking here? Divided.
60% would be 8.4 million.
Huh?
60% would be 8.4 million.
Okay, yeah. Let's do that. Let's do 60%. Let's go 65%. I can get 5% interest only the entire loan.
9.1.
The bank's going to say, Grant, we would like to give you a loan for $9.1 million against the property. It will still cash flow and make you probably 7% a year. And we're going to cut you a check. Are you guys paying attention to this? So watch this, you guys in the audience. They're going to give me a check for $9.1 million. I made $3.5 million in the last 4 years. For 30 years, a lot going on, guys. Very distracting. $300,000. I've been making $42,000 a year for 30 years. Yeah. They're going to give me a check for $9.1 million right here. Jared, you want to tell them about the tax event here?
Yeah, the best thing about this $9.1 million is that you pay zero tax on it.
Yeah, I'm going to get a check for $9.1 million. I still own the asset in totality, okay? Remember that 50-50 deal I did with my investor, Annie? Or I did the 60-40, depending on which way he wants to go? Half of that money's mine. Half of the 3.5 million is mine. Half of the cash flow for 30 years is mine. And I didn't put any money down. I just need to find the right deal at the right time at the right price, okay? All right, back to page 6. You need good credit. This is a myth. You do not need good credit. The property needs to be a good asset. You don't need any credit, okay? Number 5, you need money. You don't need money, okay? You will need some money from someone, but it doesn't have to be your money, so don't be limited by your money. Number 6 is complicated. Actually, this is the simplest, dumbest, lowest IQ thing you'll ever do in your lifetime. If you guys can code on the internet, fucking make a landing page, change a fucking graphic. You can do this shit. Like this stupid business right here. Some of the dumbest people I've ever met in my life are some of the richest investors I've ever met in my life. Simple, uncomplicated people. Who's less complicated than an apartment buyer? The people that lend you the money. They're even dumber than the investor, which is the banks. I'm talking about bankers. Bankers are the simplest hackers in the world because bankers are basically doing this. Hey, I'm getting money at 0.5%. I'm gonna lend it to you at 5 to 10%, and I have no product offering in between. Okay, this was created years ago. If you guys want to know, this guy goes over here. He wants to trade something with this guy right here. Title on something or whatever. Okay, he wants to sell this guy 10x of something. Pigs, whatever. And this guy needs a piece of paper saying he got it, he received it, and this guy needs to see a piece of paper saying he got his money. Because these guys don't trust each other. All right, maybe there's distance in between the two guys. This is Ann, and this is Bob. Okay, Ann is a man, and Bob is a woman. Everything's gotten very confusing, okay? And by the way, we can go back 1,500 years. This Ann doesn't trust Bob to get the money, and Bob doesn't trust Ann that the money's any good. So what happened was a third party was created to be escrow and validate and stamp that this event happened so Ann can trust Bob and Bob can trust Ann and this is called a bank. And this is when the entire system got completely obliterated and has been for 1,500 years. These banks popped up out of nowhere. They had nothing to do with this exchange except they validated it and said, yep, Bob got his money and got her products. We're cool. And that was the creation of the Rothschilds and the Morgans and the Goldman Sachs. The Vanguards and the Schwabs and that are basically holding an asset class. This is going to be disrupted, by the way. Okay, this is not complicated. It's simple. Number 7, only rich people can do it. This is a myth. And number 8, you need a license. You don't need a license. In fact, you're better off not having one. I don't have a license. I've never taken a test. I don't have a permit. I bought $5.2 billion worth of real estate, and I have 0 license. All right? Okay, now, why is right now the perfect time? And then we're going to open it up to questions. Number 1, because Donald Trump won the election. Whether you like Donald Trump or not, he is every real estate investor's best friend. Number 2, tax laws are changing right now. Number 3, the market is in massive correction. I'll validate that to you in a second. Massive, massive, massive correction going on in apartments in the trillions of dollars, 3.7 trillion to be exact. Number 4, there is a glut of inventory available. I showed you 4 units, but if I go back to my map here, and I'm going to open this thing up, I'm going to remove all my filters. Clear. I'm going to look for everything, and I'm going to search. Watch this map. I need my other thing back too, by the way. Somebody, the co. Yeah. So, 3 months now. Just want it back. Hack it, figure it out. Okay. Let's see, property types. Let me see what it's telling me. How many? Oh, well, they're not telling me how many results. It's that many, they can't even tell me, okay? Like, you can pick a market. Let me pick Houston, Texas. That's Houston, okay? You don't have enough time to look at all these assets. This includes every property type, okay? Office, hotels, industrial, service, truck terminals, retail, banks, daycare centers, drugstores, freestanding, grocery, convenience, showrooms, storefronts, shopping centers, outlet centers, multifamily, garden, low-rise, mid-rise, high-rise, dormitory, manufacturing. Oh, this is good. Car washes, religious facilities, self-storage, schools, parking. Like, bro, guys, this is trillions of dollars of real estate opportunities. And guess who's going to buy it all? People like me. Not people like Blackstone. Blackstone is not your competition on that market right now. Blackstone, the big giant Camdens and Avalons and the Carlyles, these big, massive $100 billion companies are not your competition. They have been sidelined. Institutions have been sidelined. Number 5 on number 7, on page 7. Number 6, Fannie Mae is very aggressive. I just met with them, a week ago in D.C. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac want to aggressively lend on these asset classes. They lend about $130 billion a year times 0.005. If you only did 0.5% of that this year, you would be worth you would get $65 million worth of loans this year. That would be 1/2. I think it's smaller than that. What's $130 billion? If I got 1/2 of 1%, it's got to be more than that. Yeah. If you got 1/2 of 1% of the loans, you would get $650 million worth of debt this year. Okay, if you got 1%, you'd have $6 billion worth, and they would still have $128 billion to give away. It's federal money. They're giving this money away, okay? Okay. Number 7, inflation. Inflation is your friend. Tariffs are your friend, by the way. Tariffs are your friend, bruh. Like they put a tariff on Canada, Mexico, and China. Where do you think the steel and aluminum comes to build these buildings? Wood, a bunch of hard timber or soft timber coming in from Canada or Brazil. They put tariffs on that stuff. What happens to building in America? Real estate, like all assets, the value of it is based on supply and demand. Simple economics. Supply, demand. We know we have demand. In fact, we have 5 million too short. So that's a 5 million negative, short. 355 million people live here. By the way, it's probably more like 25 million that aren't affordable. It's not just about I don't have a unit. I don't have an affordable unit, and then I don't have an affordable unit in the location that I want to live in, okay? So this becomes very complicated. The supply is limited. The demand is there. The supply is down. What happens when you have that going on? That's what determines price, okay? Now, if you put a tariff on the supply to build new supply, and that goes down further, and demand is constant, price goes up again, okay? Make a note right here, replacement costs, because I'm going to be referring to it in a bit. Replacement costs is going to be one of your key indicators, okay? So there's 8 reasons you should start right now. Now, last thing, and then we're going to open up to questions, okay? This is something you should take a picture of, throw it on your X or your Instagram, delivered by Grant Cardone to you. All assets are not created equal. This looks fantastic. We should do more of this all the time, dude. It looks great. Great! Okay? Okay, now check. This thing looks so good, all right? Okay. Now, if you notice, there's apartments, SFH is single family homes, and there's stocks, and there's bonds, there's cash, and there's crypto, okay? I'm gonna make a couple corrections here. I'm certain I'm gonna, okay? Because there's no way the crypto is all red. But watch, apartments, high cash yield, equity buildup, leverage green, green means good, hard asset, tax advantages, multiple exits. The single family home, it does not have a high cash yield. Red will be meaning 0, okay? Equity buildup, yes. Leverage, slightly.
It's paid by you.
It is leverage. I mean, it's actually probably could be a greenie beanie. We could change that to green in the future. The problem is it's not positive cash flow. So you have leverage, but you don't have the cash flow. It is a hard asset. There are tax advantages, but not great ones compared to apartments. And there are no multiple exits. The only exit on a house is to sell it. Now, some people would say, yeah, you could rent it. Yeah, you could. That could be orange too. We could turn that one orange in the future, okay? Stocks, okay? Oops. Okay, stocks. Let me see, stocks. What do we have here? High cash yield? Absolutely not. That could be red. Less than 2%. On almost any dividend in America. And dividends are going away anyway. Equity buildup. Yes, could be. Leverage? Nah, I don't know, man. I guess so. You could buy it on margin. It's the riskiest leverage in the world. So that should be, you know, you ought to just do yellow and red, like a split. That'd be cool. Okay. Hard asset? Yeah, no, it's not a hard asset. Tax advantages? No, there are no tax advantages. Multiple exits? No, not at all. That's good. Bonds? High cash yield? Yeah, we could go with that. You could go high cash yield on that. We could go green on that button. Equity buildup? I don't think so. No, yeah, you're right, red. Leverage? No. Hard asset? No. Tax advantages? Maybe. Yeah, good one. Multiple exits? Absolutely not. Okay, cash? All red. Yep. All red.
What's not on here is liquidity. That might make it a little, like somebody put, this is very highly biased.
Yeah. Dude, everything I say is biased. I just want everybody to understand. There's nothing I say that's not biased. I am always biased. Anybody that says they're not biased is just either a liar or completely unconscious. I am always biased to my investments. Why wouldn't I be? I got $5 billion of this stuff. Okay, now I'm going to tell you the downside. All you got to do is ask me, but what's the downside? I can tell you. Okay, very, very difficult to get rid of. So we need to add one on here, liquidity. Real estate is not a liquid asset. Now, to me, see, I wouldn't have liquidity, I would have illiquidity, and I would say that it's positive to be illiquid. Because when you're illiquid, Warren Buffett talks about this as well, people that are liquid are dumb because they make dumb mistakes. They're like, I'm liquid, the market's going down, I can liquidate quickly, so what do? They liquidate. You shouldn't liquidate when the market's going down, okay? You need to hold when the market's going down and wait for time to be your friend. Anyway, different topic, but we'll add liquidity in the future. Okay, cash, all red, crypto. Okay, you can now get a yield from crypto, so I'd go probably yellow with that. Equity buildup, yes, absolutely equity buildup. So I'd go green with that. No leverage, hard asset. Some people would say Bitcoin's a hard asset, a digital hard. Huh?
Somebody commented that already.
Yeah, I would definitely, and I would make this Bitcoin, by the way, not crypto. Tax advantages, no, there aren't any. Multiple exits, well, I'm definitely going to create a multiple exit with Bitcoin, but you have to be very creative to do this. If you're owning one Bitcoin, there's no exit except to sell it. Okay, so that can be red too. All right, good. Now, oh God, where's the Q&A?
Next.
Wear me out, man. I want to answer some questions. Okay, let's do this last one and then we'll answer some questions. 10. Number 1, real estate is better than all those others because it protects your capital. Okay, when I buy, there's no way to erase the whole page really fast, is there, Johnny? I know, I just hate going to the next page, dude. It's worse. It's the worst thing. I just protest it so much, okay? When I take a $1.9 million asset, okay, 1.9 million, and I put $350,000 down. Okay, that's what I paid for the asset, $350. I didn't pay 1.9 million. That's what the records say. But I put $350 down. I'm only out $350. This asset protects my capital. This is my capital and my investor's capital. We're buying a deal right now, okay? It's a massive deal. And we're probably going to put in that deal, I think I shouldn't get in these big numbers. It gets confusing, doesn't it?
It's not confusing, it's just they're big numbers for people to think with.
Yeah. Okay, good. So this 350 is protected by that investment. You understand, I have to go all the way through 1.9 million. I have to go through 1.9 million to lose 350. If it cash flows, if I have no debt on it, and all I have is a positive cash flow, in this case, let's say $42,000 a year, after the debt, after the expenses, after the electric bill, after the gas bill, after the water bill, after the evictions, and I still make $3,750 a month, and my capital is being protected, that's the best of both worlds, okay, which is number 2, cash flow. You want the combination of these things. You do not want one of these things. You want all of these things. It'd be cool as a graphic in the bottom right-hand corner if these things were kind of actually in the green arrows. Number 3, long-term appreciation. It's coming, bruh. Okay, make a note on number 3. Your appreciation is coming because of rent growth. As the rents go up, rents and values go the same way. Rents go down, value goes down. Rents go up, value goes up. Number 4, tax write-offs. Dude, I can raise the rents and get cash flow and not pay anything. There's no asset class that does this. Bitcoin doesn't do it, stocks don't do it, nothing does it except this asset class. Number 5, you're leveraging using good debt. Okay, I'm basically taking a deal that's going to pay me 12% a year on my cash flow, and I'm paying 6% on my money. I'm earning 6% on $1.6 million of debt. I'm flipping the bank model. Remember, the bank takes my money and gives me 0.5% and then lends it out at 6. I'm taking bank money at 6 and earning 12. That's what I said I would do for you guys. Time gets money, money stored at the bank, take the money from the bank and go put it in one of these deals and get a loan from the bank. I'm flipping the model on the bank. All right, number 6, benefits from inflation. Inflation ain't never going away. Never, never. I'm saying ain't never because I'm trying to pronounce it correctly. I don't care who tells you they're not going to print money and who tells you they're going to control inflation. Inflation is never stopping on planet Earth. You need inflation, and the only people that don't want inflation are people that don't invest. Consumers are the ones that get banged from inflation, and the wealthy people love it. And the wealthy people, there's only one way to get wealthy. It's investing. Okay, because you already missed your shot at marriage. Okay, I'm already taken. Number 7, proven over time. Number 8, easy to access the debt. Number 9, it's extremely easy to scale. Now you can do 1 unit 10 times. That's 10 units. Or you can buy 10 units 1 time. That's 10 units. Okay, number 10, it's hard to disrupt. Okay, I know we covered a lot of information. What is that, 2 hours? I was only going to be here like 90 minutes, but clearly that's not going to happen. So let's open it up to, go ahead.
Alfredo Munoz. Let's go to Alfredo Munoz.
Now, Alfredo, I know, it got cold by the time I got there. Before you ask your question, I'm going to ask you a question, all right? What's your one takeaway? Just one thing that you're like, aha.
The volume, the key of volume. I have already some investments, but they're quite small.
Yeah.
And the importance of going big on the units is
The number of units, the scale, because you're in a
number of
bunch of
units.
smaller deals.
Yeah, I have been doing the smaller deals, and that was indeed one of
How many
questions.
small deals do you have?
8 units currently.
You have 8 separate units.
No, I have 2 fourplex.
Okay, so 2 4-unit deals. Okay, good. That's cool. That's cool. Now, he's got 2 deals. He closed 2 deals. He got 2 escrows, 2 loans to get 8 units. Guys, you understand he could have done 1 deal and gotten 80 units. He just needs to change the way he thinks about a deal. He would have done 1 appraisal, 1 loan, 1 underwriting, 1 time, and boom, scaled his portfolio. So I'm not saying it's wrong to do the 2 4s, but I'm just saying you can get to where you want to go faster by just thinking a little bigger. Okay, go ahead, and what's your question?
That was indeed related to my question. So in my area, in New Jersey, I'm finding difficulty in finding really big deals that are appealing without spending like $300 million. So my question to you is, if you had to choose between, for example, in my area, getting a deal for 25 units, or I find a deal in Alabama or in other state that is 300 units, that is interesting, which one would you go with? Would you go to Alabama and consider moving or setting up the operations there with a management company? What would be your advice if you had to choose between those scenarios?
Yeah, so I would always tell you that I'm always willing to move for the bag. You know, but most people, unfortunately, are not.
You did.
But I did. So most people are not willing to move for the opportunity because you got settled in, you're addicted, you have an addiction, your addiction is comfort, and my family, and then you got all these excuses. I got the kids, they're going to school. Who cares what school your kids go to? Shit, you want to get yourself in a position where you're rich. And then,
from the deal point of view, independently
look,
of the personal reason.
Long story. New Jersey is an unbelievable real estate market. That is a phenomenal real estate market to be in. Great barriers to entry, very, very hard to replace it, but it has a lot of challenges. You got a very blue government. They're very renter friendly. If they keep going in the direction of New York and Illinois, it's going to get worse, not better. And you're going to end up owning property that you think you own, but you can't collect the rents. So that being said, I'm just looking in New Jersey right now, and I'm going to try to find something for you. I'm going to get rid of everything but multifamily.
And the challenge in New Jersey, as you are saying, is the rent control, right? Once you go over 4 units, they start to limit what you can do with the rents, and it gets tricky.
You are missing listings.
Click the X.
Let me fix it. Yeah. What was your question? What did you say?
That the challenge that I'm foreseeing
Yeah.
in New Jersey is the law of rent control. That the moment you
Yeah,
go
but let
over
me
4
just tell you,
units,
rent
then you are
control.
limited on what
Yeah,
you can do.
rent control doesn't bother me as much as because some of the rent control laws are written to make people feel like they're helping them. They're not helping them. There's no rent control in America that actually helps anybody. The Los Angeles rent control is written like this. Nobody ever reads it. I think the rent control in LA is 5% over inflation. Okay, so if inflation is 5%, rent control is 10, which means if the rents are 2,000, you can raise $200 every year. 200 times 5 years, the rents are $3,000 in 5 years. I'll take that kind of rent control all day long. Shit, that's higher than you would actually raise the rents. So you just got to read the rent control laws and see if it's really prohibitive. Also, if it was built in the last 10 or 12 years, I don't know what the code is in LA or New Jersey, but I think in LA it's 14 years. Under 14 years old, there's no rent control and you can't put rent control on it. Now, the thing that concerns me more than rent control is the eviction process. If Sherry can rent from me and game the system, which is, I'm sick, you can't move me out, you haven't paid rent in 6 months, I'm sick today. You can't even bring them to court today. Or in California, like if it's raining, you can't evict them. So literally, if you go to court the day it's raining and there's mist in the air, rain, by the way, in California is like there's less than 1/10 of an inch. People don't even go to work. They're like, oh my God, something's falling from the sky. Okay, so so Florida, I can evict you in 30 days in Florida, have you out of the unit in 45. So I want to be in places where it's friendly. Now, I'm not going to get the rent growth, okay, in Lakeland, Florida, that I would in New Jersey. When things blow up in New Jersey, when things go up in value in New York is probably the greatest renter market in the country today. Because everybody moved to the suburbs because of COVID, and now they're coming back in because all the companies are saying, no, you need to work 5 days a week, come back to the city. And they're like, shit, I got a 2-hour drive now. And their average rents in New York City are $5,700. Okay, watch this. Like if my portfolio was in New York City, take 14,200 units times 5,700 times 12. My gross annual income would be $971 million a year. On the same portfolio, if all I did was move it to New York City. All my assets are like 30 years younger than all the assets in New York City. I got warm weather, no taxes, beautiful ocean out of every window, but I'm in a different location. So back to my question, would you move? Shit, dude, you should go build a portfolio in some part of the country, 1,000 units in Florida. Then go spend a couple years building another portfolio in Texas if you want to. Then go back to New Jersey and when New Jersey flips blue and they put sanity back in their government and they quit doing dumb shit, go back to New Jersey and buy 2,000 units. Have 1,000 in Florida, 1,000 in Texas, and 2,000 in New Jersey. Move. Follow the money, brother.
To me, the question is more about the cap rates. Obviously, in certain areas where the opportunities will be more exciting, bigger units, the cap rates are higher, therefore it's much higher risk than in a highly consolidated area.
Yeah, but the
like
higher the
Miami
cap
or
rate,
New
the lower your exit's going to be. Higher cap rates do not mean better assets, nor does it mean a better opportunity. So I wouldn't worry about that. I wouldn't worry about the cap rate. I wouldn't worry about price. I would worry about where you want, what's your target. You want to make 10 million, 100 million, a billion. You look like you're a guy that's a big thinker. The goal is your target, and then you follow the money and be willing to go to whatever market can fulfill that. See, that dude's a serious guy. Now, that guy right there, that's a guy that's perfect for a club. Because he's looking for access. He's looking for access to other possibilities, at which point he's going to go to bigger deals and more money, which at some point we all need now to have a network of more money to access. Okay, next question.
Brad Borisak. Brad.
I'm pretty new to the program, but I've just dived really heavily into this stuff. So, you talk fast, you do a lot of math. I think I understand when I was doing this for the first time, I had no idea what you were talking about, but did the master class, read your book, watched the last summit, and it's awesome. So thanks so much for taking my question. So 2 quick questions for you. You talk about your 48 unit deal.
Brad.
When you went into that as a GP, or did you start as an LP, or how did that work?
Yeah,
did
good question.
GP during that time?
Good question. I didn't know what a GP was. I didn't know what an LP was. You don't even need to worry about all that stuff, bro. You do not. Everybody complicates this stuff. Don't worry about it. It will all get worked out, okay? You're going to go to the bank with a contract that says, I'm buying 1117 Sheffield or the Cedar Woods property. The bank is going to tell you how to structure your deal, okay? So I had one piece of paper. Sherry can attest to this. I didn't, literally, I knew nothing. You don't need to know anything because this is what is going to get the loan, okay? The bank is not, the bank over here, this bank, the Bank of America, they're all snooty and everything. Here's Grant over here. When I show them this, they're not looking at me anymore. This is what they're looking at. The loan is on this. The loan is not to this guy, okay? This guy is oh, is he trustworthy? Can he pay the bills? All banks think that you're a deadbeat, okay? This is what they're looking at. This is what enhances your value to a bank, because banks can't buy assets. Banks can only lend money. You tracking me, Brad? So don't complicate it. The GP,
right,
the LP.
I'm not going to the bank as an LP though.
Well, yeah, the Grant was the GP.
You don't know how you're going to the bank. You might not need LPs, bro. Go to the bank. This is the process, okay? The process is the deal. Get the deal on the contract. Okay? You get the deal. Okay? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to send an LOI to the guy. I'm going to contact the broker. Hey, bro, I want that deal. He don't know whether you're a GP, an LP, a Jack, a Rack, a Brad, or a Grant. He don't know, okay? He don't know that you don't know anything. You contact him. 3, you love the deal, you get it under contract. Once you have a contract, you have control of that deal. Then you go to a bank. You go to the bank, you go to a lender and say, hey, I have this deal, okay? At which point the bank's going to look at the deal first. Okay, this thing underwrites for $1.6 million of debt. Then he's going to be they're going to look at you and say, okay, now, do we like the deal? Do we like you? What does that mean, do they like you? Not your credit. Have you ever done a deal, Brad?
I mean, I own my single family home in Jack's Beach.
Good. Wrong answer, okay? That's not the answer you want to give a bank. So
right, but if you have no experience, they're gonna know that you have no experience in doing deals.
No. If they knew that, they wouldn't ask you. They're gonna be like, dude, have you ever done a deal? Have you ever managed 1 unit? What are you gonna say? Yeah. Yeah, of course I have. Okay, good. Have you ever managed 48 units? No, sir, I haven't. I have not managed 48 units. That's why I'm bringing a management company on. Oh, really? Who's your management company? RPM, CA. Whatever, Gray Star. Oh, okay, cool. You're bringing Gray Star on? That's great. See, you just want to bring somebody with you. They don't care whether you're the GP or the LP. You might not need LPs. They might be willing to give you a big enough loan that you just got to raise the money and you don't need LPs. Everybody goes to get LP means a limited partner. Everybody, even in our club, thinks, I got to go get LPs. Why are you getting LPs? You don't need LPs right now. Okay, you need time to get the money to make the down payment. So,
Okay, so even on your 48 unit deal, like you did it yourself.
I did it I did it with myself. I got the loan with myself. I gave a piece to a guy to manage it.
Okay.
So when they said, who's going to manage it? I got the management team set up already. Well, who's the management team? The same company that's managing it right now, bruh. That was the easiest thing to tell them. We closed. They were still managing it. We fired them. But I already had my loan.
Yeah, fair enough.
So look,
Second
Brad,
question,
the more
Brad.
you know,
Yeah.
the more you know, the more you know, and people give you all these acronyms. Every time I'm telling you guys, every one of you, the more people give you all the acronyms, the more lost you are. You don't need them. You need one thing. The deal. A commitment to the deal. You get a commitment to the deal, you don't need to figure anything else out. The deal will, it's like a puzzle. The biggest part of the puzzle, let's say it's a 100-piece puzzle, the biggest part of this 100-piece puzzle, 90% of it is the deal. It's one big chunk. That's why people do borders. They do all the borders in a puzzle first because it's a hack. Right? It's all something similar and constant. Well, the deal in a real estate deal, the deal is the constant piece of the 100-piece puzzle. The beautiful thing in real estate is there is no 100 pieces. There's like 6 or 8 pieces. And you just got to figure out one piece at a time. Here's a chunk, the deal. Okay, now the next chunk is the letter of intent. I got to get that done so that I get control of the deal so that I can go to a bank. So I'm looking to get chunks of this thing. So don't get complicated on the way over there. Okay, next question. Hope that helps, Brad. By the way, Brad came to I think he was at our mastermind. I think he was at our 2-day event. Got on the mastermind. That's a 10-hour class, 16-hour class. The more you guys listen to this and go through this, the more you go through it, the more you're going to pick up a bunch of nuances to simplify, okay? The more you know, the more simple it's going to get because now you're going to know what to listen to and what not to bother with. Yes, sir.
Juan, you're up.
Okay, Grant. Yes, thank you. My name is Juan Bonilla or Mr. Tequila. I think
Hey,
we talked a
Mr.
couple times before.
Tequila. Bang.
Yeah. The Happy Cinco de Mayo is coming on Monday. So
Is that today?
anyway, the question for today, Rick, I just want to take off from what you just talked about the 48 units. So I do have a deal that I found. I use a calculator. The calculator, tells me that we should be offering about $9,700,000, and the deal is listed at $8.5 million. So what I want to kind of ask you is, that's the yes factor. Whenever the calculator tells you, hey, you're under that value, you should definitely take it seriously and do the letter of intention and just go for it. Or there's any other step that we should kind of look at before we commit to that particular scenario.
Well, one thing that you'll want to have for sure, Juan, is if your underwriting comes up that far above the list price, then you may want to make sure that you have the rent roll and you've talked to the broker and asked them how they're coming up with the value of the property. Because there may be data that you don't have that is factored into that. It could be, maybe they are showing, maybe you're assuming occupancy that's lower or higher than
you give me
they're
the
at right now.
situation again?
And if you have how many units is the deal?
It is 48 units.
48 units.
Yeah.
You know what the occupancy is?
Exactly. Well, I set it up at 80%. The advertisement does not show the occupancy right now. I just
What
market?
What market is it in? Where's it at? What city?
It is Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta, Georgia.
It could be 80%. So it's 40 units.
48. It's 48 units.
Okay, 48 units.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
the
what do
rent,
they want for the property?
They are looking for $8,520,000.
Okay, 8 million. And then you underwrote it and said, oh, you could pay up to 9.2 million.
Well, I use your calculator, right? I'm on the instant offer underwriting. and it comes out at 9.7 million with 80%
Yeah, okay,
occupancy.
but that's fine. But
What do you have
look,
for
you're
expenses?
never gonna offer somebody more than they want. Now,
Of course, no.
of course,
but
I know you know that, Mr. Tequila.
The
Okay,
question,
you only
the
drink
question
more
is,
than you want. You take
No,
more
no,
shots
but
than
the
you think
question
you
is-
should. You don't pay. Hang on. Okay, hold on. So now this 8.5 million that they say they want, is this thing listed? So they that might be their asking price. That might be like, hey guys, we're targeting 8.5. But give me the date on it. What are the rents?
The rent I had on Zillow comes out at $1,200 for the 1-bedroom unit and $1,500 for the 2-bedroom unit.
And where in Atlanta is it?
It's called Greenwood Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia. It's 30306. You can probably get it from your thing. It's called Virginia Highland. It's a very nice part of town. It's definitely not the best.
What's the
but-
zip code? What's the zip code?
What NOI do you have?
30306.
What NOI do you have? What's the NOI that you have?
I'm not sure what's NOI. What are you talking about?
The net operating income.
The NOI.
Okay.
I mean, how'd you figure out a value without the NOI? This is what determines what you can pay.
Sorry.
Where's
Okay.
that on the map?
It's
other-
inland. It's in town, Atlanta, east of Midtown.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, look, you got a deal. How old is it?
Druid Hills, Ponce Highland. What year was the property built?
1960.
Yeah. I mean, it's 1960, 80% occupied. You're saying the rents are $1,500. There's no swimming pool. There's no amenities. I don't know how you're getting $1,500. You got an Atlanta marketplace, a gamer's market, by the way. The renters game that market hard. That might be why your rents are 80%, because at COVID, they went nuts in Atlanta gaming the system. So you might have a rent collection problem there, but you have an old property at $1,200 rents. I can go down the street and get $1,500 right now for 2-bedroom, brand new asset in Midtown. I don't know how far away you are from Midtown. Maybe it's a great asset. I'm not even looking. Okay, I'm just going to do some math right now.
But
Hang on
again,
a second.
just-
Hang on. Let me just see if your math is right. I'm going to go ahead and figure the 1,500, which you're not going to get. Now I'm going to figure 1,250 because you're not getting 1,500 times 48 times 12. The most income you could get from that property is $720,000. At 100% occupied. But you said it's 80%, so it's only 576,000 occupied, and it's going to cost you about 30%. I'm going to give you credit and say you can only spend 30% of your money, which I don't believe is true. So your net operating income is $403,000 a year. 403. It was built in 1960, and so I'm going to give it a 6 cap, and I came up with $6,720,000. Not 9 million. So I don't know. You got some tequila math, bruh.
Now the math was on 1,500.
Dude, that's
There
funny.
you go.
That was good. Who
I
did
love
that?
it.
Johnny, that was awesome, dude.
It was
So
definitely not me.
I have us paying $140,000 a door. Let me see what they want. Divided by. They want $177,000 a door, and you want to pay more than that. Look, I think I'm probably closer to what the real price is at a 6 cap. I'm paying a 6 cap. You were probably at a 5.
5 cap, yeah.
Yeah. So there's the difference. It's the same math, though.
Yep. I'll switch to the 6.
Now,
and change
the price you
myself
should be
to-
paying for that asset, without me knowing anything about it, is $6.7 million.
Okay.
That's what you should be paying.
Yeah, when I rearrange the number, it goes down to like 5.9.
Yeah, I mean, you could even be, believe, you could be at 5.9, okay? Now, when is the last time the asset traded?
I'm not checking that.
There's a lot of little stuff. Now, the reason we do the Q&A, folks, is because the Q&A is where all the good stuff comes up. If I did 200 of these Q&A, we do a mentoring program every Friday, and all we do is answer questions every Friday. If you got 200 questions answered, you'd become an expert in real estate. Because I just said this, when's the last time it traded? I just asked a question. When was the last trade?
It does not show on Zillow.
What's the address of the property? I'm looking in the 10X Deal Finder right now. What's the address? What's the address of the property?
Is 905.
And what did it trade for?
905 what?
Greenwood Avenue.
Greenwood, one word or
It's cold
two?
in here, guys.
One. Greenwood is just one word.
Yeah, but it's just freezing.
Atlanta, Georgia.
Is the whole
Okay.
building on for
So
us?
I am pulling up.
Entire building.
It is a whole building. It's actually 3 buildings. There's 3 different.
Yeah. Okay, good. So look, you guys are overcomplicating this. Okay, you're missing the details now. The important things, not the details. You're missing the important things. The important thing is you need to find out. Jared can find it out for you, but you need to ask when you're working these deals. Hey man, when did it trade last? Okay. Let's say they want 8.71 and you're like, bro, I'm coming up with 6.7. How do you tell somebody, hey man, I'm 2 million from your number. What am I missing? What don't I know? Okay. This is a conversation you're going to have. Remember, first thing you're going to do is find a deal. Second thing you're going to do is what?
Get the letter of intention.
No, you're going to contact the broker. This is where you guys need to learn. Hey, what am I looking for? Okay, your path to $1 million is to become an expert on finding deals and contacting the broker, knowing how to speak to them. This is the genius of what we do, is we teach people how to communicate to the broker. Hey, let me ask you a question. How you say this stuff is everything, okay? You guys want 8.7 million, and when I first looked at it, I'm like, yeah, it's a great deal. But I'm underwriting to 6.7. What am I missing? And before he can answer, you don't want him to answer this question. You want to ask this. When did it last trade? Okay, and he's going to be like, well, it traded, I don't know. I don't know means he's an idiot or he's a liar, one of the two. Both of them you'll have to deal with.
Okay.
The moment he lies to you, good. I want to know I'd rather deal with a liar than an idiot, by the way. I don't know. I don't know when it traded. Well, what do you mean, bro? Jared's pulling it up right now. I'm going to find out. It's a public record. Okay? I can see what he traded for last time.
Is it a brick building?
Yes, it's a red brick building. They're two side to side and one across the street.
Yeah. I'm showing this in multiple places as 8 units.
Okay.
Unless it's part of a portfolio.
It's a 3. Well, the way they advertise it here, right, is 3 multifamily properties offered at 8.5 million.
Yeah, it's probably a portfolio.
Okay. It's becoming more problematic now. Now that it's broken up, it's not 48 units. It's 18 units 3 times, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, bro, look, it doesn't matter what the building is, folks, okay? There are thousands of these available. Let me just tell you, this isn't like you're looking for some woman. Okay, there are millions of these deals to find. You can be selective. You do not have to go home because you're lonely with whatever's left in the club, okay? Because you had too much tequila, right? So what you're looking for is the right perfect asset. So now you got to figure out how to talk to these people. Hey, when did it trade last? What did it trade for? Because really what you want to, so anyway, this is not your deal. It's not a 48 unit deal. It's 3 buildings in 3 different locations. It's getting worse, not better. Throw this one away and go find a great deal. Let's go to the next question.
Thank you.
Michael Householder.
Hey, for everybody to understand, I'm looking at 100 deals to buy 1 or 2. I'm looking at 100 deals, 50 to 100 deals to buy 1 or 2. I'm literally going to look for like a 2 to 4% success rate between the deals I look at and the deals I buy. Yes, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. I have 4 units. I bought them all for $605,000 about 4 years ago. One's a 3-plex, one's a single, another's a single. They're worth now 2.3 million. I bought them for 605, 2.3 million. Cash flow 5,000 a month. They're all paid off, and one's the monthly rental, and the other 4 units are nightly rentals in the Smoky Mountains. So that's so with all those assets, everything paid off. What's the advice? That's the question.
So you have how many buildings? Give them to me again.
Yeah, what's
Yeah.
the total amount of equity you have?
Well, everything's 2.3 million.
So he's got
everything's paid off.
How many
one
units?
one multifamily unit, 3 short-term rentals.
How many units total?
Yeah, 3 houses.
3 single-family homes.
Well, one's a threeplex,
Okay.
and then the other 2 are single.
Okay.
One is a monthly rental, and the 3 are nightly rentals.
Okay.
4 are nightly.
You have 5,
Four
so
nightly.
5 units in total. Three in one location, 2 and 2 others.
Correct.
And you think those 5 are worth 2.3 million?
Yeah, well, I'm including my home too. Now, maybe I shouldn't include.
Well,
my home.
maybe you should. Maybe you shouldn't. You going to sell your home?
Well, everything's up. I mean,
I would. I'd
figure-
sell all that junk you got, bro. All that's junk. All of it's a problem. All of it's a nightmare. You know, like even the one you live in, you probably don't even trust yourself to pay. So it's going to break. The roof's going to be a problem. You got dead money. You got money not really returning money. I mean, you could be, let's assume that you could get $2 million for everything. I don't know that you can, but let's assume it. You take $2 million and you could go into the marketplace right now and you could buy $6 to $8 million worth of real estate in one location and take advantage of this market correction. You could buy $10 million worth of real estate today with your $2 million for probably $7 to $8 million and pick up $2 million. What you're in right now will not go up another $2 million. You'll be dead by the time that happens. It'll be 2100. So I would consolidate your assets. I did this, by the way. These guys watched me sell my house. I had a house. I had 200 units in San Diego. I sold the 200 units and my home, got all the equity, and went and bought 1,000 units with it. Changed my life. Moved, sold all my shit, my furniture, gave away everything that didn't sell, left my cars, pulled my kids out of schools, moved across the country, rented, went from owning a damn castle on a hill overlooking the ocean to living in a condo. I went from 10 or 12,000 square feet down to 2,500 square feet, but it changed my life financially. Where are your assets? Yeah.
Knoxville, Sevierville, Tennessee, Smoky Mountains area.
Yeah. The trouble you're going to have is, getting traffic to those assets right now. So you don't have a very friendly mortgage market on single family homes. So you're probably going to have to offer, how much money do you have? How much money are you sitting on?
You mean in savings and stuff like
Cash,
that?
yeah.
Cash. Well, I got about 20,000 plus $200,000 HELOC at 6% is
Yeah.
sitting there.
Yeah.
230,000 access.
Yeah. Yeah. So what are the rents? What are the rents on those the single family?
1,500 on the monthly. And then,
2 of those, right?
Huh?
2 of those.
No, one at 1,500.
Okay.
And then 4 nightly rentals.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
All
Flip 'em,
paid
man.
off.
Sell them to somebody else as a rental package. So what do the nightly rentals get?
It's all seasonal.
Yeah.
Probably about 5,000 a month.
Yeah. Look, you either
a
need to
year.
stay where you're at and figure out how to add another 50 or 60 or 80 or 100 of those and build a business, which I don't think you want to do. Or you need to sell that to somebody, some dumbass that wants to build a business. They want to be you. and they think it's going to be cool until they get it. Put it together in one package on one portfolio, sell it as 5 units to an investor, and get your money and go.
Okay.
Okay, let's
All
go
right,
to
well.
the next question.
Thank you, sir.
Arthur.
Thanks, Jared. Hey, Grant. Hope you're well. I was hoping to get your input on underwriting a deal here in Atlanta, where I live.
Okay.
I can send you the address via the chat if you like, or just go over the numbers.
Yeah, just give me the numbers.
Sure. It's and to your point, to your question to Alfredo, I think your response is my realization is I've been thinking too small as well. But this is a six door, rents at $21.96. The NOI is right at 100,000. And a 5.5 cap. I got to 1.8.
Okay.
The seller wants $3 million for the property.
Okay. And where is the asset?
It's akin to like Wynwood area in Miami. It's Kirkwood. So it's a B class property in a B class neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So look, I mean, you're in a market that is overpriced. The buyers don't have any urgency or pressure on them. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked earlier. When's the last time it traded?
It traded. So the 2024. It looks like there was a trade, and then 1947 as well was the initial.
Let's just go to the last.
Yep.
I don't want to go back to 47.
Yep. 24.
How much did it trade for?
That I don't know.
Okay. You see, that's the problem, right? You just got a greedy seller that wants to crack somebody. First of all,
Okay.
he bought it less than a year ago. Why is he a seller today? It doesn't make sense. So you guys have to start understanding where data's coming from, okay? Like, as soon as you sell me 2024, I'm like, you don't have a seller, bro. You got a guy dragging. You got a guy doing what I just told the last gentleman to do. Take your 5 units and crack somebody.
Okay.
Sell your garbage off to some idiot that doesn't know what they're doing. I don't have a better word than idiot. They're amateurs. They don't know what they're doing. They're going to go small. I told you it was a mistake I made. Prey on the mistakes. Everybody wants to do the baby steps. When you take baby steps, you make mistakes. You don't want to take baby steps. You want to take big, giant, confident steps that you're sure about, not little baby steps. Why do you think Mama's saying take baby steps? Because you don't know what you're doing. Okay, so this, I know immediately, this guy's not really for sale. Or, I mean, it's only been a year. What happened? Okay, so there is a public record on that deal.
Yeah. My guess is he overimproved.
Real quick,
don't
Arthur.
guess,
Arthur,
just
what's
ask.
the address? I'm going to drop it into the 10x Deal Finder right
Yeah.
now. What's the address?
Yeah,
No
beautiful.
problem. It's 239 Howard Street, Jared.
And
All
look, this
right.
is, for
I'm
everybody to
showing last transaction from the 10x Deal Finder. Last transaction was sale price was $900,000, $1.16 million loan through Colony Bank, which means they're probably doing remodel on it. $1.1 million loan, mortgage modification. It's a 5-year loan at a 5.66 interest rate.
Yeah. So again, why did he put a 5-year loan on it and want to sell it 8 months later? It doesn't make any sense.
He overimproved on it.
He over-improved on it. And he told you that?
I know. I guess I know the area.
Yeah.
I looked at it, and that's just my guess based
What
off
did he
all
pay
of
for
that.
it? What's the loan?
The loan amount is 1.163. The sale price was 900,000.
Okay, last time he paid 900.
And the transaction was in 2022. Yeah.
So 2022.
2022 for
Hey,
900 grand.
That makes more sense, by the way. Now we're 3 years.
All right.
We're 3 years. That makes sense. You're typically looking for something that traded for 3 years ago or 10 years ago. It goes from 3 to 10. 3, 7, and 10. And so now it makes sense. It didn't make sense if it traded last year. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Now Jared pulls up the real deal from the 10X Deal Finder. By the way, 10X Deal Finder, that's not free. It's $1,500, and it gives you intel about deals that you can't you either can't get from the broker, can't get from the seller, or you can't find in the public markets. Also shows you deals that are upside down or deals that are in a problem. But now we know this. He paid $1.1 million, or he got a loan for $1.1 million. The loan's probably due. Is it a 5-year loan?
It was 27 is due.
Oh, it's due. So he's not in a hurry, okay? Now, there's 3 things. Everybody needs to write those notes down. There's 3 things you're looking for in a good deal, okay? You're looking for a seller, a real seller. Number 1, a real seller that's a decision maker. 2, they're qualified to sell. And 3, they have urgency. There has to be urgency. If there's no urgency, there's no compromise in price.
And then I just underwrote it real quick and got 2.4 million.
Yeah.
At 5.5 cap, Jared?
5.5 cap, yeah. 6 units, 21.96 a unit, times
What was your
12
expense ratio? I have 40%.
times.
Well, you'll never. Yeah, I mean, maybe you do it for 40%. I mean, it's Wynwood. The taxes in Miami are crazy, bro. Like, insurance is crazy on 6 units. So those are all the things you need. Your insurance is probably going to be $1,500 a door.
Okay.
Maybe $2,000 a door, because it's small and you got flood problems over there. But look, again, you're perfect. You're the perfect person to be either in our mentorship or in our club. So because this isn't going to be the last deal you find, man. Arthur, you're going to see this deal and you're going to pass on, then you're going to go look at 2 more deals and 3 more deals. And then you're going to run into a deal one day that's like 104 units. You're going to be like, wow, this is a deal, but I don't have the money for it. Okay, hope that helps, man. Good to have you here. Appreciate you. It would be super cool to see more individuals owning this real estate rather than institutions, by the way. Let's go to Candida. She's in our club. I think Candida's in the club.
I believe so.
Hey there, buddy.
You're going to have to unmute there. Go ahead and unmute.
You got to talk.
Oh, there you go. Found the right button. Hi, Grant. Yes, I am in the real estate club and in the mentor calls. So thank you so much. This has been incredible. I'm learning every day, and today even more. I do have a question, a specific question. Can I either renovate my Dresden building, increase the NOI by 100,000, and then leverage 1.4 million to invest into another deal, or sell now and get a 2.8 million net and invest fully in a passive US deal, meaning pulling it into the States? What's the smarter move from your playbook? Use leverage on stabilized cash flowing assets, or liquidate and go bigger into a scalable US income deal? Meaning, of course, yeah.
Yeah, I would, knowing some of what we talked about before, I would liquidate your $1 million and I would move it in. I would move it into that deal I'm doing right now with Bitcoin.
Okay.
That deal is going
so
that deal is going to protect your capital preservation, your $1 million, and it's probably going to turn $1 million into $6 or $7 million bucks.
Yeah, it's actually 2.8 million, but all the better.
Oh.
Cool.
Oh, I thought it was 1 million. 2.8
no, that was
million.
just if I leverage the loan. So
2.8
if I leverage
million.
the loan, I could get that quicker, but I have a little bit more. If I have a little bit more time, I can sell, which is what I would prefer, because then I don't have to manage it.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
then I have 2.8 million to put into your deal.
Yeah, that 2.8 million could conservatively turn into somewhere between $9 million and $14 million.
Wow.
Yeah, and then you'd be rich, okay?
Well, I would be on my way, right?
Well, yeah, there you go. There you go. Great to see you. Okay.
10X. Thank you.
Yeah,
I
thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Yeah, let's go to page 12, guys. The 5 must-haves of real estate investing. We forgot we don't have the breaks now.
Right. Do you need one?
No, I'm all right. I do kind of need one, but I can always go without one. Let's see, where are we though? Just so I understand. I don't want to keep you guys all day today. Well, let me ask you guys in the audience, I need to see the chat. How much time do you guys have?
Keep us all day, forever, all day.
Oh, yeah.
Forever. 4 p.m.
So we have
3:30,
two
4
main
p.m.
sections to do. You want to just show me this? So it's predicting. There's two main sections.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we want to get through this, which is next. And then we're going to go through this.
Okay.
And then I have.
Okay, good. Okay, so the 5. So yeah, let's just quantify what you guys have to have in order to actually start working to a deal. Now look, we could do that Q&A. What do I do with this? What do I do with that? What about this? What about this deal? Is this a good deal? What am I missing? What do I ask next? Like, this is where you guys really need somebody with you to because it's going to come up as you go out and find deals. Is this a good deal? Is this a good neighborhood? How do I find that out? How do I get a list of the brokers? Where do I find deals other than this junk place that I keep referring to called LoopNet? It's junk. It's complete garbage, okay? Like everything that's there, only thing that's there that's worth anything is maybe the contact, and that is even subpar. Here's 5 things you got to have to do a deal, and they go in this order, none of which is, am I a limited partner, a GP, what's the split? Like, don't worry about all that stuff. Worry about these 5 things. Number 1, asset. Number 2, where can you get debt? Who lends money on these things? Number 2. Now, the gentleman that said he's got 5 deals paid for in cash, it's because he doesn't understand debt. Because you want debt. Debt is a way to create tremendous amounts of wealth. This is not a credit card debt. This is not a mortgage on a home. This is not where I got to pay it, okay? It's where other people are going to pay my debt down for me. Number 3, you need capital. I didn't say you need money. I said you need capital, which can come from other people. Number 4, network. You need a network. The capital is limited to your network. The deals are limited to your network. Insurance, title, escrow, those are lenders and debt. The asset, the debt, and the capital are limited to your network. Your network is your net worth. Who you know is how far you can go. And who knows you is going to make everything easier. And number 5, you need confidence. Now, I don't know how you get confidence. I tell my kids this. I tell my kids all the time. They're like, Papa, how do you have so much confidence? Why can you know it's the right thing to do something? Because I've done it so many times. I know the difference between the wrong thing and the right thing. The only way you get confidence is by doing. Over and over and over and over again. You can hit a baseball one time and not have confidence. You can hit a baseball twice and not have confidence. You're still not sure. You can win a blackjack hand or at the roulette wheel or throwing dice. You can win. You can win for 3 hours. But when you go back tomorrow night, you're still wondering whether you're going to win or not. You don't know, okay? Confidence comes from doing something over and over and over and over again. It's the only way it comes. It does not come from learning. It does not come from reading. It doesn't come from listening. It comes from doing, all right? Okay, now the proper sequence in which you should do. Number 1, find the right asset, page 13. You got to find the right asset. Now, I can tell you of all the questions that we had today, most people, it appears to me, based on what I looked at, are on the wrong asset. One guy doesn't have urgency to sell. Another guy doesn't know what he traded last. Another guy's probably in the wrong location. Most of those deals were too small. You got to find the right asset. This is like finding a needle in a haystack, by the way. So here's the deal. Let me just show you this. Okay, this is deals I'm working on right now. I'm working on, this deal just got added, Promenade. I'm going to make an offer on that Monday. 101 Meisner. Here, I'll show you these. Oops. NEMA, Chicago, San Marino. I've been working on this NEMA deal. Let me show you the NEMA deal. Oh, thanks, Johnny. That's 800 units. Let's just underwrite this deal. Y'all want to have fun? Underwrite a monster? This is a beast. I believe in y'all. We're going to just take you to the top of the food chain right now. Skip all the bullshit. Let's go buy a trophy. This is probably one of the top 5 nicest apartment buildings in America. 800 units. Can I get a coffee? 800 units. The average rents are $2,550 a month times 800. We're going to use 2520, and we're going to use 92% occupied. What'd y'all come up with? 1.876 or something like that? Did y'all come up with that number? 800 units times 2520 times, oh, sorry, times 0.92. $1.8 million a month. 1.854. Okay, 1.854 a month times 12 equals 22,256,000. Is that right? No, I know this is wrong. Okay, I know what's wrong. The rents. Okay, the rents are 3,200. The rents are 3,200. Okay, 800 times. Let's do it. Let's start over. Everybody start over. Everybody's going to get a calculator. You're not watching me. If you're watching me and not doing the math right now, you're not learning anything. How do you get confidence? Do. You do things over and over and over again. My dad taught me, don't do the calculator, bro. Well, guess what? We got to use the calculator right now because I don't trust your math. Okay, all right, because I know your math teacher didn't know what she was doing. So that's why I don't trust your math. So we're going to use the calculator. Everybody's going to use the same calculator, and I'm going to write it down for you. 800 times $3,250 a month times 3,250 times 0.92. And we should come up with almost $2.4 million a month times 12 equals $28 million a year. Basically, I'm gonna round that off. 28.7. Okay. Now, something we're missing right now. Now we're gonna start like adding some nuances and complexities. This building, because of the amenities in this building, okay, this building is 1,000 units, 1,000 square foot units. Every unit's got a view, but this place is spectacular because it's got 75,000 square feet of amenities. Almost 75 new units of just gyms. Probably got the nicest gym in all of Chicago, okay? Now, I know a lot about this building. I know what they paid last. I know what they owe on it. I know when it traded last. I know like a lot of shit, okay? Now, this building is going to earn 10% of other income per year in free cash flow for amenities, gyms, access, parking, pet collections. When you owe 800 units, all you got to do is raise the rents $25, man. All of a sudden, it starts banging to the bottom line. Okay, so now what is our this was 28 million. Now I got $31 million. $31 million of gross revenue, and remember that's at 91%. So if I can do better than that, that's going to go up. Okay. Now I want you guys to take 9 million of this. Actually want to take 10 million off because I'm going to increase it for expenses. And I have $21 million of NOI. I've been tracking this deal. Y'all watch me talk about this deal for almost 2 full years now. I've been tracking this deal, okay? I happen to know that the seller is losing $1 million a month on this asset. Every year they're losing $12 million. Okay, now what we got to do right now is we got to figure out the value of the building, $21 million, and we're going to divide this by what I'd be willing to pay for that if I bought this building to get a return, and I would be willing to pay 0.05 divided by 0.05. At 0.05 at a 5 cap, it's $420 million, okay? At a 6 cap, which I'm gonna miss this deal because I got greedy on it. Shit, I got greedy on this deal, man.
6 cap is 350.
Huh?
6 cap is 350.
It's 350, okay? I'm gonna divide that now by 800, 350 divided by 800. Yeah, it's $430,000 a door. And remember, I keep talking about this thing called replacement cost. Okay, so yeah, this is what you figure out. You take your NOI. We took our NOI number right here. This is our NOI number. I'm going to substantiate that. I'm going to find out later when I start doing my investigations that the NOI is actually 18.5. But I'm just doing scratch paperwork. So when I originally did it, I'm like, okay, I could pay 420, I could pay a low of 350. I have no clue where I get all this money. This is million. Okay, while I'm doing this, I have no idea. My GP and LP, where's the money coming from? Who's the bank gonna be? I know nothing. I just focus on the asset. Like, okay, I want that asset. Now you figure out, you start backing into how do I get it, what do I pay for it? Okay, I could pay 420, I could pay 350. I called the broker. Hey man, I'm looking at this deal. Fantastic asset, by the way. It would be perfect for us to start in Chicago with. I've been shopping there now for a couple years. We haven't been able to add anything yet, but I need something big. It's gotta be big. We own 14,000 units now, so I wanna make an impact to my portfolio. You gotta figure out how to tell your first story to a new broker. I'm marking this thing between 420 and 350. What do you think? And he's like, yeah, bro, we ain't getting close to that number. I said, really, why? He's like, my NOI is 18.5. Now, see, he gave me the data. I went in heavy. I don't go in low, okay? You guys are taking notes. I don't go low. I can actually go in high with the wrong information. You follow me? I'm going in high and then telling him I have the wrong information. I don't say it's the wrong information. I don't know anything. I underwrote it at $3,200 rents at 92% occupied. I assume your expenses were lower than they are. See, the beautiful thing about this kind of real estate is everything's documented. You're going to see everything. The seller's going to give a package to the bank. The seller's going to give a package to me. The seller's going to give a package to the broker. A seller's going to give a package to the entire public market, and all of it has the same data in it, and it's got to be validated by the bank, by the buyer, the seller, the investors, everybody, okay? So it's not like you can get tricked on this stuff. So what's that number? 18.5 divided by 0.05, 0.06, 18.5. I missed this deal, man. I should have grabbed this deal. 308 a door. Okay? I said, let me ask you a question though, before we decide whether it's 308, 350, or 450, or whether I like it, buy it, can get the money. Why are they selling? And they said, their loans are due. I said, really? Tell me about the loans. They give you a piece of information, ask for another piece of information. Tell me about the loans. Well, they owe $270 million to a Chinese bank, and they owe 75 million. Yeah. Yeah, they owe $75 million to another bank, okay? So bottom line is I'm getting the information I need, okay? Now, if they owe this much money, my next question, and you guys just got to learn this, hey, when's the debt due? It's already due. Okay, so now what do I have? Remember what I said earlier? I need a qualified seller, a decision maker, and third thing I need, What I need?
Urgency.
Urgency. Why are they losing $1 million a month? Because they have more debt than the property could support. How did they get in that situation? They started this deal 3 years ago when 4 years ago, 4.5 years ago, when the interest rates were 3%. Okay, a year and a half ago, the interest rates went from 3% to 7%, almost 3 times, 2.5 times their interest payments are bearing this deal. Does that make it a bad piece of real estate? Show me the real estate again. That is never going to be a bad piece of real estate. The real estate never goes bad. Okay, the owners change. The real estate didn't change. The real estate has no problem. The loan on the real estate's got a problem. Now, why am I bringing that up to you? Okay, you're looking for urgency in a deal. Your urgency in a deal is going to come because of time or money or both. And the time and the money is going to become because of some date on the debt. It is never going to be anything different than this. Every single time. Hey man, why are you selling right now? I don't like the property anymore. Bruh, this is what you're looking for right here. I'm getting a divorce. Okay, good. You're getting a divorce. What does it matter? Okay, like why do you have to just give her half? Split it in half, okay? I don't like the management company. No, bro, there's got to be some other urgency. I mean, you're not going to tell them this. This is going through your mind. Time, money, and a date on the debt. Okay, all real estate only goes down when there's a debt problem. It never goes down for any other reason. So you're looking for debt to put issues on the sellers at mass. You're not looking for one guy in a debt problem. You're looking for an entire market. The best deals are going to become because debt became a problem for the whole marketplace. This is the real estate and this is the debt, okay? And the real estate wants to go up in value, but it can't because the interest rates went up. As the rates go up, property values go down. This is debt, this is value, if you guys could see that. Debt goes up, value of the property goes down. Why? Because I can borrow less money at higher interest rates. As interest rates go down, I can borrow more money, so the value of the property appears to be going up. It's not really going up. Okay, so this is the biggest correction in debt market in history. Jerome Powell 2 years ago said he was not going to raise, 2.5 years ago, said in September of 2023, we are not going to raise interest rates, at 22, we're not going to raise interest rates, and then he raised interest rates from like 1 to 6.
Faster than any time in history.
Any time in history, okay? Okay, so proper deal sequence, find the deal. Second thing, you contact the broker. That's what I did in this case. Third thing you do, you're underwriting the deal while you're talking to the dude. Hey man, I love this deal, and I'm doing my math. 800 units times 3260, what am I missing? Okay, number 4, make an offer. We did, by the way, almost 2 years ago.
I'll bet that's higher than you would offer now.
No, actually, we just made this offer. Look at the offer on my book. We just offered.
375.
Yeah, remember my numbers? Oops. Where? Huh? No, I'm looking for the stuff that I wrote earlier. Dude, you watch the numbers that I had circled around this deal earlier. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. No, you erased it. You erased it, man.
No way, I'll find it. I haven't erased anything.
You sure did.
I'm positive.
I'll bet you $100 you erased it. You got to find it in 10 seconds. $100 bet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Pay me my money, bitch. Okay, don't worry about it. Okay, don't worry about it. I got it. So watch. Remember the NOIs? 18.5? This is what determines value. Once you guys get this down, you're not gonna. 19.5, 20,005. These are the NOIs. Millions. Okay. This is the NOI. These are in millions. Okay. 18.5. Do the math. Get your thing out. Your calculator divided by 5. Property's worth 370. What's my offer at? 375. Okay. Over 24 months. I might miss it. We wanted to make the offer Friday. He's like, it's under contract right now. We gave somebody access. I don't think it's going to sell. Because you got to understand, somebody's going to have to write a $370 million check. Now, why would I go after a deal so big when I don't have $370 million? Ain't nobody's got $370 million. Don't worry about it. Nobody has it. I'm just another guy that doesn't have it. Okay? Blackstone doesn't have 370 million. You guys understand Blackstone is not sitting with 370 right now. Blackstone never pays anything for anything. They raise money for everything. I'm going to teach you guys how to play the institutional game. That's what I'm doing. At 19.5, if the NOI is 19.5 divided by 0.05, I can pay 390 million. And if it's 25, if it is, I can pay $410 million, okay? Now, what I'm going to do on this deal, and I still think I get this deal. I've been working on this deal too long not to get it. I just know when I see something, I just know. I just have this thing. I know there's a thing that happens for me. When I see something, I'm like, that's mine. That's going to be mine. I know it's going to be mine. Like, it's just so fast. It's violently fast, requires no effort. I'm going to add $50 million worth of Bitcoin on this purchase, and I'm still going to pay our investors 4% a year. I'll have $50 million play on Bitcoin, $370 million piece of real estate, trophy asset, and I'll still have positive cash flow. I don't want to complicate the scenario, the situation, but the first thing you got to do is find a great deal, okay? You have to have confidence in me right now if you don't have confidence in yourself, and you shouldn't have confidence in yourself right now. You haven't done 49, you don't have a $5 billion real estate portfolio, okay? So you're going to get confidence as you do deals, or you're going to borrow confidence from somebody that has it. How many of you'd like to borrow my confidence at 0% interest? Good, man, you can. You can borrow my experience, my confidence, my knowingness, my understanding. You can borrow my connections. You could even trust me to be a partner with you on the right deal in the future. I would fund you. Bring me that deal. Bring me a deal that somebody says you can buy it, and it's a good deal and it fits my portfolio. I would fund the deal and keep you part of the deal. Okay. Number 5. Get debt quotes. This is the order in which you're doing things. You're not doing these all at one time. Number 6, you're going to raise equity.
Most people are concerned about this before anything.
Yeah, you guys shouldn't even be worrying about this. Notice price is not even on this list. Most of you guys worry about price way, way, way too much. Number 7, close the deal. The other reason you guys are worried about price prematurely is because you're dealing with somebody that only worries about price, which is the seller. And that's what makes the seller a bit of a victim, because they're only focused on price. These big guys, they know that there's a lot of complexities in these deals, and price is one of the things. Number 8, manage the asset. Like number 8 on this deal and this big deal, that's a big deal. That's a big problem. Chicago's a problem. Okay? If this group had this asset right now, they would rather this asset be probably in Miami than in Chicago. God damn, that's beautiful. That's stupid.
Is that Grant Park?
Yeah, it is Grant Park. That has nothing to do with it. I mean, I'm not that much of a narcissist. Okay, number 9, raise rents. Okay, raise rents. There's things that allow you to raise rents and things that don't allow you to raise rents.
It'd be cooler if you did.
No, that wouldn't be cool. Narcissists are not cool. Number 11. I mean, the only thing that makes a narcissist look good is a psychopath. Number 10, manage the asset. You're going to have to exit this asset. When do you get out? How do you get out of this? Now, this is a big problem on this big deal. When you go to exit this, who can buy it? Let's say we paid $370 and I want to sell it for $500 million. That's a problem. Why? Because now I'm getting to smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller groups of people. One location. This thing could actually be too big. You can go from too small to way too big. Number 11, sell, refinance, or bundle. Now, because number 10 bothers me, number 10 does bother me quite a bit, but I would bundle this with the rest of my portfolio because I could go from too small to too big to portfolio to giant. So I could get it to be so big that I solve my too big problem. Okay, where I'm not selling one property to one guy at 300 million, I'm selling my whole portfolio to one group for 50 billion. So I could go from too small to too big to like, okay, solve the problem by going to the next level of the food chain. Okay, remember, whales eat krill. Hundreds of millions of them at one time. Okay, a shark is going to strike one fish. The swordfish is going to eat something, a tuna, smaller, right? See, it all looks big, right? But the croaker or the mullet eats what? Mud. Crawfish, see, it just gets smaller and smaller. It's just a food chain. Number 12, you want to scale and build out a portfolio. All of you should circle number 12. Number 12 is what everybody needs to do. If you're not going to do number 12, don't spend time on number 1. Okay, asset. Most important thing is the location. 2, what type of asset? When you guys finish today, you need to decide, or tomorrow, you need to decide what type of asset are you focused on. Clearly, I'm focused on one particular kind of asset. Number 3, what size is the deal? Is it going to be 2 units, 4 units, 14 units, 44 units, 144 units, or 400? Number 4, what's the potential profit that you're looking for in a deal? Maybe you don't need $1 million. Maybe you'd be happy if a deal made 100,000, and you're like, dude, I'm good at 100 grand. I don't need $1 million, which is cool. I'll show you how to find a $100,000 deal every time. Number 5, monthly cash flow. If the deal only makes $100 a month, do you really want to do it? I mean, really? Like $100? I mean, you can go, how many ways can I make $100?
Go out on the street.
And do what? Booty call. Huh? Guys, you don't have to sell yourself to get 100. You could just ask somebody to give you 100. You don't have to do something for it. I mean, it's called inflation. Huh?
Johnny gave you 100.
Yeah, Johnny, where's my 100 at, bro? Give it to me. Give it to me. See? I'll take it all. Shit. Take it. By the way, I don't have any money on me. So now I do. Okay, that's going to go on a real estate deal. Johnny's invested in my real estate. Okay, who's going to manage the real estate? Big problem. Small deals.
You want to talk about just the size of that?
Small deals mean you're the manager. 4 units, you're the manager. 8 units, you're the manager. 12 units, you're the manager. 16 units. In California, you're the manager, and you have to have a manager living on the property, which means 16 is not 16, 16 is 15. Somebody has to live at that asset. Okay? Again, you guys just got to decide what intelligence and experience is worth. All this stuff I'm spitting at you right now. Number 7, how can you exit? You could sell it, you could refinance it, or you could bundle it. The bundle, for you guys that have 4 or 5 properties in different locations, the bundle is brilliant. I can show you how to actually get a 20% premium on your bundle by doing the bundle. What's Morgan doing over there? Huh?
She made a face.
She was what?
She had that face.
Single family residence, what you can buy, what you're looking for, okay? Types of real estate assets. Single family, mansions, apartments, office, retail, self-storage, mobile, land, industrial. Storage is in there. Yeah, storage is in there. Okay, you could do industrial, warehouses, cold storage, electrical facilities, nuclear plants, ranches, brothels,
Solar farms.
solar farms. Is this in their book?
I believe so, yeah.
Well, excellent. Well done on you. By the way,
I
this
like the way this looks.
this is the full one.
Yeah.
It's fantastic, dude. It says real estate is not created equal. It is not, okay? Now, I know the Bible says that all men are created equal. I don't think the Bible says that. I think the Constitution says it.
Yeah.
All men are created to have equal rights or something? Or all men are created equal? They are? That's some bullshit, okay? I got 2 kids. They were not created equal. Okay, I'm a twin. I'm an identical twin. My DNA is identical to my twin brothers, and we are not equal. He has different skills that I have. So, I mean, I'm just telling you, I know it says that, but, you know, I'm 180 pounds. I cannot expect to fight Mike Chandler, that's 20 pounds less than me, kill me. We're not created equal. We haven't worked on the same things, don't have the same commitments, don't have the same heart, same passions, same interests. We're not created equal. Now, and real estate is not created equal. So you guys got to pick one of these real estate columns and you need to bang it, okay? There's apartments, self-storage, mobile homes, retail, office, single-family homes, mansions, farmland, and empty lot or vacant land. One of them has a lot of green on it, and self-storage has a lot of green. Mobile homes have a lot of green, and then it starts getting reduced from there. It doesn't mean they're bad deals, but it means they bring more risk. Okay? You should take a picture of that, throw it up on X or Instagram, tag me, and I'll follow you. Okay. Q&A.
Do you want to take a few minutes, or do you want to go right into it?
Now let's just go right into it, right? Let's just get right into it, man. What do y'all think, huh? Should we just get right into it? Just get into it, man.
From last time we had Mike Hinojosa. Mike.
Let me sit down, Jared. Let me sit down in your spot. I just want a different view of the house. You come stand up
Yeah,
here.
hey, thank you for taking my question. So, Grant, the question I had is when you're structuring deals, how do you structure the Bitcoin into the deal?
Well, bro, I would tell all you guys to leave the Bitcoin strategy to the professionals. But, yeah, what we're doing is we're basically we're taking a piece of real estate.
Which requires a percentage of equity versus debt. So there's an equity raise.
We're buying it way below replacement cost. And we're filling up between what we paid and the replacement cost with Bitcoin. But my plan is not to do one of these, but to do a portfolio of these, put them together, and acquire thousands of pieces of Bitcoin with the real estate. I'm not actually buying the Bitcoin. I'm buying the real estate that's purchasing my Bitcoin. So any of you hear me talking about this, I am not an advocate of you buying Bitcoin directly. Why would I buy the Bitcoin when I can get the real estate to purchase the Bitcoin? I'm taking a very stable asset and putting it together with a very volatile asset, hedging the volatility against this stability, and going to an audience that I already have built in and saying, hey, look what I'm doing. I'm merging. There's a convergence.
It's a great day at Grant Cardone's office. My name is Ariana. What can I?
A convergence of two assets. If you guys do that, you're gonna confuse your investors. So, you know, I have 20,000 investors. I have 800,000 investors on a on a email list, and I'm speaking at the Bitcoin conference at the end of the month. So like, I already have this audience. I would recommend to everybody here, do not try to do that, because all of a sudden people are gonna be like, what are you focused on, bro? You focused on real estate or Bitcoin, or what's going on? Too many, it's like opening the jacket up and you got watches and sister to offer and all kind of other stuff. So, but what I'm doing, I will tell you this, what I'm doing is going to revolutionize the way people invest in real estate. But it's got to be proven out first.
Because you're essentially taking something that is illiquid, as you said, hard to get the money.
That's right.
Right? It's not fast, it's not easy, it takes time. And you're adding that liquidity piece, correct? By being able to
probably the most liquid asset that has ever existed on the planet, ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's really not the liquidity he's after. He's after the gains that Bitcoin can provide. So
no, but the liquidity is important. In the future, the liquidity will become more and more important as the marketplace merges and starts to understand and validate this new technology. That they're going to give you credit. You understand it, so but Jared right now is. The original reason was to give the fund more volatility, so the real estate wouldn't go from 370 to 420 to 450 to 480. The real estate could actually do nothing, like literally do nothing, knowing that as long as we have 4, 5, 6, 7 years, 1,000 Bitcoin could be worth $100 million. It could be worth more than the purchase itself.
Right, which is separate from that. Yeah, asset price and all of that. So
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But again, I would, for everybody, I would leave. I mean, like you can show this screen here. This is what we've done this once. We've done it 4 times now. Actually, this is our 4th fund that we're on. We're going to do 14 of these by the summertime. You have to be an accredited investor to invest with us on this. If you want to, go to cardonecapital.com and register. It's a minimum $250,000 investment. I did not come here to talk about that today. This would not work without the real estate, by the way. You have to have the real estate to do it. It has to be institutional quality. It needs to be bought below replacement cost. You should pay cash for it to make it work. There's a whole bunch of complexities. But that's go back. That's a piece of real estate there that we bought for $88 million. We accumulate, in the first year, we accumulated 113 Bitcoin in the first year. You're showing an old graph, but
Yeah, they just had it.
but this is a situation where we could make $30 or $40 million on the real estate and get the Bitcoin for free. What's a Bitcoin going to be worth in the future? I have no clue. Could be worth zero. Yeah. It could be worth $1 million a Bitcoin. I don't know.
But the idea is that the real estate will be your baseline.
Yeah.
So if Bitcoin went to zero, the value of the property in 10 years is still going to be higher than it is today.
Right.
Who do we have next?
Okay, awesome. Yeah, definitely a little more complex than what I was thinking. So yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mike. Oh, let's go to Gerald next. Gerald Delaney.
Let me just say one other thing about that last thing we talked about, okay? And this is just my personal belief. I have nothing to substantiate or assure this. I believe that real estate in the future, particularly these larger complexes, there's going to be a number of things that happen because of inflation. They're going to explode the values of this real estate, particularly in the top 20 markets in the country. You're going to see more and more things happen with values. Single-family homes are going to become unaffordable in this country for everyone. Like that old idea of you're going to own nothing and be happy about it. That's happening in this country. If you guys don't think that that's happening, you're not paying attention. There's no affordable housing in America. You have to go to like Mississippi. And nobody's going to Mississippi, okay? You have an influx of people moving from blue states to red states, not the other way. They're not going from red states back to blue states. People are not moving into San Francisco, Los Angeles, They're not moving into New York City. If they are, they're moving out of the suburbs into New York City. So there's a reversal there. The Bostons are unaffordable. Illinois is unaffordable. The entire state of Massachusetts is hyper expensive. And they're moving into these other locations that are more affordable. And when they get there, the first thing they do is they do not buy. They rent. And sometimes for 2 and 3 years. And some of these people are starting to rent now because they're more comfortable with the amenities offered by the rental. When I was growing up, an apartment building was for poor people. Today, you got, I think, 11% of all millionaires in America today. There's 32 million millionaires. 3 million of them are renters by choice, not because they can't afford it. In Miami, it's cheaper to rent. What would your house rent for?
$25,000 a month.
Yeah. And what does it sell for?
4.5, 5 million.
$5 million times 0.07. The payments divided by 12 without anything. What would it rent for?
$5,000.
The mortgage on that house would be $30,000 a month, plus PMI, plus insurance. What's your insurance?
$6,000 a month, $70,000 a year, something, $75,000 a year.
Your insurance is $70,000 a year.
Principal, yeah.
No, insurance. The insurance.
Taxes and insurance, both.
Yeah. So it's cheaper to rent his house than it is to own his house, and somebody would have to put down $600,000 to buy it. So, and they'd be trapped for 30 years. So anyway, I'm just saying there's a lot of things changing, including like on some of the amenities of these properties. And they're so nice. I think in the future, people are not going to be able to just have access to the swimming pool. People are going to pay a premium for that. You're going to have rent, and then you're going to have premiums for the amenities on the pool. Okay, next question.
Gerald, you're up. Go ahead and unmute.
Hello, sir.
There
Thank
you
you
go.
very much for
There you
taking
go.
my question.
Yeah.
My name is Gerald, and I'm from Greece. I have been following you on social media and all that stuff for like a couple of years. And my question is, because I don't have anything to do with the real estate, but I would love to start and apply all this stuff that you are teaching here.
Yeah.
But my question is, how can I apply all this information where I'm living in?
Yeah,
in
look,
Europe?
anywhere in the world, whether you're in Dubai or Detroit, Singapore or Cincinnati, it doesn't really matter. You're in Greece or you're in Georgia, okay? By the way, where are you in Athens?
No, I'm in a small town in Greece called.
Yeah, okay.
Xanthi.
So look, the smaller towns make it more difficult, right? The smaller the town, the more difficult the situation is because you have people moving to the urban, they're moving to where the jobs are across the world.
Yeah.
They're moving to city centers. Everything's being consolidated into micro spaces. So it's going to be more difficult in a rural area because your values are going to sink. Where people go, prices go up. Where people leave, prices go down. Italy's a perfect example. Japan's a good example of marketplaces that can actually die. And so for you to make this work in real estate, you need to move to markets where flows are going. Follow the money. Same thing in business. The same concepts I'm using here, by the way, we use in every company that we own. We have an educational company, we have a ventures company, a health company. All those companies are based on, number one, number of units. Number of units. So number of units, like how many units can we produce of something? How many customers can we get? How many employees can we get? So go to Athens, bro. I guarantee you will see this at mass scale in Athens.
I do believe that, but my question is actually how to start. It's the model would be exactly the same, like
100%. The model is the model. The math is the math. The math I'm using is used in every country in the world. The languages change, the math never does. All math is the same. 70 times 200 times 12 is going to be the same thing in China. It's going to be the same thing in Hebrew. It's going to be the same thing in Greece. And you know, you live in one of the most unbelievable places in the world, by the way. And it's going to be the same thing in Louisiana.
Okay, but what about the tax benefits that you are talking a lot about?
I think you're going to find the same, very similar tax benefits. You guys steal all our good shit over here. All our good ideas, you guys steal. Everybody wants to be America. The only people that ignore America are Canadians. Okay, let's go to the next question.
Let's go to John.
John Munns.
John Munns.
Remember that trip we made to Greece? I was so jet lagged that morning I couldn't enjoy it.
Hey,
Yep.
John.
I've been new to your program, not new to investing in. I tried to get involved in multifamily a number of years ago, but I made mistakes like you did. I got into too small of units and it didn't work out for me. So I'm getting kind of a late start here, but I want to come out of the starting blocks fast.
Yeah, how old are you? How old are you?
I'm 76 years young.
Dude, that's awesome, man. That's fantastic.
Congrats on being here, dude.
Give this man a hand for being here, guys.
Thank you, thank you.
And you know, bro, 76 years old is not old anymore. Like this man could easily live another 25 or 30 years, maybe longer than that. I don't know. You look great for your age.
I told my.
I had you pegged at like, you know, I don't know, 56, 57. I thought you were younger than me.
I love you, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Hey,
if you would get rid of that white ass beard you got, you'd look like 46.
Yeah, I may do that someday. I kind of got used to it
Yeah.
the last few years. I've only had it for a little bit, but
Yeah.
So I was married, and I had a wife that wouldn't let me pull equity out of my home, and she believed in Ramsey, Dave Ramsey.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Did she run off with Dave?
No. We ended up getting divorced after 20 years, but that's another story.
Yeah.
Long deep. But I told her one day, I said, I'm going to live to be 95. She goes, no, you can't. I go, what are you talking about? We can't afford it. I go, get out of here. Are you kidding me? She had $1.5 million portfolio, and we could retire easily.
Yeah.
We had almost paid for a home. But anyway.
Yeah.
That's a long story. I don't want to get
Well,
into
she's
that.
gone. She's gone now. Thank God.
Gone. She kept the house. Well, she had to buy me out, so I got half of it. I got about.
You got the best half.
I got 250. I got cash. I got 250 up to 530 to invest. And my question to you regarding that is, what size deal should I be looking for?
Yeah. Well, don't worry. You don't start with how much money you have. You need how much money. Remember what I said in the first opening 1 minute. How much money do you want to make on one deal?
$1 million.
Good. You want to make $1 million on one deal? You're going to need. I mean, you know, we did the math. You need to go find a 32-unit deal that you can raise the rents $200.
Okay.
Now, the other thing that you could do. You know, where do you live?
I'm in San Diego.
Yeah. Okay, that's a problem. Okay,
yeah,
because
you want to sell your place in Vista?
No, dude. Well, no, I sold that already, but I wish I wouldn't have. But that deal is probably still a deal, by the way. Now, San Diego is one of the great real estate markets in America. It is one of the most fantastic, tremendous extreme barriers to entry. They don't build anything. Newsom is the dumbest, worst governor in the history of the world. And he will never, they're never going to let anybody build any bullshit over there. You got all this influx coming in from LA right now because they screwed up through the fires. You got people leaving LA in droves that aren't willing to leave California, so they're dropping down into Orange County. So you need, now in your case, for the math to work, you need 32 units. The problem in San Diego, 32 units are going to probably cost you $400,000 a unit.
12 million bucks, 12 and a half.
Yeah, 400 times 32. No, $40 million. 32 units times 400,000. No, I'm wrong. Dude, what's wrong with this thing? 400 times 32. Yeah, $12 million. Okay, you need a down payment.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, fuck you. You need a down payment of $3.8 million, and you only have what, 530.
Right.
Okay, now that's not a problem. The way you do that, Jared's going to show you on the board here. You're going to find a $3.8 million deal. I mean, a $12 million deal. This is what your first deal. My goal would be to make sure your first deal is 12 million bucks. Let's take the Cedarwood deal. Let's say the Cedarwood deal would trade for 12 million. You need $4 million. You're going to chop this thing up, okay? I know I can get you an $8 million loan. I know where to get the loan. I know who to go to for the loan. Let's assume they're sellers. Man, you got nice writing, okay? So now put a circle around the 4 million, and we're going to eat the 4 million. We've already eaten the 12 million. 12 million is not 12 million anymore. It's only 4 million. You follow me? Deduct 540 from it, or 530. He's got 530. He's the first 530.
What's that? 3,470.
Yeah, 3,470.
Okay, and then you're going to get 7 other people to give you 530. And you're going to share 80% with them and 20% with you. There's your deal. And you're going to go to them and say, guys, I have the deal. I have it under control. I'm putting $530,000 of my own money in. I'm doing this with or without you guys. If you want in, I'll take care of the management. I found the deal, funded the deal, got the debt on the deal, managed the deal. I'm going to raise the rents on the deal. By the way, if we raise the rents, only $200 times 32, 48 times 200 times 12 divided by 0.05, we make $1.5 million. And the deal is going to be positive cash flow from day one. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be the Vista, California deal, but it's going to be a deal like that.
Gotcha.
Now, the other thing you could do, that's you being the GP or the active finder, funder, manager, salesman, raising the money. The other thing you could do, come down to Miami, meet me, come through our class, and look at the deals that we're doing. You might be better off just throwing $500,000 in one of my deals, bro, and let me roll it. Because if you can move 500 grand from San Diego down to Alabama, Texas, Florida, you could probably buy 96 units with the same plan.
Do I get the tax benefits being part of that deal?
100%. You get every tax benefit I get. In fact, you can get more benefits than I get, depending on how much money you put in.
It's not a REIT.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
You're a partner with me in the deal. Now, I'm running control on the deal. You don't have control. I have control. I decide what to pay, where to get the loan. I decide on everything, what color to paint it. You have no say-so at all, when to sell it, what to do with it. Like, you have to have complete trust in me as the operator.
Of course.
But that might not be a bad thing. I'll guarantee I'll be a better partner than your wife was.
I ain't sleeping with
She
you,
didn't
bro.
even put out that much.
I want to, yeah, that's true. I got to ask you on the 10, I was going to ask you what's the best source for finding deals, but you already answered the question with the 10X Deal Finder, right?
Well,
15,
there's other places. The 10X Deal Finder is not a place just to find deals. It's a place to find problem deals that could have urgency on them. I'll give you guys, everybody here. You don't have to buy the 10X Deal Finder, but it's for those people that are serious about finding problematic deals with urgency. CBRE is a great place to find deals. HFF, JLL, Cushman Wakefield, CoStar. CoStar could charge you just in San Diego $12,000 a year to locate deals. No, $6,000 a year. One market, San Diego, CoStar is a great place. LoopNet is just a complete brothel of garbage.
And what he means by that, because I've seen a lot of people asking, why is LoopNet? LoopNet is a low quality source because that's typically where all the deals go that the real brokers, HFF, JLL, CBRE, Cushman, Wakefield, that's typically where all the deals go that these guys aren't selling.
Can't sell, because they're overpriced.
Or they're too small, or, there could be a bunch of problems with it.
Also, LoopNet is a come-on for a company called CoStar. Just so you know, it's the taster at Costco. You're basically getting a look.
Free samples.
Because they really want to sell you a subscription that's going to cost you $6,000 a year.
Yeah, remember the savings and loan crash?
Yeah, of course, dude.
Yeah, so all the money, all the properties went to this Resolution Trust Company.
Yeah.
And all it was a bunch of dogs. All the institutional buyers that bought up all the good stuff.
They consumed everything before that happened.
I couldn't even find anything.
So
it's ridiculous.
Yeah, this
All
is
the big
unfortunately.
banks.
Yeah, this is unfortunately a lot of that. What was that called? Resolution Trust stuff.
Yeah.
It was government promoted. It basically fed on communities that didn't get access to the earlier deals, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It took advantage of a lot of communities that and this is not uncommon with the government, by the way. They do a lot of funding offers for the garbage left over in the marketplace, opportunity zones. The vets are taken advantage of constantly. That's what I'm talking about, communities. Black, brown, vets, disabled, highly taken advantage of in this country under the premise, hey, we're taking care of these people. They're not taking care of you. They're giving you the leftovers. These are the crumbs in society with the 2.5% down, the 5% down, the no money downs. Okay, so thank you. I hope you come to our, when's our next real estate summit?
In July in Arizona.
July, Arizona, July, what is that? What's that thing cost? $1,900? How much, $2,000 to go to?
Yeah, VIP's $2,000.
Or $2,500, whatever. We'd love to have you guys there if you want to come in July. Okay, next question.
Omar Gonzalez.
Thanks, John. Omar, you're up.
Okay. Hello, Graham. Thanks for having me here. I have a question because I live in Mexico, and I was wondering, should I focus on Mexico or the U.S.? Because at one of your past live streams, you said that Mexico had a massive opportunity.
I 100% believe Mexico. Mexico City? You're in Mexico City?
Well, I live at some other city, but I think Mexico City is the most populated.
100%, dude. I mean, if you're going to invest in Mexico, go. Just get to the good shit, guys. Like you're a nurse, you're taking blood. What are you going to do, man? You're going to look for the biggest vein in the arm. They don't go find the smallest vein. They go find the biggest vein. Mexico City is going to be now you could go to Temecula. Where's that?
Tulum.
Tulum. You can go to
Monterey,
Tulum, but
Cabo.
It's going to come and go. Okay. Cabo is a seller's market. Is an owner's market. It is not a renter's market.
Monterey's great city there.
Mexico City is they are going to convert Mexico City into a renter market. Now, it's big, it's massive, it's huge, it's unaffordable, but you have some problems in Mexico, as you know.
Yeah, now the actual government is kind of turning communist.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm
Yeah. But you guys should all start where you are. You should not start where you aren't.
All right, so I was
That should be a
wondering if I
T-shirt.
was-
Start where you are, not where you aren't.
And between starting
like
where
target and
I
says
am
you
right now and investing 5,000 in carbon capital, what would be a great
Yeah, there is a way for you to invest in Cardone Capital internationally. There is a way to do that.
Right.
Hannah is next.
Yeah.
Let's go to Hannah.
Hannah, you're up next. Thanks, Omar.
I knew a Hannah once.
Hannah Mons.
What? You think
Hey,
that's
Hannah.
Too easy? Too easy?
Good morning, sir.
I did know Hannah.
Yeah.
She was my teacher, by the
thank
way,
you for
Jared. I
all
don't know why you got to roll your heads, okay?
Historical performance.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Past performance is.
We're just being
indicative of
disrespectful
future
right
behavior.
now.
Go ahead, Hannah. You're up.
Yeah. Good morning, sir. Thank you for your sharing. I'm from Canada, so you may call me Miss.
Where in Canada?
My question is
Where in Canada are you?
British Columbia.
Okay, beautiful. Great real estate market.
See.
Extremely expensive.
Yeah. So my question is, will all of the information applicable for Canada or BC in particular?
100%. 100%. 100%. Toronto, Vancouver, Alberta. These are great markets for you to be in. Okay, so like wherever there's density. Now the thing in Canada that's different is you guys have a housing crash happening right there right now that we don't have. And the reason Canada has a housing crash, I'm not going to be political here, but because you have short-term interest rates there. You guys don't allow 30-year mortgages. Everything's an adjustable rate, 3-year term, and they're all due right now. So I think Switzerland's going to 100-year financing. Oh, it's going to happen. How else do you make housing affordable?
Well, you'll never really own it then, but you'll have the
Oh, yes.
illusion that
Japan,
you'll
I
own
think
it.
Japan has 100-year financing. So, but you guys have short-term rates there, like 3.5-year terms. And I think the only solution for Canada,
51.
But I think Alberta, I think you guys have a majority over there. If you guys could get approval from the indigenous, you have a majority that already wants to secede in the first week after this last election. But now I'm getting political. Alberta could become the 51st state. We don't have to have Canada, and they could run a pipeline straight down through the Dakotas. Be fantastic. Thank you so much. I hope that helps, Hannah. Vancouver, British Columbia is one of the most spectacular cities in North America.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Do you want to get back into it?
Let's get back into it. Okay.
Hope that was good.
Oh, it was so good. Okay, so let's go to page 18, and I know you guys are getting a lot of information today, a lot of information very fast, but I want to talk to you about some of the things so that those of you who just want to walk away today with this, and you want to come back tomorrow and just walk away with this and go duplicate, and you're geniuses, and you know how to completely mastermind all this after you got an introduction to the data. Good, great. Okay, the rest of you that want us to help you do it, we want to invite you to do more stuff with us so we can help you build a network and have the confidence to really understand this information. I want to leave you with the 10 commandments. I don't think that's spelt right, but the 10 commandments of investing. Thou shalt find a superior location. I don't think we need to do all the thou shalts, but I guess we will. Okay, 1, you have to have a superior location. Number 2, you need $2,000 a month. Yeah, thou shalt still going to work though, because I got to do them. Number 3, it has to be financeable. 4, it should support management. Oh my God, dude. No wonder Moses had white hair and a beard. Okay.
What does financeable mean? What does financeable?
Financeable means I must be able to get a loan on it. If you can't get a loan on it, don't do it. And the loan should not be in your name. The loan should be in the name of an LLC that owns the real estate. This loan should never be held responsible to you, the individual. Number 3, that means all single-family homes will be crossed off this list.
And so just this is important here. So this is a type of loan called a non-recourse loan.
Yeah.
Which means if you invest in a deal like this 32-unit deal Grant's talking about for $12 million, and for whatever reason it defaults, the bank just takes the property back and you walk away from the property.
See, most people don't even understand this. Like, do you understand that a lender won't even allow me to sign on a loan? Hey, man, I want to sign recourse. I want to be responsible for that loan. You know what they're going to say at Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac? No, we don't want it. I'm like, what do you mean you don't want it? Bro, we don't want you to sign on the loan. I'm like, but I want to sign on the loan. Yeah, well, that's cool, but we don't want it. We don't need you on the loan. We don't want you on the loan. We don't want you on recourse. We don't want you held responsible. We want the asset to be on the loan, not you. I'm like, what if I sign in addition to them? Not necessary. Like, it's crazy. When you get to the top of the food chain, it was built for the top of the food chain. The whole debt market was built for the big boys. Okay, so if you guys would just move up to the food chain where the food sources are good, you'd get better deals. Everything gets better. The cash flow gets better. The exits get better. The debt gets better. Number 4, you don't need managers when it's 45 units, 90 units, 400. I mean, you can afford management. You can afford to have a good management company. The smaller you go, the higher the management company is going to charge you. On 4, 8s, and 12s, the management company is going to charge you 10%. So imagine this, okay? 2 things to think about. Now, I showed you a bunch of 4s today you can buy. You can buy them. But here's the problem with a 4. 2 problems. 1 is management, and 2 is vacancy. Okay, let's handle number 1. Number 1, this guy's going to want 10%, at least maybe 12 or 15. 4 units times $2,000. Let's say you found something with it's earning $8,000 a month. You're paying him $800. $9,600 a year is going to him. You'd be better off almost being the manager on this deal. He's going to make as much money as you make with no risk. Not quite true, but you get the point. Okay. Now that's one thing. Guess what my management is on our portfolio? 3 to 3.5%. 3 times less than you're paying because the deal's too small. And let's face it, if he's earning $800 and it's Saturday at 2 a.m. in the morning, and he gets a call, and I call Johnny, man, the pipes exploded in unit 3. Can you get over there tonight? Can you get over there? And he's like, bro, I'm 90 minutes away. Do you think he's going to stop what he's doing right now because he might lose $800 a month and he manages 30 different properties? No, he's going to call somebody. Can you get over there? Plumber's going to be like, yeah, I can get over there right now. I'm charging you 10 times what it would normally cost. He's collected his $800 a month and paying a plumber to F you at 2 o'clock in the morning. Now, if you had a portfolio, if you had scale, they wouldn't do that to you, okay? Number 2, we got a vacancy issue here. If one person, it goes like this, 100%, 75%, 50%, 25. There is nothing in between. One person moved, it's full, I got 100%. One person moves out, I'm 75. 2 people move out, I'm 50. By the way, you're bleeding here. By the time you get between 50 and 75, you're losing money. And at 75%, you're going to lose the property. That's 3 people moved out. And 3 people could move out on you in 1 month, okay? See the problem. Number 5, thou shalt know your exits. Never do this to me again, okay? All right? It's got to be refinanceable, not just financeable. Number 7, it has to have you should figure a higher cap rate going out than when you went in.
Do you want to just talk about the relationship between cap rate and price just really quick? It's important, I think, for them to understand.
Can you play that Kanye telling, Jay-Z telling Kanye? Can you find that? What was that on? It is PG, bro. Come on. It's 21st century. Can you find that? That was a drop. Okay. Jared's like, guys, when cap rate goes down, cap rate,
alcohol for the motherfucker. First and foremost. Yo, fuck you, Kanye, first and foremost, for making me do this shit, motherfucker.
Whoa, okay.
I had to throw everybody out the motherfucking room because
when cap rate goes down, price goes up. Okay? When cap rate goes down, okay? So basically it looks like this. We should do a slide on this. This should be an educational piece, Johnny. You should cut it. Okay? Let's say the NOI is $10,000. $10,000. $10,000. The NOI is not going to change. Okay? The cap rate is on $10,000. If you're in a marketplace that's a 6 cap, help me out, 1.6 million? No. $167,000 basically. If it's a 5 cap, man, you could pay more, $200,000. Do the next one. $10,000 divided by 0.04. Yeah, I guess I'm the fastest one in the room. 250,000 and 3 cap, $300,000. As cap rate goes down, price goes up. The NOI is stable. I didn't change the NOI, okay? So when you buy something, you figure you're going to buy it for whatever cap rate. Your exit should be considerably or somewhat higher on the exit just to be safe. Go back to this, okay? This is awesome, okay? Cap rate, price. As cap rate goes down, price goes up. Cap rate 6, it's a lower price. So the difference between a 6 and a 3 is $123,000. Now, what marketplaces should you be looking at for lower cap rates, or should you be looking for higher cap rates? This is going to be the Midwest. This is going to be Miami. Okay? This is going to be rural parts, 6 to 8s, depending on the asset class. And then when you start going to the more desirable assets, brand new office, brand new apartments, New York, LA, maybe not LA right now, but the bigger markets with stronger population growth, a lot of job growth, you're going to go to lower cap rates. Last thing I want to say about this is the higher the cap rate, the less appreciation you're going to have. The lower the cap rate, the less debt you can afford to put on the deal, but the higher appreciation you're going to have if the future for Miami is as good as the present time for Miami. So 10 years from now, if Miami continues to become New York City, the cap rates will go down, the prices will accelerate faster than if you're in Indiana or other parts of the country. None of this means any piece of real estate is good or bad, by the way. I just know this. If you show me something with a high cap rate, I'm going to know that the appreciation is going to be it's going to be more like this. It's going to be a flat line. If you show me something with lower cap rates in great locations, I know the bang on the way out is going to be much bigger. Okay, number 8. We're going to clip that piece right there. Cut it, use it for a... Number 8, it has to have positive job growth. You need jobs coming in, not jobs going out. Some of the cities, in fact, most of the cities y'all told me about today, the jobs are leaving, not coming in. The populations are dwindling down, not growing, and you need a growing population. Follow the money, which means follow people, because the only thing that has money is people. Number 9, you need a competitive advantage in your marketplace. There's a lot of ways to have a competitive advantage. Location is a competitive advantage that is almost irreplaceable. The Whole Foods, definitely an advantage. The Starbucks, an advantage. Schools, big advantage. Great schools, though, not, oh, we're the top 6 school in the, big deal. If you're 6, you're nothing. You got to be great schools, okay? Walk scores, big. Parks. Hey, I can walk across the street and get a park. Low crime, okay? Views. Stupid views. If there's water, bro, let me tell you, I don't care. This entire planet has been worried about a flood since, what's his name? Okay, big deal. Fucking people still gravitate to water. No matter how, I mean, the whole Bible's built around Moses and the dam. Huh? Oh yeah, Noah. Yeah, not Jared. Got misinformation.
Moses parted the Red Sea, man.
No, bruh. No. Bruh, give me a bruh. Okay? Bro, go where the water is, folks. Don't worry about bruh. Go where the water is. Don't worry about all this bullshit about global warming. By the way, the glacials, for the first time in the last 20 years, grew this year. So tell Al Gore that shit, okay? You go where there's beaches, you go where there's lakes, you go where there's ponds, you go where there's ocean views, you get as close as you can without being in a flood zone. The closer you get, the more money you're gonna make.
God did.
That's right. Number 3, it has to be refinanceable. Oh, let me just remind everybody, 2/3 of planet Earth is on the water. 2/3 of it. 2/3 of it is water, ocean. They believe, by the way, they're discovering that the oceans, the 7 great oceans that we have, are actually possibly ponds, gurgling ponds from a greater, larger ocean inside the core.
Ooh, we getting deep.
I'm just telling you, man. I don't want. Yeah. Okay, number 10, it's got to make $1 million. Now.
Notice the thou shalts were gone?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That fast?
God did.
God, man. See, all you need right there, all you need is, get it down to two words. Superior location, $2,000 a month, financeable. We don't need sentences.
Okay.
I need down to 1 or 2 words on almost everything. Okay, number of units. This is called the increased value formula. Somebody was just, yeah. Somebody asked me, hey, man, how do I do your calculator again? Okay, well, we give you the calculator, or you can learn the formula, folks. The best thing for you to do is learn the formula, like my dad taught me, man. If you just learn it, bro, so you can walk around and be a genius, okay? Like there's nothing wrong with walking around and knowing your shit. It's kind of cool. Number of units, times the rent increase, times the occupancy, times 12 months, divided by the cap rate is the increased value. Okay, now I'm going to give you another formula right now that's not in the book. This is your underwriting formula. Tomorrow? How do I know what to offer first? Number of units times the rent times 12 times occupancy, total number, not the vacancy, equals gross rent. Worry about no other number than this. Don't look at all this possible market rent. Don't ever look at these numbers that they give you. All these brokers give you all this bullshit. That's called gross rent. Less equals less expenses, insurance, gas, water, utilities, taxes, equals NOI. Did I miss something?
He's asking about additional income. He's getting fancy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I do have, but look, when you guys have, somebody asked about where's the other income here, okay? Not all real estate has other income. It's all going to have a little bit, but there's going to be some other income. But the big deals with the great amenities, I mean, I got properties that have 12 and 13% other income. We looked at a deal. We had a deal. I'll tell you a story real quick. Man, I got to pee. 500 units. I went through the property. Was that random? Okay, 500, it doesn't matter. I can go 4 or 5 hours controlling my bladder, okay? Okay, so 500 units, Chicago, Illinois. Show the Paragon. Was it Paragon? Yeah, I think it was Paragon property. Beautiful glass building. I walked away from it, but we went and toured the building. When you tour the building, you're doing due diligence. I'm walking through the property. I'm looking at the rent roll. I'm carrying the rent roll around going around observing the people. A lot of young people there. That's not it. That's NEMA. And Paragon Apartments, Chicago, Illinois. So anyway, I'm walking around, I see a dog, I see another dog, I'm in the elevator, 2 dogs, and I'm like, hey man. See, to me, everything is, what are we getting for that? Hey, I said, what % of the property has a dog? Of the 500 units, they said 94% How many dogs is that? Dogs are everywhere. Give me the math, man. 450 plus 4%, 450, 476 dogs. Is that right? 470. Okay, 470. Okay, shit. I'm so good at math. Give me that from Kanye. No, that was Jay-Z. Jay-Z on the Blue album on the OJ 444. I'm so good at math. Okay, 470. Now I went and looked at the rent roll, and I'm looking for dog deposits. I cannot find 470 different entries. If you've ever been a renter, you're an entry. Your name is Sherry Hamilton. Started the rents in December. She put down the deposit of $500, and she's paying $400. And it says in there she's got a pet. I'm like, where's the deposit for the pet? Where's the income from the pet? Because the pet should be like there should be 2 deposits on there. $500 for her, $500 for the dog, non-refundable, by the way, always non-refundable, and it should be $25 to $40 for that little freaking fur bothering, shitty little dog she's got. Okay, and I love dogs, by the way. Okay, but dogs scratch wood, dogs cause problems, cats urinate on the carpets, and I'm keeping that $500. We went through the deposit. I couldn't find one deposit or one rent for the dogs, okay? I said, guys, how are these people getting away with paying no rent? Well, they're claiming, it's a gamer, they're gaming the system, they're claiming, what's it called?
Emotional support. Yes.
Emotional support dogs,
Yes.
okay? I said, come on, man. You tell me everybody in this building's got some kind of depression? Everybody in this building's got some kind of labeling issues, they're flipping to the other side or whatever, and they're like, everybody says they do. I said, well, here's the deal. If you guys know the law in every state, for you to have an emotional support dog, the law requires that every time you leave your unit, you go to work, you go smoke a cigarette, you go to the grocery store, you leave for 1 minute or 1 hour or 8 hours, you got to bring that dog with you. You don't bring that dog with you, that dog needs to be a deposit and some income. Okay? So watch, do the math. Let's say we get the non-refundable deposit. Let's say that 90% of these 470 people do not have an emotional issue and they're just gaming the system, which you know that's true. Okay, 470 times 90. That means 423 people times $500 equals $211,500 that I'm getting as soon as I buy this building. And trust me, if you don't have the guts to go get this money, you don't deserve to be in real estate. Leave it alone. This game is not for you. More importantly, how many people? 90?
470.
470 times 0.90, because some of them do have emotional issues. And I can attest to it because I met some of the tenants. 423 people are going to pay $25 a month times 12 divided by 0.06, and that's worth $2,115,000. And I haven't changed the rents. I'm just charging for the dogs and the cats. And I'm gonna tell you something. Some of these women in this building and some of the men in the building they will get rid of their girlfriend or their boyfriend before they'll get rid of their poodle. Okay. Did I finish this math on this deal? What was I showing you guys right here? Oh yeah, other income. Sorry, I got a little lost in that. Okay. All right. Okay, $1 million profit potential, 32 units, $200 increase, 90% occupied, 12 months, $69,000 a month. Come on, don't worry about it. Just do it. Oh, it's already gone. It's already gone. It's fine. No, I think it's spilled right here, but it's fine. Divided by 6, you made $1.1 million. Okay, there's the math. Filled it in. You got it. Here's another one. $1 million target. Times 6% cap rate, divided by 12 months, divided by 32 units, divided by 0.90, it could tell you, you could literally, you don't even need to know the units right now. You're like, I need to find a deal that's a 6 cap that has 32 units, 90% occupied, and all I got to do is increase the rents $173. I'm going into the deal backwards. The previous one showed me the deal you need to find. 32 units, raise the rents 200, you make 1 million. I could just do the math like this. And then you know, when you leave here today, hey, what deals do I need to look at? So the gentleman with the white beard, what was his name again? Big John. Big John. Give me some Big John music. Big John. You remember that? There was a song back in the 70s, Big John. Look for the Big John. Big John. Everybody together. Big John. Okay. I am so immature. Okay. This is a little cheat sheet. If you had 100% occupancy and a 6% cap rate, watch what happens. 4 units, you need to raise the rents $1,250. 8 units, $625. 16 units, $313. 32 units, $157. 64 units, $79. And notice how easy it got at $122. At 122 units, all you got to do is take $1,100. $1,100 and raise the rents $41. Nobody's gonna freak out. It's gonna be like, hey, I got bad news for you. Oh my!
Got in a fight over a Cajun queen and a crashing blow from a huge right hand sent a Louisiana fella to the promised land. Big John.
Big John. Y'all never heard that song before, huh? Morgan's like, I never heard that before. Give it to me again. Big John. Big John. Big John.
Big Bad John.
Big Bad John. Is that good or what? Okay. We should do that with my name, though. We should work it in. Get the rapper guys to do that. Okay. So watch. I'm going to go to Jared and say, hey, Jared, I got some really terrible news for you, Jared. Terrible, 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 awful news. Okay. Joe Biden and Donald Trump have screwed up the country, and because of it, we have inflation, and I have to raise the rents. I knew it was coming. I knew it. I knew it was coming. We were thinking about raising our rents $400. But man, because you've been here so long, okay, we're going to give you a special deal and only raising $41. Okay. Now let me just show you what that is. 41 times 12 divided by 0.06 is $8,000. Every $41 I get is $8,200. The more units you have, the more money you make. 10 units would be $80,000. 100 units would be $800,000. Am I wrong? What's 41 bucks?
Times 122.
Times 12 times divided by 0.06. 41 times 12. Yeah, it's $8,200. Don't get complicated. It's $8,200 a unit. Every $41 is $8,200. If I had 10 units, I make $82,000. That's a bigger bonus than you're going to get from the company you work for. I'm not giving anybody here an $82,000 bonus. You ain't that good. Fuck it. Okay. You just don't go from like bang. Okay. And I'm like, oh yeah, let's give him an $80,000 bag. Ain't gonna happen. How do you do that? You invest money. You take the money that you earn from me, throw it into a deal, work the deal, find out a creative way to raise the rents, $8,200. Now, if I have 100 units, I didn't raise the rents anything. That's $820,000. Now, why am I telling you this little story right here? Because everything I'm doing is a story that you're going to use with somebody like an investor. Jared, all I got to do is raise the rents 41 bucks, bro. Every $41 makes you and me, us, $820,000, okay? Now, grab your calculator. We're going to do some big math now. I'm going to show you why I'm so excited about this and why I'm doing this with you today. Okay, Johnny, how do I get rid of this terrible?
That's it.
Okay. $14,200. $14,200. Do the math. Everybody's going to do the math. Okay, you guys in the room should be doing the math. Everybody should do math, man. Just start doing the math and say, hey, shit, man, it's the first time I've done math in like 20 years. Okay? Okay, first of all, I want somebody to tell me in the chat, How much do you think the rents will be higher, just higher, in the year 2035? Put some numbers down there in the chat. Annie says $1,000. Okay, let's see if we have any other numbers. The year is 2035. By the way, most of you won't even have jobs by then. Most of you will own a robot, your own robot, to wipe your own ass and to do other chores around the house. Most of America will probably be on universal income, not Social Security. You'll be paid something by the federal government. Here, this is your money that you get every month. Oh, it's coming. This is happening. Could be. We printed $10 trillion in the last 8 years. 40%, maybe 40 to 50% of every dollar you have today was printed in the last 8 years. So this is starting to accelerate. So Maria says $2,000. I'm talking about the increase. I'm not talking about the rent. The average rent in America today is $2,000. Okay, so what's it going to go up? That's all I'm looking for. 36% increase minimum. So let's take the 36% because it seems to have some intelligence behind it. 36% increase over 10 years. That's only, by the way, 10 years. That's only 3.6% a year, which is very low. So watch. $2,000. The average rent in America is just under $2,000 today. 2,000 times 1.36 is $2,720 a month. Now, when I look at that number, $2,720, I'm like, there's absolutely no way the rents are only $2,720 a month. I just don't believe that, okay? The average home today in America, because this is what you need. Before you decide that's the number, bring in some more data. The average home in America is $440,000 today. This is an average home, not in a major city. If I go to LA, it's 1.1 million. I go to San Francisco, it's 1.4 million. If I go to Miami, it's $880,000. If I go Midwest, rural, Texas, $440,000. Now, why is that important? Because the average note is going to be about $28,000. 440 times. The average mortgage is 7%, 6.58% on $413,000 with $30,000 down. I'm around $28,000 a year.
7% is.
Yeah. So anyway, it's $2,500 a month for a mortgage. Where do you think this is going to be in 10 years? If the average home is $440 today, in 2035, what do you think the average price of a home is? Think it's going down? Huh? Could be $1 million. Could be 800, could be double. It's not going to go, it's not going backwards. Not if you want to be in a major city with a job, a real job. If you even have real jobs anymore, like who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? Okay? So could the rents be $3,700? Could they be $4,700? Just to keep in mind, now I'm going to bring in another piece of data. The average rent for a 2-bedroom in New York City is $5,700 today. San Francisco, $4,900 today, 2-bedroom. Okay, beautiful view. Miami, beautiful view, 2 bedrooms. What am I going to pay for that in Brickell? $4,000 today, not 10 years from now. So you guys said 2,700, but you don't really have any data. What if we print more money again? What if Trump decides to print another 10 trillion? Guess what? Everything explodes again. Go ahead.
Just for context, average or median rent in 2014 was $960. Median rent in 2024 was $1,650.
Yeah.
So almost double in the last 10 years.
Almost double in 10 years. Okay, but we're going to use your number anyway, even though it's a bullshit number, miss 36%. That was the most analytical of all the answers. I want you guys to multiply this number times 720, 14,200 units, times 720. And I think most of everybody agrees they're going to be higher than that.
The 1420 is what?
14,200 is the number of units times $720, 10 million a month times 12. It's $122 million in new income. See why I'm so excited about real estate? This for me and my family and our investors. It's $122 million of new income, not the old income, a year, okay? Let's say I only keep 70% of this new income. 85, how much is it?
85,881.
That's fine. We're just going to round it to 85 million.
6 cap, 5 cap.
That's an NOI. We're always going to do a higher cap rate going than coming. I'm just being more conservative. Just do a 6.
1.42 billion.
Yeah, I just made $1.4 billion for me and my investors. So why am I spending time with you guys today? If I can make $1.5 billion for our investors in the next 2 years, why am I doing this with you? Because I can't buy all this real estate. You guys can. You guys, every person listening to this today should make this something for your family. You should be doing this for your family rather than some of the stuff you're doing right now, which is saving your money or believing you're saving your money. Like the SEC should not even allow a bank to use the word saving. You're not saving, you're losing. It should be a loser's account, not a saver's account. It is impossible to save money in America. You cannot save money. You're losing money when you put it in a bank. You lost it because they're going to pay you 0.5% in a marketplace that costs 6 or 7 to live in. Everything's going up on you except what you think you saved. They don't even save it. They send it to me to use it. Okay? All of you should be doing this to learn how to do this. Okay? So now what I want you to do is I want you to go to page 24, 24, slide 34 of 71. 24, it says right here, slide 34. Okay? But it's 24 in your book, and I want you to, because I'm trying to impress with you, how much time would you be willing? If any of what I'm saying, if a half of what I'm saying is true, if a half of this is true, everybody wins, okay? So if we don't do that, by the way, I don't know in what world you would live in where the rents aren't going to go up if you're in the right location. Particularly when you're buying in a correction market like we're buying now, because we're buying everything below replacement cost. So watch. I want you to rate your confidence based on what we've done so far. You're going to do that? Yeah. Okay. Based on what we've done so far, I want you, where do you find good deals? A 10, I want you to rate, I want you to assume I'm a 10. Assume I'm a 10. And I want you to rate yourself against me. And I'm not a 10, by the way. I know where to find great deals. Okay, rate yourself. I'm a 10. Where are you? How to underwrite a deal. Just be honest with yourself right now. Everybody's going to give yourself a score. We're going to give you a total score, and then we're going to take your total score and tell you, based on your total score, what you need to do, Jared. Okay, we have a solution for everybody based on your grade. I know how to find debt. I know how to raise equity. I know how to get a deal under contract. We should have these numbers. I know how to get deals closed. I have a network of investors. I have legal and accounting professionals. I know my deal criteria, and I know the 5 must-haves. This should take 20 seconds to answer. Maximum score is 100.
But I'm broke, but now I'm living adding digits, comma zeros and some decimals. And I wish you would try to test me, yo. You should listen to the lesson, no. Masterminds out of Mexico, I invested though when I let it grow. Benjamins, I got a pocket full. Rich income and your taxes low. Spend it right and then the best more. And if you don't believe me, ask my doctor down. What you mean? You mean Uncle G? Planting seeds for these money trees. Who got my money, please? Everywhere you wanna be like Visa, MasterCard, American American Express. I bought the bank and I bought the jet. I buy apartments, I send checks. Yo, billionaire went undercover, help y'all discover who did it best.
Just bought 2 choppers, can't wait till they see the face and they see what I do next.
When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow.
Yeah, and only then do I buy something stupid. How stupid can you go? You can go as stupid as your cash flow.
You know what heels on is? Deals. Look who went from meals to bills. It's eat what you kill when you're in the field. In the pipeline overflowing, I don't drip, I spill.
We don't seek balance, nah, we want extraordinary. If you really knew my dreams, it'd be more than scary. We got more to spare, ain't no shortage, baby. Winning by the chopper and another for my lady.
Talking about the bird and the strap. Say the word and she handle that.
Fully loaded, put it at the target, and you know we letting off every man. Got my money, who got my back? You can never get it if you never ask.
Big bags, legendary swag. Only one thing better than cash.
When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow.
When I walk through, no I walk through, no I walk through, no I'm talking to, not to, you know about to do, what? Walk in that door.
Chapter 6, Step 4, Who's Got My Money?
Yeah. Who got it? 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 Yeah. Sure that money is calling. So I gotta ask who got it. Who got my money? Said who got my money? Who got my money? Said who got my money? I gotta get it. What you finna do about it? I'm finna get it. Hey, deal estate. I hear the money knocking, knocking. Ding dong. Tell me, do you got it, got it? Step inside the office, and you see us ballin', ballin'. Cause the every day, you know that we bossin', bossin'. Yo, said I gotta get that dough. Gotta get it. Said I gotta get that dough. Hold up. Talking meals, here I'm talking hungry. Talking meals, now I'm talking money. Yeah. And I just feel like you got that for me. Yeah. Another deal right before the morning. Yeah. Talking credit or cash. Every question they ask, we gon' get to the bag.
All right. So let's get your scores posted in the comments below. So you should have had, out of a score of 100, let's see what these scores are. So I got, let's see, 75, 45, 13, 48, 13, 37, 26, 98. Ashley Cash, wow. Confidence. 25, 20, 37, 18, 52, 36, 23, 35, 31. So a lot of scores in the sub 50 range, which if you remember back to school, if you got a 50% on a test, you fail the test. Look, the reason that you guys want to get your knowledge up in these areas is because it gives you the confidence, right? And the confidence to go out and do things and know what you're looking at and know what you're talking about. We've spent, a few hours here today going over all this information. It's a lot of new words. I'm looking at the chat the entire time, and it's just like it's going very fast. It's math equations and math problems. There's just a lot of information there. And so the important thing is that you hopefully from these 2 days, you have the realization that you're like, hey, there's something here. Like I saw something from Grant. I liked it. I feel like it's a good place for me to be. I've always heard about people making money in real estate, but I've never done it before. I don't have the confidence. And really the lack of confidence is the thing that's going to paralyze you from doing anything. And I'll just use myself as a personal example. Like the way I grew up, I didn't have money. My parents didn't. They weren't investors. They weren't, they did the traditional thing. They bought a house. They had a 401k. We never had a lot of money. We weren't poor. But there was never any we're going to be financially free plan in my household. So I didn't have the examples to learn from. And so when I came to work for Grant, I started making money working for him. I was a sales guy. I was making $2,500 a month. I slept on an air mattress for the first 2 years that I worked for him because I was so broke. But I started making money. And at the end of the second year, I had like $100,000. And I'm like, man, Grant, what do I do with this money? And he's like, give it to me. Give me that money. I'm like, what are you going to do with it? He's like, I'm going to put you in one of these real estate deals. This was 13 years ago. And I'm like, okay. And so I gave him $100,000. I wrote him a check. And then the next month I got a check back for $800. And I looked at the check for $800 and I was like, man, I don't know if this is a good deal or not. I gave you a lot and I got back very little. I still didn't understand the game. That that $800 a month check has still been coming for the last 13 years. And about 9 months after he bought that deal, remember I put $100,000 in, he wrote me a check back for $30,000. He showed up one day with a check for $30,000. I'm like, what's this? He's like, well, after I bought the deal, we raised the rents on the property. The bank came to me and said, hey, we want to give you a different loan than you have right now on the property. And it was called a refinance. And that gave me a $30,000 check back. And I was like, holy cow, this is crazy. I'm like, Grant, what do I do with this $30,000? He's like, I'd put it in another deal. And I said, well, don't I have to pay tax on it? He goes, no, man. I'm like, why? He said, because there's new debt we put a new debt facility on the property. So you can't tax debt. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I didn't really understand it. And then, by that time I had another $100,000. I took the 30 and I put that into the next deal. Started getting $1,800 a month on that deal. And about a year and a half later, Grant came to me. He dropped the check for $90,000 on my desk. And I'm like, what's this for? He said, we did the same thing with this deal as we did with the last deal. And so I got $90,000 of my money back. Grant, I don't pay tax on this, right? Nope. So I put it into another deal. And every deal doesn't happen like that in that short of a period of time. But that was all I needed to know. I'm like, oh, this is how people get rich. Because by the time that happened on those two deals, I had a good amount of my money back already. And I was already redeploying that into new deals. And so over the last 13 years that I've been investing with Grant, 15 years that I've been with him, I just put all my money with him because I have a full-time job. So my full-time job is showing up here, figuring out how to grow the company and make the company more money. All my investment money goes to Grant. Literally, I figure out how much I got to live on. I give it all to him, and then I don't have to worry about it. And it's millions of dollars at this point. I have $25,000 a month in passive income that I will have forever, and it will continue to grow. I'm 40 years old. By the time I'm 50, it's going to be more than it is now. By the time I'm 60, it's going to be more than it is now. And the value of the assets that I have are going to continue to go up in value. From sleeping on an air mattress, I'm probably worth $15 million right now. And the majority of that is from real estate. It's not from my income. Because that real estate has paid me more money over the last 15 years than my job has. And so you have to look at this game a little bit differently. Everybody wants a quick fix. They want to show up for one day. They want to try to learn all the information for one day on how to do a transaction like this. It doesn't happen like that. Lots of questions come up. You're going to call a broker. They're going to say something you don't know, and then you're going to fumble around trying to figure out how to do it, and you're not going to get started doing anything. And so I just wanted to bring up a few people who have been a part of programs that we've had, and they've been around what we're doing so that you guys can hear from them just sort of their experience. I've got William King here. William, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, man. Good. So where were you at, when you first came into our ecosystem, started learning from Grant? I think you're in our mentoring program for real estate. Yeah. Where were you at before you came to us?
Just, working like everyone else in front of my computer all day, 9 hours a day. Started off doing wholesaling. I did that for a couple of years before starting the program. I think I joined towards the end of September of 2024. Since then, just the education that's available, that's provided. You get tons of it. Anyone that's on the fence, second guessing if they should join the program, I say do it. You get a wealth of information. The networking group, everyone's knowledgeable. Everyone's very helpful. You can ask people for whatever questions that you may have. If you get stuck somewhere, they're providing that information. And then getting comfortable with broker calls. If you get stuck on anything, there's always someone there that can help you out and lend a hand. So I think it's great.
So you've been a part of our mentoring program. That's what he's talking about right now. But what have you learned? Like, what are some of the things that you've gained more confidence in? Because you had no multifamily experience before you started with us. So, like, what's changed in your confidence level in the last 6 months since you've been in our mentoring group?
I mean, my confidence is grown tremendously. Just being able to be comfortable and making those phone calls. I wasn't very comfortable with speaking to brokers, and just being able to get that confidence to get on the phone with them and have those conversations, knowing what to ask, what to look for. And again, it's just that confidence is there. And if there's anything that you're lacking, you always have people that you can lean on that's in the networking group.
And so let me ask you one more question. So between the education, like the courses and things that are available, the Q&A calls that happen every week, or the actual networking group, which one of those do you think you've gotten the most value from?
The Friday calls are great. There's always something, because there's things that you're not even thinking of. That's a question that's on your list that someone else is going to ask that you can jot down and get your answer for, and you weren't even thinking about that. So I think I get the most value about from the Friday calls with the Q&A.
That's awesome, man. Thanks so much for being here, man. I appreciate it. Good luck to you, all right?
Hey, no problem. Thank you.
All right, and then we've got Regina Robinson. Is Regina here?
I am here. Can
Hey,
you see me?
hey, Regina, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are y'all?
I'm doing awesome. So tell me real quick here, before you, is that her or us? Yeah, there we go. So before you joined the real estate mentoring program, did you have any experience in apartment investing?
No, I had zero experience in apartment investings at all, multifamily, and I've learned a lot since then.
And so what were you doing before you got started in this program? Like before you found Grant, like what's your profession?
So I'm in healthcare for a long time, and so that's what I've been, loving the good old job that I want to get away from. Of course, we want to get our turn into our investing and trying to just grow our wealth as well. And that's when I found Grant and the programs, and it's been awesome.
And so what have you learned or gotten more confident in by being a part of our community and our mentoring group?
I'll say the biggest part is getting to know people, but also everything that Grant's covering today, just how to break down the deals, just even taking that first look at a deal, just getting your basic numbers of just trying to see where at least it stands and know if it's even something you want to proceed with. And that I find that biggest value that I've learned very quickly. So that helped a lot.
And I'll ask you the same question that I asked William. The coaching calls on Friday, the networking group, the chat that we have in the community that we have, or the education courses and programs that are included. What have you gotten the most value out of?
All of them. The Friday call, it touches on so many different topics, but I'm a people person, and that's why I like the Telegram groups, because I have met so many people. This is not something you can do alone. It's a team sport, and knowing the people and actually understanding what's involved in the whole process of getting into the multifamily apartments. It's you need to get to know each other, so you got to get with your people and know that, and that's what the Friday calls are all about too, and the Telegram groups.
Yeah, and so before you came in, you invested in any type of real estate before?
Just single family homes.
Yeah, just single family homes. And then after joining the program, being part of this, have you invested in any multifamily deals?
Yeah, it has. As a matter of fact, I'm an LP on a project now. It's 452 doors.
Wow, love that. Amazing.
Yeah.
Great job for you, and appreciate you being a part of the community and contributing. Let's go to Joanne. Joanna. Hi, Joanna.
Joanna. Yes. Hey, how you
hey,
doing?
How are you?
Good.
Thanks for
good.
being here. Where are you at? What part of the country are you in?
I'm in Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. Nice. How did you find Grant?
Oh my God, how do you not find Grant? He's everywhere.
What was the thing
Maybe
like?
I followed him for marketing and
Yeah.
sales and stuff like that, and then saw the real estate, and I'm like, huh, this is something.
And
So
did you have any real estate experience before you joined our community?
yes, I've been in the single family for about 25 years, and doing fix and flips, wholesale, a lot of work.
Yeah, right. That's the whole hard to scale thing. And
Yeah.
so why did you want to? What made you want to change from the single family fix and flip game to learning the multifamily game?
I had a small portfolio and flips and doing all the action items, and it was basically running me instead of me running it.
Yeah. And as a part of the mentoring program, what are some of the things that you've gotten from it? The most valuable things you've gotten from being a part of the group?
So that's a really tough question if you want me to choose. I got so much from just listening to Grant and the way it just flows off of his tongue. Like it's just automatic for him. That's where I wanted to be. And when you go to the Q&A on Friday, it just reaffirms the education. Like, so going to the education and getting the questions that you want and then going to the call, like it makes the boat go so much faster if you go in that order.
Yeah.
Because the community is just super powerful to lean on.
And so I've been watching the chat all day, and a lot of people are like, man, this is a lot. This is overwhelming. Like, how long did it take for you to really kind of start getting your head wrapped around and getting comfortable with the underwriting and the broker calls and doing the increased value calculations? Like, just so people have a realistic expectation that you can't learn all this in one day. How long has it taken for you to like kind of settle in and get more comfortable with everything?
I'm going to say I'm still not. I'm going to say that a good chunk of 90 days was kind of where I was at to even kind of feel the confidence to even chat about it with somebody else. And this is with years of real estate experience, y'all.
Yeah.
When you go to the multifamily, it's totally different. And if you're not, it's just like any language. If you're not speaking the language on a regular basis, you don't learn it. So being submersed into the community and listening to the language, people asking the questions and referring back to the education, that built a lot of confidence in me making offers. I'm able to talk to brokers with a lot of confidence now. And I don't know if you know this, but women sometimes have a tough time being in a masculine world. And to me, it's just a, hey, what can I do?
Yeah.
Kind of an attitude, right? What can I do? And when you bring that confidence to the table, I don't care what sex you are, that broker's like, I'm going to make a commission off this person because she's a closer.
Yep. They want to get a deal done. So all you had done is kind of single family fix and flips before you came in, even though she said, like, she still isn't 100% confident with all of the terms and the math and all of these things. What have you done within real estate, in multifamily, in commercial real estate since you've been a part of the group?
Oh my God, it's been such a blessing. So I'm the kind of person that takes massive action, and in, 4 months, almost 5, I closed on a 61 unit deal.
Bang.
And international boutique hotel.
Wow.
So I have a total of 98 units and currently have another 40 in escrow.
Amazing. This is remarkable that happens for you so fast. Give it up for Joanna, everybody. Thanks so much for being here.
Thanks.
Okay, so I want to show you guys something really quick here, because this piece right here, this confidence piece, is the thing that Grant is. It's one of the 5 things that are required to do this. Now, I've had the benefit of being with Grant for 15 years, and I've sat through hundreds of presentations, of trainings, of workshops about this stuff. So my confidence naturally is going to be higher because I'm around the environment. Just like the 3 folks that we had on here, like they got closer to the environment, so their confidence went up. And as your confidence goes up, you're going to start having the ability to actually go out and do these things. Confidence precedes the ability. Like you have to develop the confidence to jump into the ring first. And I had this little thing that I worked out when I first started working for Grant because I saw all these areas that I wasn't taking action. And it was frustrating for me because my mind was like, you got to go do something big, man. You're in the right place. You're in the right spot. You're with the right guy. You're with the right team. Like, and I was like, I kind of was like finding myself paralyzed in action. Like I couldn't get myself to move into action. And even though I knew it was the right thing to do. And so I wanted to try to figure out how to fix this because I believe that's what happens with a lot of people, particularly with money. Like you work your ass off to make money. And then when you have an opportunity to do something, maybe somebody brings you an opportunity and it doesn't work out. Like you're scorched for the next 10 years. Like you got to recover from like the missed opportunity. Like my man John, who him and his wife split up. Like they make one bad investment decision together that he makes or she makes. Like all trust is gone. Like it takes a long time to repair that. So you want to avoid mistakes and problems. And so what I did was I figured out a way for me. This is not just related to real estate. This is about how to take more action, right? So if ultimately you guys are in a position right now where you guys want to take action, like if you are in a position right now where you're like, I've heard enough about real estate to be like, I want to make money doing this. Just drop 10x in the comments where you're like, people are making money. I know Grant's making money. Just drop a 10x in the comments if you're like, I want to make money in real estate.
And you don't need, am I on?
Yeah.
You don't need to go get a permit. You don't need to get registered. You don't need a license. You need to learn something. But here's the problem with just learning something. We've all been to school. You still might not be confident about 8 times 7 or algebra or trigonometry or helping your kids through school. Like I did all those classes my kids are doing right now, but when they give it to me today, I'm like, I don't know if I'm the best person to teach you this yet. Okay, why? Because I'm out of touch with it. I'm not doing it, right? So, like, in addition to you guys needing to learn something, you're the only one that can make the commitment to do this. The only one. We cannot do that for you. What we can do for you, though, is give you the education while we're actually helping you use that learning, right? Rather, like I told you earlier, I'm going to show you the right answer. I'm going to show you how to calculate it, and then I'm going to get you to do it.
Yeah.
And that we're practitioners here. We offer these things with a network of people. This one's for me, by the way. When you guys join our network, you're joining it for me. I'm the beneficiary of that network because it gives me other people to talk to real estate about, and then it gives me a bigger vision of how to expand my own investor base and accomplish some of my own dreams, which is I'm going to build a massive, massive, massive network that's accumulating property all across the planet to build the biggest real estate portfolio in the world. I'm doing that with regular people. I want to do that with Joanna, Hisela, Moises, Rick, Glenn, Rick. As long as you guys are the right people, looking for the right deals, getting the right debt. I don't want to do business with anybody who's getting stupid debt. Okay? People that are putting no money down. I'm not interested because that's how you lose real estate. So I want to be doing business with people that have the right network, building the right assets. I don't know if we talked about any of that at all. Some of my own ambitions and goals is to expand through a network of other people that also have confidence. So we have a joint. Jared having confidence is one thing. Me having confidence is another thing. Me and Jared together having confidence about winning together, dude, that confidence isn't 2x. It's like 200x.
Yeah, it multiplies. And so what we wanted to do was provide something for you guys that will help you gain the confidence between a collective group so that you're not on your own. Because when you guys go home tomorrow after we wrap up this event and you're like, man, it was so great. I'm so excited about it. I dropped 10x in the comments. I want to do this. I want to make it work. And then Monday comes around and then you go to call a broker. That phone weighs about 800 pounds. You can't even get the phone off the table to make the call because you don't have people around you that can continue to support you. And so that's why Grant says that the network is so important because real estate, one thing he didn't say today, He in a roundabout way he did. Real estate is a team sport. You cannot do real estate on your own. There's a broker in the deal. There's a lender in the deal. There's a management company in the deal. You got to have legal on the deal. There's you got to pay taxes. The government's involved in the deal. Like there's all these people that are around that are involved in the deal that make it work. So you can't actually do it on your own. And so what we wanted to do was about 2 years ago, we said, hey, we want to create a group where people can continue to have that community and that support so that they could continue to grow their confidence as they develop themselves into an investor and can finally pull the trigger on a first deal. So we put together a program. It's our real estate mentoring program. It's an incredible opportunity for you guys to join the group. There's about 2,000 people in this group currently. As a part of that group, you get 12 months of access to our mentoring program. We do this. It's a coaching call every Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. You get Q&A access. Grant's there for some of those. We have members of the Cardone Capital deal team that are there, the EVP over there, the Director of Investor Relations, people that are involved in doing Grant's real estate deals every single day. Come on there and you get to ask questions and you get to hear questions other people are asking. Sometimes the question that gets answered from somebody else is the actual question you needed the answer to. You just didn't know how to ask the question. So it's an amazing opportunity for you guys to come every week and get the coaching. Some of you have had access to this call. Those have ended now. And we'd like to continue your access to the program for the next 12 months. You're going to get lifetime access to Grant's Introduction to Buying Apartments course. This is an amazing program, soup to nuts, A to Z on doing real estate deals. It's a 26-hour program that comes with a workbook. It's an amazing program that covers all of the things that you need to be successful in real estate. You're going to get the masterclass, which is a 16-hour program. This program was shot in a live room where for 2 days, people paid 10 grand a head to come sit in a room. We had about 120 people in the room, and all Grant did for 2 days was unload on them everything he knows about real estate. Our resource book is also included in the program.
This is where you find, back to me, this is where you can find the list of brokers, their emails, and their names.
So this is every document that you'll need to do real estate. So there's purchase and sale agreements, there's LOIs, which when Grant says get a deal under control, that's what an LOI is. All those documents, examples of them are in here. We obviously always recommend that you consult your own attorney for legal advice, but to give you a guideline of all of the documents that you need to start getting acclimated with. And like Grant mentioned, there's a whole list in there of contacts for a bunch of brokers all across the U.S. You're going to get access to the real estate book as well. The real estate...
One other thing, just letter of intent is in here. Due diligence. Remember I was talking about the pets? The due diligence check sheet is in here that I found, and I was like, oh yeah, tell me about your pets deposits. And that's when we went and looked at them. It like literally shows you what you're looking for. How to write an offer, okay, which is 8 pages, 9 pages, 10 pages, 12 pages, 13 pages. This is a document created by our lawyers that cost me, the first one probably cost me $25,000 to do. This saves you $25,000 understanding this is the boilerplate for an offer.
Yeah.
Agreement of sale and purchase, PSA. Loan package. What are you looking for in the loan package? The lender's going to show you the loan package documents. You do not want to see this for the first time when they show it to you because you're going to be like, huh? Your confidence went down. What am I looking at? You don't know what you're looking at. You don't even know, like you think, oh my God, all these documents are all big deals. Some are. Some are very, very important. And some are whatever, it's no big deal. If you've seen it before, it's not going to kill you. Your make status ready. The crime notice, okay? Like you can literally get a crime report on the properties. Hurricane preparations. If you live in any of the Southeast states, what are my hurricane preparations? When you show this to your insurance company and they're quoting your insurance rate, they're going to ask you, hey, do you have hurricane preparations? Sure do. Yeah, bruh. Of course. They're going to be like, okay, and your insurance is going to come in lower than it would had you not had that. Lease violation notices, eviction proceedings, property incident reports, lease contracts. Okay, this, you can go to their website right now. You can go to grantcardone.com, Look for the resource book under the real estate section. This sells for $2,500. We're giving it to you.
You're also going to get access to our networking group, which is a chat group. It's an app-based chat group. We use Telegram for it. There's thousands of people in this group that are active 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. People just going in there asking questions, trying to get connected with people in other markets. Like the gentleman that was in New Jersey that was getting started in, he was investing in real estate. He goes, am I better trying to buy a bigger deal down in something like Alabama than I am buying another deal in New Jersey? Well, if you don't have anybody on the ground in Alabama that knows the market and knows what's going on there, then that becomes a lot more difficult. But all you have to do is drop into the chat, ask a question. Hey, is anybody in Alabama, Montgomery, Huntsville, Daphne? Is anybody in these markets? Has anybody underwritten these deals? And oftentimes what you'll find is that the group members will actually know the market and know the exact deal that you're looking at. They've probably already walked it, and they know what's good or bad about it. And so you're able to take that and that one-to-one connection and multiply it through all the thousands of people that are in the group. So you're going to get that as well for the next 12 months. We wanted for the first 100 people to give you a live experience to go along with this. Everything we've done with you guys up to this point has been virtual. And so for the first 100 people, we're going to give you two things. Number one, we're going to give you a ticket to our live real estate summit, which is happening in July in Scottsdale, Arizona. It's a 2-day event. These events are incredible to meet people. The reason you come to the events is, number one, to learn, and number two, to meet people. Because these are the people that you actually can do deals with. You know, you want to go buy a 400-unit deal, you have to get partners on that. Like a 400-unit deal, you're going to have to come up with $35 million down to get the loan. So you got to get connected with other people, and the Real Estate Summit is an amazing deal. 2 days, Grant's doing the full event live, and you get the networking opportunities. The second bonus that you have is we're doing a wealth conference May 31st and June 1st here in Miami. Now, this wealth conference is about building wealth. Grant, in his position right now, he's extremely wealthy. He has access to some of the highest regarded, most experienced people in the financial space, and these relationships, these strategies that he's learning now because of his scale, he's bringing those relationships into an event. It's a 2-day event. We're talking about tax savings. We're talking about investing in the stock market if you're doing that, what to do with your 401k, life insurance strategies, wealth preservation and planning, debt. We have speakers talking about cryptocurrency and Bitcoin. Like, we cover the entire gambit. Private equity for small business. Everything is covered in this wealth conference. And the people that are speaking at this event are literally responsible for hundreds of billions of dollars of either assets under management
or more
of assets under management, certainly in transactions.
Yeah. Can I just add one other thing? That the more I learn about wealth, I was telling somebody this last night, the more I realize I don't know anything. Brock Pierce is going to be there. He's the co-founder of Tether. So there's, I'm very interested in some of this new technology that's coming around finance. Howard Dvorkin, he's done $500 million of debt.
Yeah, he helps people. He does consumer debt.
Yeah, he does consumer debt.
He owns debt.com.
Bill Pulte.
Who's the head
He's the director, the CEO, a chairman of the board of Fannie and Freddie Mac.
Which are the two biggest commercial multifamily lenders in the country.
And the director at the Federal Housing Finance Agency. You're talking about $1.3 trillion worth of debt just at HUD, and another $130 billion a year. Another $1 trillion of debt at Fannie and Freddie. Chris Pavlovski,
he's
founder of Rumble. He's got 100 million people viewing his platform right now on Mumble. He's going to talk about how he started that. Cindy Stumpo, she's one of the top luxury real estate developers in the country. Gary, how do you pronounce it? Giulietti. He has sold $1 trillion of insurance around the world. One day he's in Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Africa, Europe. I met him in London. He's one of Trump's inner circle guys.
He owns the largest privately held insurance company in the world.
Art Falcone, $10 billion in real estate projects. Mitch Smith at Vanbridge principal.
He's an insurance guy, yeah.
Insurance advisor. Anthony Basili at Coinbase.
He's the head asset allocator.
Adam Kobisi, founder of Kobisi Letter, Wall Street banker. Brandon Dawson, Mark Lepresti, John Nigerian, Pete Nigerian, Grant Cardone, all day, every day. Okay. Hey, we're going to give you guys this ticket. Okay. Now we're going to give you the Real Estate Summit ticket too. If you can't use them, you don't lose them. Basically, if you can't come to this one, we'll store it. We'll keep you a receipt that you have it and you can use it in the future. Go ahead, Jerry.
So you're going to get those 2 tickets as well. We only have enough space for these events for the first 100 who take advantage of it. So basically what you're going to get is you're going to get the Q&A coaching calls that happen every single week. You have a year's worth of access to that 52 calls. You're going to get access for life to the Real Estate Masterclass, which was the 2-day mastermind that Grant did. You get full access to it. You're going to get the Introduction to Buying Apartments course that you keep for life. The real estate book, which Grant went over with you here, that has all of the documentation. You get access to the private networking group, which probably 75% of the people in our real estate mentoring program will tell you that the networking group and the community, the chat community that we have, is probably one of the most valuable things they get from it. As a bonus, we're giving you access to the 2 events, live events, the Real Estate Summit and the Wealth Conference. If you were to purchase all of these things individually, it'd be $47,500. Today, we're giving you the opportunity to take advantage of it for $4,997. This is a one-time investment that you get access for 12 months to this program. And you get to spend the next year digging in on building up your real estate acumen, your confidence, getting connected with people, building a network, learning about new markets, getting questions answered that you've been having, maybe even just today. So this is everything you get access to. I did talk to Grant before we started the event. And I was telling him about what we were going to present to you guys as an opportunity to get closer connected with us. And I told him, I said, he's like, we're going over everything. And he says, well, how long do they get access to everything? I said, well, they get access to the coaching calls and the network and all that for 12 months. It's 52 weeks. They get access the whole time. He said, I want to do something insane. I said, what's that? Insane could mean a lot of things. I said, what's that? He goes, rather than giving them access for 12 months to our community, he said, I want to give them lifetime access. So rather than you guys just getting access for 12 months to this program, you get access for life. As long as this program is up and running, you guys have access for life to this program. We want to build the largest real estate investing community on planet Earth. And that is why Grant wanted to make sure we keep you in there for life. You invest in this one time, and you get access for the life of the program so that we can continue to build this out, grow this. The bigger this community gets, the better it is for you.
Better the deals. The bigger your network, the bigger the opportunities, the more deal flow you see. The more deal flow you see, the more deal flow you see, the more opportunities. Also, I want to remind everybody, this is an IRS code, IRC number 469C7. Okay, when you become a professional real estate investor because of the time that you dedicate to real estate investing, which is
15 hours a week, 750 hours a year.
750 hours a year, and 50% of your time, 50%, not 100%. So, like, if you were doing, what'd you say, Jared? 750
hours.
750 hours. Yeah. That means, per the code, all passive income can be offset with losses from the real estate. So remember, I gave you an example of a deal earlier today. I said $400,000 deal could come with, let's say, $150,000 worth of losses. Trump's going to kick this up. I know for sure they're going to go accelerated depreciation, so that number's actually going to go up. But let's use the 150, and let's say you bought a deal that earned $12,000 a year. That gets exhausted for about 10 years. Your passive income, because of this loss, would not be taxed. But that IRC code 469C7 would also allow you, this is the deal, you bought this deal. You had income at your other job.
Earned income.
Earned income. You had your job. You're doing something for earned income, whatever, and you earned, let's say, $200,000. $200,000. That's $200,000. Oops.
Let's say you had $80K in taxes.
And let's say you had $80,000 in taxes. Now, I'm not giving financial advice. I am giving you an example. of potential based on how I understand 469C7. You need to do your own due diligence to figure out whether this applies to you or not. Okay? Remember this $150,000 right here? If I didn't have the earned income, I would have to wait 10 years, 10 or 12 years to write off that passive income in this example.
To exhaust it all.
To exhaust it all. But because I have $80,000 of income, let's say this is my AGI. AGI is adjusted gross income.
Your 80K is your tax.
I'm being taxed adjusted gross income on the 80. Because this 150's there, I would have zero taxes on my earned income and I would get a refund from the federal government. Now, all this would go away if you had flat taxes. But we don't have flat tax. We got ditty tax. Okay? The more you earn, the more you take it. And that prevents people. You've even heard this. I'll guarantee you've heard this at your company. I don't want to make more money. I make more money, they're going to tax me at another level. It's so stupid, guys. Like you want to make more money. You want to get more money, and then you want to invest the money so you get this money back, because every April you would be getting a big refund. If you paid $80,000, the tax on that's $32,000. You'd get that back next year. For the next 10 years, if you could figure out how to do that every year, that's $320,000 of taxes that you can use to buy more assets. And this is how you create wealth. There is no other way to create wealth. Remember, 7 ways to create wealth. You marry it, you inherit it, you get lucky with it, you buy a business, start a business, you invest, or you buy real estate. Now, the investing part is similar to the real estate, but the problem with investing is most people never make any real money in real estate. Investing in the stock market. Most people do not make money. I don't care how many times you see how many people are getting rich on Wall Street. The truth is, the investment bankers are getting rich. You're not. Fidelity, Merrill Lynch, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Schwab, Vanguard. These are trillion-dollar enterprises. There's no trillion-dollar investors. The enterprise, the institution's getting rich, telling you investing is a way to get rich. Making a big bet on a piece of real estate for long periods of time will get you rich.
So you can take advantage of this opportunity at grantcardone.com/join. grantcardone.com/join. We do have payment plans available if you call the office. If you can't come up with the $5,000 a day, talk to somebody at the office. Remember, this is a one-time investment. You're going to make this investment one time, and you're going to get access to these programs for life. The Wealth Summit ticket and the Real Estate Summit ticket, you get one of each of those. But all of the other programs you keep with you for life. The weekly coaching calls, the networking group, the opportunities that come along with that, you get to keep that as long as we keep these programs in place, which is going to be in the far future to come. Again, the goal is to build the largest real estate investment community in the United States. And we'd like to invite you to be a part of it.
And while we're doing that, to help you find deals, buy deals, fund deals, get investors. Every one of you watching this, I know you don't believe it yet. You could have as big a real estate portfolio as I have. There's no one that can't do this. I'm telling you. I knew a guy, and we're going to open up the Q&A. I knew a guy, and that's why I told Jared, just make this a lifetime thing. You never have to buy this a second time. You buy it one time, boom, you're in, and let's figure the path out, okay?
Just real quick, if you have questions, call the office, 310-777-0255. It's 310-777-0255. We have a team of advisors and coaches that are here that can answer your questions about the program. If you have some special circumstance about how to make it work, just call the office. We'll work it out for you. 310-777-0255. Just real quick before we get to Q&A. Jake Payne joined our mentoring program. He had no multifamily experience before. He became a GP in 205 doors since joining the program. Adam Young was struggling to take action, got in the program, and he is underwriting bigger deals now and just submitted an LOI on a $6.2 million, 144-unit deal. Travis Conklin, before the program, zero experience in multifamily. Within a month, became an LP in a 452-unit deal from the group. This was not one of Grant's deals. This is a group of people coming together and offering people the ability to get access to these deals. Travis jumped on that. Mel, before joining the mentoring program, she couldn't even think about owning multifamily. It was a dream. Now she's a GP in a 4.6 million, 28 unit deal. Omar, because he joined the program, he secured an 87 unit deal as a GP. Like, we could go on and on and on and on. Like, you got to get around people that are doing deals that can help give you the confidence, who can help answer questions that you have. We have a real estate club that's a smaller group where they're very active investors. Like, these are people that are actively doing deals.
And raising money.
These folks are coming into the mentoring program because they want to find their next investor. And so they come into the mentoring program, and as you have questions and you're trying to figure out like how all this stuff works, the club members come into the group to help educate you and answer the questions that you have so that you can become more confident because you become a potential partner for them to work with in the future. So we've created this very symbiotic group here, and the real estate mentoring program is where it all starts. And so we'd like to invite you guys to become a part of that. Join the group, grantcardone.com/join, or just call the office at 310-777-0255.
Great. Okay, now let's open it up to some Q&A. If you raise your hand, there's a little thing down there. You can figure out where it's at, and you can raise your hand. And I want to answer as many questions as possible today. Look, I can't get everything covered in one day. Clearly, you know, what's the time right now? We're at, oh, wow. Okay, we've been here 5 hours. I want to answer a handful of questions. Tomorrow morning, we start at 9 a.m. Okay, now, somebody's got to be wondering right now, why are you doing this? Like, you guys understand the deals that we look at, the average deal we look at is over $90 million that we go acquire. Why would I be interested in educating people when I could go find a $90 million deal and take a $5 billion real estate portfolio and turn it into 10? I'm an educator. Look, I like to educate people. When I was 10 years old, my dad died and there was nobody to help me, and I wanted somebody to help me. So either, if you guys think that this is like, well, this is about, you know, we want to help you. Our only intention is to help you. Literally on a Saturday and Sunday, I could be doing something else today, and we're here to help you, support you, to guide you. You deserve it. Nobody else is going to give it to you. You can't go to college to get it. They're not even teaching these courses. Okay, Barry Sternlicht that owns a bunch of real estate, he ain't gonna do this with you. So you can either go study, and I'll give you some names of people you can study. Sam Zell, go study everything Sam did. He's dead now. Go study Fred Trump. He's dead. Go study the Irvine Group. Don Brin, one of the greatest real estate investors in America. Study that dude. Equity Residential. That was Sam Zell's company. You go spend 100 hours studying these people. If you're gonna take this serious, study those three people and then study what I've done, okay? Because basically I'm just a modern version of those guys, but in real time. Two of them are dead. One of them's not gonna talk to you. And the fourth one, the other one, is here to actually do deals with you. My goal is to take a tiny percentage of you that froth to the top and say, hey, bro, I want to do deals with you. And my team sees this. We do 100 events a year. Once a year, we do this 4 or 5 day cruise. There's a handful of people that end up frothing to the top that we end up doing partnerships and stuff with. Okay, I'm going to take 5 or 6 or 7 questions. Let's go to Joseph. Dude, I like the shirt, bro. I thought he was our staff.
10X business coach.
Yeah, 10X. So Joseph is a business coach with us. We're trying to get a business coach in every city in America and every city around the world that represent Grant Cardone's educational material, which is what I was just talking about. My mission in life is to be an educator. My first purpose line was to be an educator and to help other people. Not to be a real estate investor. It just so happens I fell into the real estate investing. Go ahead, Joseph.
Well, it's a pleasure being here with all of you. And my question is how long this offer is valid for, because I have few investors that are interested, but I didn't have the chance to get them on the call. And I want to share with them like the information if I have.
Yeah, Joseph, because you're one of our coaches, Why don't you reach out to who tomorrow? Elliot. Reach out to Elliot. You know Elliot, right?
Yeah.
Reach out to Elliot, and then maybe what we can do is a joint call. You just get those guys. How many people would it be?
Well, I have an event tomorrow, so I'm expecting about 150 people. And today I learned a lot. I will share some hashtags, and I will share this information.
So
with my-
maybe get in a call with either Jared or Elliot and figure out how they could actually maybe do the presentation for you tomorrow.
Awesome, thank you.
Nicole.
Hey, Nicole.
Hi.
Hey, Nicole.
Me okay?
What kind of car? What kind of car is that, Nicole?
An Envoy.
Oh, nice. I
It's
like that
pretty old.
shot
It's
you got.
like a 2000 something.
I like that shot you got over the steering wheel. I got to get that shot. What do you have? One of those grippers? You got one of those grippers on behind your phone?
No, actually, it's a little stuffed animal it's a little fox that holds the top of the phone, so it's just crouched up there.
Oh, that's
So
awesome.
it's staying up there. Yeah. Anyway, no, thank you. I had a question. I know you said earlier about location being a key factor and everything, and where I live at, there is a lot of lower income style properties, and everything, a lot of HUD, Section 8 and stuff like that. And so I was wondering, what could I look at the property to determine if it's still a good location to buy at, with it being still kind of a lower income area situation?
Yeah, where do you live?
Because we have plenty of those. I live in Southern Illinois. Actually, it's Cahokia, Illinois.
Yeah. So, look, the more you're going to get a higher cap rate, right? Remember my cap rate? Maybe you could throw it. You're going to get a higher cap rate. Higher cap rates typically mean less appreciation. You're going to have more rent. You're going to have more rent collection problems. You're going to have less appreciation. You're going to you're just going to have. It's not my recommendation for you. It's more work. So what I would tell you, I mean, what are you, 26?
I'm sorry.
How old are you?
Oh, 36.
Okay, so I would just figure out what your goal is. What is your goal? And is it worth you looking at some other markets that might have more aggressive growth for you and less problems?
Okay.
Now, I'm not saying that what you're doing is bad or wrong. If you were willing to scale that and say, look, I'm going to go collect 15 or 20 or 30 of these properties and then sell them. I know a guy that would buy all of them, but you need to put 30 or 40 of them together before he'd be interested. He would eat everything that you have, but he would not be interested in 20 units. He wouldn't be interested in 3 properties that have 20. But if you could put together 800, he would pay you a premium. This goes back to Jared, like you guys underestimate the value of a network. I'm not a buyer for that stuff. I have zero interest. It's not anywhere, no matter how many you put together, it wouldn't be interesting to me. But he would. And I would basically facilitate the deal between you and him. And why would I do that? Why would I do that? Number one, I would do it because you're cool and it's a cool story. Number two, I would do it because this guy's the largest affordable housing owner, private a housing owner in America. And the name of the group's the Morgan Group. I'll even give you the name now, Jonathan Morgan. And if you can reach Jonathan, he's out of Pennsylvania. He's in King of Prussia. But, just because you know his name doesn't mean you got his phone number. And even if you had his phone number, it doesn't mean he's going to take your call. So I would put that deal together if you could do that. So that being said, because he's going to add whatever you put on top of the 100,000 units he's got. And he
That's correct.
It's like you're dropping it into his factory. Okay?
I mean, as far as getting like a lot of units all at one time, would it be best if I could get them under Section 8? That way I'd have better guarantee of getting payments until I get a big enough portfolio to sell at one time?
No, I mean, no, you need to pack the Section 8. Don't get too committed to the Section 8 thing.
Okay.
The government could wake up one morning and say Section 8 is over. In fact, Trump briefed it. He mentioned it yesterday in the tax cuts.
Yeah.
So I don't, or is Section 8 going to go away? No. The local community is going to do the Section 8. The federal government might not. But you don't need to worry about that. It's still going to be there. The government's going to fund everybody, folks. The government's always going to save the day, okay? Because otherwise the people will burn the Capitol down. And which again, the more they print money, the more these real assets go up in value. But I'm going to go back to what I said to you earlier. It is not my recommended path for you unless you're going to build a massive portfolio, because it's going to kill you collecting rents.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You don't look like a gangster to me.
No.
Okay.
Sabina. Thank you.
Let's go to Sabina. Sabina, how you doing?
Hi, Grant. Hi. How are you? I'm from Switzerland. I live in Switzerland. And my ex lives in St. Pete. So I was in Florida and I saw the beautiful real estate in Florida. I tried to convince him to buy something. He went to your program and thought everything is crap and that's not real and not true. So 2 years after that, I'm here and trusting you and asking myself, I bought already your program, but I'm not sure if I can buy property in USA from Switzerland.
Yeah.
And do all this stuff you guys are doing.
Yeah, I don't think you need to. I think you need to figure out how you can do it in Switzerland. I wouldn't leave where you are right now. I would look for underwrite look, no one is leaving this call today with so much confidence that you can find a freaking monster deal and plop down and do it. Nobody.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the only one that's going to walk away from here with more confidence. There's nobody walking off this call. You'll be motivated, but you're not going to have knowingness. I would tell you, everybody should shop their own market. Shop your own market. Stay in Switzerland. Stay in the market you're in. Figure out what that market comp's at. Your husband or boyfriend or whatever, he's just confused. Like, I don't know why a guy with whatever he's got 5 units or something would argue with a guy that's got 5 billion.
Yeah.
It's insane. He's probably
no ex. He's ex.
Yeah, whatever. Well, but I mean, even though he might be X and not 10X, and the reality is you just don't argue with, it'd be like me running for president of the United States, asking Donald Trump, telling other people that Donald Trump doesn't know what he's doing. I mean, like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, I'm the one that doesn't know what I'm doing. So,
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So
Let's go to
much.
the next question. Brad, what's up, Brad?
Hey, thanks for having me back, Grant.
Yeah.
Couple quick questions real quick. So the first thing, 0 units. You're saying our first unit or our first deal, once we get all the information, get the confidence, talk to the broker, secure the deal, close the deal, our first one should be 32 units as a general partner. We're running it.
Yeah, I mean, unless you can find 8 properties, all 4 units that all can be increased rent by 167. So you could find 8 deals that are 4 units each. That's 32 times 167 and gets you the same math. So look, guys, I have almost an infinite number of ways for you to get there. There's not a finite number of ways for you to get there until we start complicating with what's your exit. How are you going to leave, okay? So you could find 8 deals that are 4 units each. Whether this takes you 1 year or 10 years, it doesn't matter. It's still, what is that, 32 units. Then if you could figure out how to do that 10 times over 10 years, that's 320 units. So it's just what math do you want to use and how do you want to get there? If you can raise the rents $167, That's $1.2 million here. Times 10 is $12 million. Now, whether it takes you 6 years, 8 years, or 10 years, I mean, god dang, let's just get along with it. Like, I'm like, I want to eat. I don't want to get, I don't want to get rich quick. I just want to have a plan to get rich.
Yeah, I think it's
Right?
just the confidence of like starting out, like doing it yourself, or maybe you should start as an LP, learn it a little bit, and then join as a
Look, the first thing I would tell everybody to do, I've said this for 10 years. First thing everybody should do is become an investor. Just drop money in a deal. Look, drop money in a deal. Second, drop money in a deal. Drop money in a deal. And while you're doing that, be learning. That way you become an investor as you're learning. You're like, I invested, but don't invest in bad deals.
Invest in your deals.
Well, I mean, my deals just never lose money because we just do everything right. Everything we do by very disciplined, 95% of the time, extremely disciplined, stay with the playbook, just run it. We can't win every time, but we win most of the time. And so you could do that, but you could be looking for deals too.
Yeah, the intention of the community that we have was that we could create a place where people could invest in deals together so that they could get the right deals. Now, some of like in our real estate club, we've got a large percentage of them who've invested in Grant's deals, but they also are doing their own deals. So there's no, this is the way everybody has to do it. Everybody's path and journey is different. And some people just want to do their own deals and run their own deals. And that's why as a member of the community, you get to see more stuff. And maybe you're willing to take a value add deal because the cap rate could be really high and you could get a higher return on your money and you want to be more active in the deal. Like you can totally do that. And that's why we've tried to create a group of people who are actively coming to all of our programs and workshops, and they're showing up for the calls every week. So they're getting those things from Grant, like in our club. When people are pitching deals basically to Grant on Wednesdays as a part of our real estate club, they bring deals every single week and they pitch their deals. And Grant's on 95% of those calls. This is for the real estate club. And he'll literally tell them, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong.
Don't do this deal.
He told another guy, he said, this is a great deal. Go back and tell them you want this, this, and this. The guy does it. And I think that guy ended up making $1.2 million on that deal. It was like a 62-unit deal.
I told another guy, don't do this deal, don't do this deal, do not do this deal, and he did it anyway, and he lost the deal. So, now let's go back to this again. Let's say you had 4 units you could buy. Do it 8 times, you have 32 units. Do that over every year for 10 years, you have 320 units. You got $12 million worth of real estate. Profits. $12 million worth of profits, not to mention whatever that is, probably $40 million accumulated. All I'm giving you guys is a schedule. You cannot do this at your job. There's no job in this company. We have 1,500 employees. Nobody's making 12 million bucks. They can make 800 grand. They can make $1 million. It's all going to get taxed. This is how money grows over long periods of time. If you don't want to do the 4-unit deal and you only want to do 4 units one time, what did I tell y'all to do? Don't do it. If you're going to do it one time, just be an investor, passive investor in a deal. You don't have to invest in my deals. You do not. I'm not here to get you to invest with me, but you could. It'd be smart if you did, but you don't need to, okay? So you could go invest in Bobby's deals. If you're going to do your own deals, my point is don't do it one time. I tell my kids all the time, look, anything you do it 10 times, then 100 times. If it's good for you, repeat it. Beat the activity to death. Because the most important number in the wealth accumulation, the most important number is the number of times you can do something repetitively, that is a winner without having a loser. This is what makes Warren Buffett such a great investor, okay? All right, next question.
There's Jim. We got you.
Jim, what's up, Jimmy? Jim.
Gotcha. What's up, big dog? Man, this is awesome getting in front of you here like this. I've been following you for a long time. I got a question for you. I've had 142 unit. It was a verbal agreement. I walked with the buyer. I didn't have the down payment to be able to get the property because it was a 10.9 mil, and my loan officer wouldn't qualify me because he said I was only good for about 5 million because I didn't have a sponsor.
Yeah.
So I couldn't get it.
Okay, so you had a deal. And how big was the deal?
It was 10.9.
Okay, good. So all you did was tell your story wrong. 10.9 million. And what were you able to show him?
I was able to show him the financials I had a T12 to send him, and he said it looked pretty good. He said, but I just can't finance you because you don't have the experience with 100 plus units.
Yeah, exactly. I said that earlier, didn't I? I said, hey, the first thing the lender is going to rate you on is not your credit score, but on your experience. All you did, bro, is you should have said, I already have a management company picked out to run the deal. You don't have the experience. That's why I'm bringing a third party in to manage. Bang, handled, over, done, finished. So if you'd have just known that would have gotten you this deal, I guarantee you. Okay, so first they're going to look at the deal. Did they like the deal?
He liked it. But like I said, he
didn't love it.
He would
you hear that? You hear that? I
on,
said, did he like the deal? He liked it.
But I didn't have the experience.
Yeah, he liked it, but he didn't love it. See, if they'd have loved it, bro, I bet you that deal hadn't sold yet.
As far as I know, it does. It hasn't because
it hasn't.
It was off market.
It hasn't sold because it's probably overpriced. What was the NOI on the deal?
I'd have to look back on that one. I can't remember what it is, to be honest with you.
See, you don't remember. How many deals have you looked at?
With that one, last month, 2.
Yeah, okay.
And I didn't get those.
I probably looked at 25 deals right now, and I could probably tell you the NOI, because this is what I'm committed to. So, when you keep looking at these deals, you're gonna be like, okay, the deal had a $55,000 NOI. Okay.
I can't remember the NOI, but I know it was a 7.7 cap.
Okay, good. Well, if it was a 7.7 cap, and they wanted 10.9, it was probably $84,000 at NOI.
Sounds pretty accurate.
Let me see if that's right. I'm just going in backwards now. Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry, right on the money. I'm off by $9,000. Excuse me. Okay. Oh my God, I hate myself. $84,000 NOI. If they wanted a 7.7 cap rate, that explains the $10 million number. So I would have structured the deal like this. Look, I'm paying $11 million for the deal. Johnny, what's going on with my damn?
Just hit a new slide. Just hit a new slide.
Oh yeah. I'm out of slides.
There you go.
Hey, I'm paying $11 million for the deal. You're going to structure like this. I have $500,000 at close for CapEx. I'm going to spend some money on it. I'm now at 11.5. My price was 10.9, by the way. Okay. I'm already collecting fees along the way. I'm putting $3 million down. I'm financing $8.5 million. And my DCR is this. Oh, by the way, my management company, I've already picked them. Got that handle. Bing, check mark. Initiate. Handle the problem. I got $8.5 million of debt. Equals $600,000 a year. I mean, $60,000 a year. I have $84,000 of NOI, $24,000 of free cash flow. 60 divided by 84 is, I have a 139 DCR. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the lender and say, hey, let me ask you something, okay? Would you write a 139 DCR, NOI's got a third party managing it. I'm buying it for a 7 cap. Do you do funding on deals like that? Okay. I'm gonna put 75% down. What's 3,000? No, I got 67% debt, and I'm hitting a 139 DCR, and I have a third party to manage the asset. Do you lend on that? Nah, we're not really doing that lending. Good, who does that lending? I didn't even ask, I don't even show him the deal, bro. This is what you want to show him. This is what we're gonna get into tomorrow. Hey, I'm doing a 67% loan to value. It's a 139 DCR, and I have a third-party management. Do you do those deals? Yeah, we do those deals. Good. What's the maximum amount? The max amount you can approve without going to the board. Oh, I can lend up to $7 million. Guess what? You're talking to the right guy. And you just pitched it wrong, bro. That's all. Now, if the deal's still available and it's still a good deal, and it could be, you ought to go back, hunt it up, and let's go pitch it again. Because there's a real good chance, Jim, that you were with the wrong lender.
I think that's right.
Yeah, you're not the wrong buyer, and it's not because you don't have a management company. It's because you're with a guy that could only approve. Remember this question right here? What's your max approval? And he could have said, oh, bro, I've only been here 3 months. I can't approve anything without going to the board. You're just talking to the wrong guy. This happened to me. First 2 deals I was ever on, this happened to me. Okay, let's go to the next question.
Just real quick here.
Guys, every week we can do this. Every Friday we can do this. You're like, but what if I could miss a Friday? What if I miss a Friday? Guess what? You get the recording. Okay, don't give yourself an excuse not to do this. What if you can't come to Arizona for the 2 days? Guess what? When you're available to come to it, we're going to give you access. Well, what if I missed the wealth conference? You giving me that secret? You didn't pay anything for it, bruh. You ain't missing shit. You didn't pay for it. But if you want to come in the future and you miss the next one, guess what? We're going to hold that for you later. What if I don't use it the first year? I'm giving it to you for the rest of your life. What if I die before I use it? It ain't going to matter. You're dead. Okay? What if you become, by the way, this is the what if y'all ought to be doing. What if the shit works? What if I find one deal like you did and make $3 million? What if I build a network? What if I become the next Grant Cardone? What if I actually build a network, new friends, new opportunities, new deals? I start investing. What if I could quit my job? Okay? What if I got rich doing this? Somebody's going to get rich doing this, folks. What if I never find a deal? Okay, well, that's on you. The deals are out there. We're in a glut. There's a glut of activity. There's correction everywhere. The institutions are sidelined. You don't even need to compete with the big boys right now. Go ahead, Jared.
Yeah, no, you answered most of that because I just had a few questions. Lane was asking about, is the course tax deductible? Yes, it's education for your business. It 100% is. Gary asked, is there payment plans available? Yes, there is. You can either call the office at 310-777-0255. That's 310-777-0255. Or you can just click on the page at grantcardone.com/join. If you have some other
Section 127, IRS code Section 127, all educational products designed to make you better, to learn something, to make you better at your job, a skill, or wealth, creating wealth, is tax deductible.
And Ben had asked a question about what happens after the 12 months, which you hit on, which they get access to life for life to this. So,
okay. Now look, you don't have to do anything, folks. You can do what I did. Do what Grant Cardone did, all by himself. Didn't have an educator. Didn't have a mentor. I was 28 years old, and I bought one unit. Same year, bought another unit. Let me see, 28 and 28 and 58 is 86. This is 1986, and I would not buy anything else until 1991. I missed 3 years. 3 years. One of the great real estate corrections in America, and I missed it, okay? And I would buy my next deal was 48 units. What did I do in between here? I spent 3 years studying by myself. Studying. There's no internet. There was no internet then. You got to get a book, and then you got to go meet people, and you got to talk to people. Okay, I've been doing this since 1986. So what is that? Going on 40 years. Okay, We're giving you 40 years and $5.2 billion worth of purchases, another $50 billion that I didn't buy, mistakes that I've made, paths that we found, connections that I have. We're not just teaching you. I'm giving you my entire book of real estate brokers around the country and access to some of the greatest wealth hacks and the ability to meet with not just my network of people, but a new network that we're growing each week. So we hope you join us. It's grantcardone.com/join. grantcardone.com/join. We said the first 100 people would be allowed access to the Real Estate Summit and the Wealth Conference tickets. So we're giving you those. I just want to go over this real quick. Tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., 12-month access to the mentoring program. Scratch that out for life. For life. You never buy it a second time. Number 2, I'm going to give you the buying apartments, lifetime access. You can buy that on my website for 10 grand. I'm giving it to you. Okay. The Real Estate Masterclass, giving it to you, $10,000. It's on our website right now, giving it to you. The Real Estate Resource Book, $2,500. Is probably priceless. The Real Estate Private Networking Group, you cannot buy it. You cannot get access to it. You can't purchase it. You can't get in. There is no way to get in unless you join the network. The Real Estate Summit and the 10X Wealth Con, and we're doing it all for $49.97. If you can't do the $49.97, the team's got a payment program. If you don't want to do that, you want to do nothing, no problem. I'm gonna be here all day tomorrow. Okay. You want to go by yourself? You want to? You the lone wolf? You that guy right there, and you're like, I'm going to do this by myself. Dude, I'm here with you, bro. I'll be rooting you on. I'll be behind you. Go, lone wolf, go. You can do it. I mean, Jesus didn't go by himself, but you can, okay? Do it by yourself, bro, okay? Nobody's done anything great by themselves, ever. Even if you did it great, you're going to do it slower, okay? And even if you do it by yourself, you're going to get there, and you're going to be like, where is everybody? You're on the mountaintop looking out. Ain't nobody even with you. Okay? But you could, and I'm here for you, and I'm pulling for you. You don't have to do it with me. I don't know everything. So now, if you want to do it with me, good. Come aboard, bro. We're going to accelerate this thing. You guys want to do something big? You want to do something really big? You want to get bigger than me? Let's go. Who would like to accumulate more real estate than I have? Put it in the chat. Let me see the chat. Because you can. And you should. Some of you got, if I have 30 years left of doing this, what am I? Yeah, I got 30. I don't, 20. I could have 20. But the reality is, my portfolio could grow after I die. I could own more. Walt Disney has more parks today than he had when he was living. And that's the thing about real assets. Okay. Huh? Yeah, you got me. So if you guys want to grow, if you guys want to be as bigger, whatever, we're here to help you, here to support you. grantcardone.com/join. I'll always be here for you. I'll be here for you a lifetime. What happens if Grant dies? Did anybody ask that? No. Okay. I ain't gonna die. Shit, I'm gonna live forever, man. Okay? All right. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. We'll see you guys at 9 a.m. Thank you for being here. 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Same link. Thanks to the staff for being here today, and we'll see you guys tomorrow at 9 a.m.